She ran until the mist swallowed her whole, through the trees, through the rain, past the broken cabins of the abandoned summer camp, where every shadow looked like someone waiting. She did not scream. She knew if she screamed, the figure in black would find her. This is The Last Cabin in the Woods, a mystery thriller about an abandoned camp, a missing girl, and a place in the mountains where old legends hide something far more dangerous than ghosts. When Detective Morgan Brooks is called to the grounds of a deserted summer camp near Rydal Falls, she knows the night is already slipping out of control. A group of friends came here looking for ghost stories. Only some of them made it out. The camp has been empty for years, left to rot beneath the trees. The cabins are falling apart. The lake is black with rain. The paths vanish into mist so thick it feels alive. Everyone in town says the place is haunted, but Morgan does not believe in ghosts. Then she sees the body in the freezing water. One boy is dead, one girl is missing, and somewhere in the flooded woods, someone is still hiding. The only witness is the caretaker, a silent man living alone beside the camp in a filthy, crumbling house. He claims he heard nothing, saw nothing, knows nothing. Morgan does not believe him. But when the surviving girl wakes in hospital, shaking beneath the blankets, she whispers about a figure dressed all in black, a woman in the mist, someone watching from the trees. As the rain washes away the evidence and darkness closes over Rydal Falls, Morgan begins to understand that the camp's ghost stories may have been hiding the truth all along. Because the missing girl is still out there. And somewhere beyond the last cabin in the woods, the killer is waiting. One. Tori had her baby pink Converse on the dash of Dawson's car as she stared at her reflection in her phone screen. Scarlett was sitting in the back, leaning so far over Dawson's shoulder her hair was tickling his face. She let out a loud giggle. Tori snapped her flip phone shut and stared at her. "Are you purposely trying to make him crash, Scarlett? Sit back, you're distracting him and getting on my nerves." Scarlett pouted. Her lips were full without having any lip filler, and the envy of Tori and most of the girls in their class. "You're in such a bad mood, Tori. What's wrong with you tonight? Nobody forced you to come, it was your choice, so stop being so angry about everything. I mean, am I bothering you?" Tori rolled her eyes at Dawson, who gave her a resigned shrug, then turned back to stare at the road, which had the worst visibility she had ever seen. The higher the car climbed up the side of the fell, the lower the clouds and mist came to meet it, giving the narrow, twisty road an almost ethereal glow in the light of the car headlights' full beam. Her stomach clenched as Dawson slammed the brakes, sending Scarlett forward so fast her nose connected with the back of his head with a loud crunch. Tori turned to look at her. There was a thick line of blood running down her top lip, and she tried not to gloat or say, "I told you so." "What the hell, Dawson? You broke my nose!" Scarlett's voice was a little higher pitched than normal. "Did you see that?" Tori turned back and looked out at the road. She couldn't see anything for the ground mist that looked even thicker than it had moments ago. "See what?" "Someone ran across the road. I think it was a girl. I almost killed them." His normally deep voice was almost as high-pitched as Scarlett's, and Tori could hear how shaken he was. "You almost killed me, you dick!" Scarlett slapped the back of his head. Tori pulled a wad of tissues out of her pocket and thrust them in her friend's direction. Your nose isn't broken, it's busted. It will stop bleeding soon, and if you hadn't been leaning over like that, it wouldn't have happened." Scarlett snatched the tissues from her and held them to her face. "I think we should turn back. You're never going to find that old haunted summer camp in this awful weather." "It's too dangerous," Tori told Dawson. Dawson was unclipping his seatbelt, one hand on the door handle. "Don't go out there, it's dangerous. You need to start driving before someone crashes into the back of us and wipes us all out." Tori's fingers were gripping his arm as tight as she could. He turned to her, his face ashen. "But I can't be certain I didn't just hit someone. Something is out there." Tori shook her head. "You didn't hit anyone. There was no bump or crunch. You saw something. Probably a deer or a stag running across the road. You know what they're like. They don't care about any vehicle. They just jump out without a care in the world. Nobody in their right mind would be out here in this weather, especially not a girl. It doesn't make sense." "We are," muttered Scarlett, her voice sounding thick and nasally. Tori couldn't argue with that. It had seemed like a great idea at the time. They had been talking about going up to the old Buttermere summer camp for months, ever since Dawson had heard his granddad talking about it to his dad. He hadn't stopped mentioning it in what seemed like forever, and both Tori and Scarlett, who were obsessed with spooky stories and ghost hunting, had agreed to go with him. They had decided to record as much footage as they could at the rundown camp, and when they could figure it out, they were going to start a podcast. They even had a title and a logo that Dawson had designed. They would record every week and call it Legends of the Lakes. Dawson began to drive at a snail's pace. "The entrance to Buttermere is around here somewhere. We can't be far away now. I need to check on that girl. What if she was running away from something and needs help?" Dawson muttered. Tori wished he'd turn around. Not that there was much room on this road. If it got much worse, there was a chance they were going to get stranded, or even worse, he might drive off the side of the fell. The pocket of mist cleared as quickly as it had arrived, and she could make out the overgrown gateway a little further ahead of them. She recognized the gnarly gate post that the sign had once hung from. The sign was long gone, but the distinctive post was still there. "It's just there. You were right, Dawson. We were so near to it." Scarlett clapped her hands together. Tori's stomach clenched, and her palms felt a little too hot. "I think we should come back another night. I mean, it's not as if we're going to be able to see much if that fog comes back. It's dangerous to walk around an abandoned camp in the pitch black at the best of times, never mind when you can't see your fingers in front of your face." Scarlett tutted. "She's scared. I didn't come here and bust my nose for nothing. I say we go and take a peek. If it's too foggy, we can leave it, but it will look so cool on the videos if we're wandering around a supposedly haunted old campsite in the middle of the night. That, my friends, is going to get us plenty of likes and followers." Tori rolled her eyes. She focused on Dawson. "What do you think?" "I agree with Scarlett. We're here now, so we might as well go have a look around and check if someone needs help. If we can make sure nobody is injured, then I'll be glad. Plus, there is no way that crazy old caretaker is going to be out in this weather. We'll have the place to ourselves, and the footage will be sick." Scarlett smiled slyly at Tori. "You can wait in the car if you're scared." "I'm not scared," she snapped back. "I'm just thinking about the chances of us hurting ourselves or getting lost." Dawson patted her arm, and his fingers left burning patches where he'd touched her skin. Damn, he was fine. And for the 100th time, she wished it was just the two of them, but it never was. Scarlett was always there. "We won't. Let's just have a quick look, film some stuff, and then we'll leave, okay?" Tori nodded. Why did this seem like the start of a horror movie? How many stupid shows had they watched where the idiot teenagers went sneaking around in places they shouldn't have? Too many to count, that was for sure. Scarlett and Dawson got out of the car at the same time. She opened her door and wished she was at home, tucked up under her duvet with her book, and not about to do the stupidest thing of her entire life. 2. Amos Watson yawned so wide he felt the dry skin at the corner of his mouth split a little. He was dog-tired. He hadn't been sleeping well. How many teenagers had he chased off the old summer campsite now? Too many, and to make it worse, he'd had to start patrolling the grounds at night, which really, really pissed him off. Especially in the winter, when nobody in their right mind should be out exploring on a fell. He walked to the window of the small cottage that bordered the edge of the forest and the campsite boundary line, and peered into the rolling clouds of thick, white fog. No idiots would be out trespassing in this. He let out a long sigh. The local teenagers had been telling ghost stories about this place for as long as he could remember. He had got into a fair few fights at school over it. How long ago was that? Too long. He'd sworn to himself that there was no way on this earth he was going to take over looking after this place when his dad called it a day. He'd signed up for the army as soon as he could and got the hell out of this dead-end way of life. He hadn't given the place a thought for years as he'd made his way through the ranks. At least, not until the day he'd had the lower part of his left leg blown off by a landmine. He'd spent weeks in hospital, then a rehabilitation centre, before realising he couldn't manage on his own. His mum had begged him to go home, and with no partner to help him, it left him with not much choice, so he had. She had nursed him back to health, looked after him so well he'd ended up staying. His dad, who had been a good 15 years older than his mum, had collapsed one day inside the old wooden hut that had been the summer camp's dining room. Too old-fashioned to carry a mobile phone with him, he'd died all alone in that decrepit building. When Amos had managed to go and search for him and saw his cold, stiff body lying there, he'd fallen to the floor crying. Not just for his dead dad, but for himself as well, because he'd known then that he was now going to be bound to this place for the rest of his life, and that thought had filled him with complete and utter despair. Lost in his memories, he heard a piercing scream fill the air outside, so loud it came through the sliver of a crack in the window pane that he hadn't got around to fixing yet. He paused, his blood running cold. Shep, his old chocolate lab, even lifted his head to attention, and his hearing wasn't as good as it used to be. It could be a sheep, maybe a fox had got one, but then he shook his head. He knew fine well the sheep had been taken down off the fell a few days ago by Jim, the farmer. It could be a rogue one, he tried to tell himself, and he wanted to believe that, he really did. But it sounded like the terrified, high-pitched shriek of a girl. He looked down at his leg. He didn't wear the prosthetic when he was home, as he could hobble around the furniture just fine. The stump ached at the thought of going out into the cold, damp air. He should call the police, let them come take a look. He did just that. Picking up the house phone, he dialed 999 and asked for the police, giving the operator the details. The guy had sounded a little exasperated with his request for urgent assistance. "You really think you heard a teenage girl screaming in terror out on the fell in this weather?" Amos paused. Did he, or was he being overly cautious? It really was more than likely to be an animal. It sounded like one, but I have zero visibility from my cottage window, so I can't be sure. Right. Well, patrols are travelling, but obviously the roads are bad, and they may take a little longer to arrive than usual. Thanks. He put the receiver down. Was he wasting everyone's time? He hobbled to the cupboard where he grabbed his thick waterproof jacket, deerstalker hat, and prosthetic leg. Bending down, he strapped the leg on, then shrugged on his jacket, and off the shelf, he took the big torch he used to scare the kids. Tucking his mobile phone into his pocket, he hoped he had enough charge in it should he need to call the cops and cancel them. Wrapping a scarf around his neck and tugging thermal gloves onto his hands, he opened the door and stepped out into the damp night air to go and search the old campsite himself. He headed towards the huge cabin that had once been the hub of the camp, the dining hall and entertainment room. It was the only building still standing after all this time, although it was dangerous and falling to pieces. It was the place he'd heard the scream emanate from, and it made sense that whoever needed help might be in there. As he reached the entrance, with the door partially open and blocking the way in because it had fallen off its hinges, he heard whimpering coming from inside. "Hey, it's okay. The police are on their way. I don't know what's happened, but I live here, in the cottage over the far side." It was definitely a girl. He could tell by the pitch of her sobs. Shep pushed past his legs. He clambered up the steps and went straight inside to go sit with whoever needed help. Amos was scared and didn't want to make her more frightened, so he hovered around outside before going in. Shining his big, heavy-duty torch around, he started a little and felt his heart skip a beat. Huddled in the corner was a teenage girl. Her eyes were darting around the room, and when they fixed on him, she opened her mouth to scream. He held up his hands. "I'll wait outside, it's okay. You're okay now. Shep is going to look after you." Amos shrugged off his coat and offered it to her, holding it out. He tried to throw it over her legs so she could get warm. Then he rushed back out of the building, leaving Shep with her. He waited for the cops to arrive, and when the blue lights pulsated through the fog coming towards the gateway, he exhaled slowly, glad he hadn't cancelled them. They could deal with whatever was going on. The look of terror in her eyes was going to stay with him for the rest of his life. 3. Detective Morgan Brooks had spent the entire night tossing and turning. Her dream had been vivid, turning into a full-blown nightmare about finding Kane's partner, Angela. She had been stuffed in a cupboard and left bleeding to death. Angela's eyes had opened, and she'd pleaded with her in a raspy, sad voice for her to save her. "Please don't let me die, Morgan." She could hear the words as clear as if Angela had spoken them directly in her ear. When the shrill ring of Ben's phone had pierced through her nightmare, waking her, she'd breathed a sigh of relief that it hadn't been real. Ben's hand snaked out from underneath the duvet, feeling around for the offending phone. "Matthews." His voice was rough, thick with tiredness, and Morgan looked at the bedside clock. It was almost 4 in the morning. This was bad news for the pair of them. "Where?" She knew the control room inspector would be explaining the location they wanted Ben to attend, and if he was going, then she was too. Getting out of bed, she peered through the blinds and turned to look at Ben, who was now sitting on the edge of the bed, running his fingers through his slightly tousled hair. He hung up. "What's up?" "A teenage girl has been found at the old summer camp near to Buttermere. She is hysterical and hypothermic. They're taking her to the hospital." "Why do they need us?" She told the guy who found her that her 2 friends are missing. Said some girl they almost ran over came out of the mist with a bat of some kind and attacked them. She ran away and hid, hearing her friends screaming. Oh dear God, that's awful. Where are her friends? She doesn't know. Ben didn't say anything else, and she let that sit with her for a minute. Missing. In this weather, up on the side of an exposed fell. That was not good for the two teenagers. She was up and tugging on her clothes, no time to waste. Ben was doing the same. They worked in complete synchronicity, and the irony wasn't lost on Morgan, how they both went to bed with a fresh set of clothes laid out, ready to get dressed in situations like this. Always prepared. She had learned this the hard way. Neither of them spoke, and by the time they left the house they were wrapped up in thick winter coats, hats, scarves and gloves. Morgan knew there was an abandoned summer camp halfway up on the side of Buttermere Fell, but had never actually visited it. Back in her school days, she had heard tales suggesting it was haunted, and it was quite the topic of conversation amongst her friends. They were always saying they were going up there one of the nights. They never did, thankfully. It was a hot spot for bored teens, but when she was a teenager, she didn't have access to a car until she got a job and saved up for one. None of her friends did either, so at least they kept themselves out of trouble. She paused. They hadn't, though, had they? She and her friends had got into worse trouble instead. They had gone up to Rydal Caves with alcohol and got drunk, leading to her best friend Brad falling to his death. A cold shudder ran down her spine, and she had to stop her mind from dwelling in that dark place where she kept those memories locked away. The moment they stepped out of the front door, the mist was swirling around their legs, and Ben had no choice but to drive at a snail's pace, following the sat-nav's instructions to get to the fell where the teens were reported missing. The visibility was terrible and was no doubt hampering the search efforts to locate the girl's friends, who she was praying were just lost and not injured in any way, or worse. Morgan couldn't help but think this place was lonely and eerie as fuck in the thick mist that swirled around them as she and Ben got out of the car. "Benno, over here!" Mad's voice shouted to them, and a beam of light waved up and down, guiding them towards him. Morgan was glad it hadn't been Scotty's. She did not want to even think about how much of a close call it had been when she'd been convinced he was a killer just a few months ago. She had kicked his front door in. She still felt terrible, the guilt gnawing at her. "What's happening, Mads?" Ben asked. His voice was still a little hoarse. "Chaos. It's too dangerous to do a full search in this. I don't want any of my officers plummeting off the side of the fell or falling into the lake. The girl who rang it in was hysterical, couldn't get much sense out of her." "Do you not think she's being serious?" "Do I think that out here in the middle of the night someone attacked her friends? Maybe she is hallucinating because of the hypothermia. I mean, when the core body temperature drops, your brain function declines, which could have made her confused. She was already disorientated if she was hiding out and didn't know where she was. There is a vehicle parked along the way which PNCs back to 17-year-old Dawson Turner, and no sign of him up to now. I've sent officers to his home address to check if he's there. His car could have broken down hours ago, and they've got separated in the fog." Morgan nodded. "True. But why was... what's her name? Tori Mather. Why were Tori and her friends here in the first place, in this weather?" A creeping sensation of being watched made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle, and she slowly turned around. Not that she could see barely 10 steps in front of her. If someone was watching them, they had the perfect cover, and this thought unsettled her more than ever. "I think she's telling the truth. I think they came out here for whatever reason and were attacked. It's not the kind of thing someone makes up for the fun of it, especially if she was found terrified and half frozen out here. I mean, it's so eerie. Even I wouldn't have been tempted to do what they were doing. Ben was nodding, and she knew he was thinking that she had a point. We can't not search the area. They might be lying there injured. If we don't, they could die of exposure. Mountain Rescue is on the way with a search dog. It's the best I can do without risking anyone's safety. Mads sounded irritated by her criticism. Who else is out here? Ben asked. Amber and Brett are getting a statement off the caretaker. Caretaker? Morgan asked. Yep. Heard a girl screaming and went out to investigate. Found her just before we arrived on scene. Oh, he must know this place like the back of his hand. Let's get him to help us search and stop wasting time. Ben said it before she could, and she was a little relieved that he had. Mads grunted. Be my guest. He's over in the old recreation hall where they found the girl. He pointed in the distance, and Ben began walking that way. The fog was starting to lift a little, and Morgan could make out the steep, pitched roof of the wooden building. She followed behind, not that she could see his outline very clearly, but she had this sinking feeling deep inside of her gut that something awful may have happened. 4. Morgan was glad to step out of the cold, damp mist and into the ancient wooden building, despite the gaps in the roof and the cold drafts that seeped throughout the entire structure. Amber was talking to a huge guy with a bit of a stooped back, which made him look as if he was looming over her. His eyes were wide, glaring at Amber as she asked him questions. Sitting on the floor next to his feet was a Labrador that was going grey around the mouth. It looked at Morgan with its big brown eyes, and its tail began to swish on the floor. She couldn't help herself. She walked straight over to it and began to pat its head, scratching gently behind its ears. You're honoured. He likes you. She smiled at the man. I like him. He's adorable. The man shrugged. He's good company and loyal, well, most of the time. He's been in to see the girl and then came back out to check on me. She held out her hand. Morgan Brooks. I'm a detective. Amos Watson, caretaker of this god-forsaken place, and that's Shep. He smiled at her, and suddenly he didn't look quite as scary as her first impression had been, now that he wasn't glaring. Morgan wondered if Amber had wound him up the wrong way, as she so often did with people. Her social skills were somewhat lacking at times. Ben nodded at him. Could you tell us what happened? Amos arched an eyebrow at Morgan, as if to say, not again, but he nodded. As I told this police lady here, I thought I heard a girl scream. It was loud enough that even Shep heard it, and he's deaf most of the time. Well, except for when I open the cheese packet, and then he's not. I phoned you guys, and then I came out to have a look. It was Shep who found her. He led me straight here, gave me the fright of my life, and she screamed again when she saw me. Shep managed to calm her down. He sat next to her, almost in front of her, to let her know he would protect her. I waited outside for the officers to get here. I didn't want to scare her any more than she already was. Morgan felt tears prick at the corner of her eyes, and she leaned down and stroked Shep's head. You're a good boy. Amos nodded. He is. Always has been. I told her the police were on the way. She was almost blue, she was shivering so bad, so I took off my coat and placed it over her. She was terrified. I don't know what she was doing out here, but something bad happened. Did you see anyone else out here? Amos shook his head. Shep didn't sense anyone else either, and he usually does. I don't know if she was confused because of the cold, or what the heck is happening. Do you think you could show us around the site so we can search? Morgan asked gently. I wouldn't recommend it in this weather, but yeah, I can show you, although I'm not the fastest. That's okay. We can go at your pace, she smiled at him, and he nodded. He turned towards the door, dragging his left leg behind him slightly. She had a torch that she'd grabbed out of the glove compartment of Ben's car, and Ben followed. Morgan wasn't surprised that Amber and Brett stayed behind, although she didn't blame them. She wasn't annoyed, though. Her priority was checking to see if Tori's friends were out here and needed their help. What do you think they were doing out here in this? She asked Amos. Same as the rest of all those daft teenagers, hunting for ghosts. They all do it and have done for years. Those stories about this place being haunted have been doing the rounds for as long as I can remember. Is it haunted? He stopped walking and turned to look her straight in the eyes. Everywhere is haunted by someone or something. It's usually memories of unhappy times that cause the memories that haunt us all. Morgan had not, would never have, expected an answer so deep from the guy who looked as spiritual as Ben on first glance. Amos chuckled and carried on walking. That's not what you meant, though, was it? No, but that's a poignant answer and a good way to explain it. You think so? I'll take that. You mean, is it haunted by the ghosts of the girls who drowned in the lake, don't you? That age-old urban legend that gets passed down through families. This place back in the day was the UK's very first holiday camp. It was thriving back when it first opened in the late 1900s. Then those poor girls, well, they were young women, came here as part of their Sunday school trip, went out on a boat on the lake. They were inexperienced, and the weather turned in the blink of an eye, as it so often does around here. The fog rolled in a bit like tonight, and they panicked, crashed the wooden rowing boat they were in, and it capsized. All 5 of them fell into the water. Not one of them could swim, and they all drowned, weighted down by their heavy dresses. Oh, that's so sad. I had no idea it was a true story. I mean, I used to hear the tales in school about the ghost girls in the lake that haunted this place, but I just assumed it was made up. No, unfortunately, it's a true story. I suppose at least their memory is kept alive, even if it is in some stupid urban legend. You've never seen their ghostly apparitions, then? He stopped, turned back to look at her and nodded. I've seen things, but I don't talk about them. There is no point in adding fuel to the fire. This place would be inundated with teenagers doing even more stupid stuff in weather like this, causing us all problems we don't need. The lake is just over there. He pointed in the distance. Be careful. It creeps up on you, and after the first few feet it drops down deep, too deep. If any of them fell into it, I don't think they'd get out alive. The cold would take them soon enough. Morgan realized she could hear the lapping of the water once they'd stopped talking. She looked out onto the lake. It was barely visible, but what she could see of the water looked ethereal, with the white mist lingering over it. Then she saw something out of place that should not have been there. She shouted, "Someone is in the water!" Ben jumped at the panic in her voice. She began to kick off her boots, not caring about the danger she was about to put herself in. Ben reached out to stop her, but his fingers just missed the sleeve of her jacket. She ran towards the lake, shrugging off her jacket. "Morgan, don't!" His voice was deep, tainted with fear. She ignored him and ran into the water. "Hey, it's too dangerous. You can't see where the shoreline is, and it drops off after a couple of feet," Amos called after her. "You're going to get yourself in trouble." Her feet were already seeped in the icy water, and immediately her teeth began to chatter, it was so cold. But she could see the figure bobbing on top of the water just ahead of her. "Use your voices to guide me back in." Then she was wading out, and as the freezing water reached her hips, her feet suddenly had nothing below them, and she stumbled into the deepness that Amos had just warned about. She had no choice but to swim. The water numbed her entire body, but she carried on. Even though Ben was shouting her name, she had to focus if she didn't want to succumb to the blackness below her. She daren't even think about how deep it was below. She reached out to the person she'd seen from the shoreline, and grabbing hold of their coat, she began to drag them back to the shore. Ben's voice was calling to her. "Keep coming, you're not too far away. 20 feet. Follow my voice." Morgan's arms were practically frozen. Her body began to slow down, and she felt sluggish, as every stroke she made was getting harder. Her fingertips were numb, but she wouldn't let go of whoever this was. "Come on, lass, you're almost there." Amos's deep voice called out, and she heard splashing as someone came into the water. Strong, rough hands grabbed her, dragging not just her, but the body she was barely clutching hold of towards the shore. "Jesus, Brooks, what the fuck?" Mads's voice shouted into her ear, and she realized he had dragged her out, shocking her out of the almost frozen stupor. Then she was out, and Ben wrapped his jacket around her, hands around her shoulders, and was dragging her to the dilapidated wooden shack to get her out of the freezing air. Her legs could barely hold her weight, but he didn't give up and dragged her inside, stripping her wet clothes off her and bundling her into her own coat, then his. She felt something heavy drape across her legs and realized it was Shep. She nodded her thanks at the dog and closed her eyes. 5. Tori listened to the beeps from the machines in the busy A&E department, but she couldn't open her eyes. Couldn't get the images of the figure who had come striding out of the fog, dressed from head to foot in black, with a bat over their shoulder. She couldn't see the face, just their eyes. At first, she had thought it was the girl Dawson had almost run over. But who was this? Had he been chasing the girl? Is that why she'd run across the road? Or had Dawson been mistaken because she was sure it had been a man who'd attacked him? She squeezed her eyes hard and shook her head. No, this wasn't real, was it? But the sickening crunch as the guy had swung the bat at Dawson's head and cracked his skull echoed around her mind. Dawson had collapsed to his knees, and Scarlett had rushed towards him screaming. Tori had run the other way, the fear too great to help her friends. Another loud thwack, and Scarlett's screams had been cut off. Tori'd had no idea where to go or who was attacking her friends, but she had run through the mist, her lungs burning, her legs like jelly, looking for somewhere to hide. She had never felt fear like it, but had known if she didn't get away, whoever it was would come after her too. So she'd tried to keep the screams bottled inside, though she was breathing too heavy. She could run, but she'd never run for her life before, and somehow this had made her pick up her pace, until she'd found an old, overturned wooden boat and scrambled underneath it. Then remembering to phone the cops, only to find she had no signal. Pulling the boat over her, shaking with cold and fear, she'd clasped her hands together and begun to pray, silently mouthing the Lord's Prayer on repeat, the only prayer she knew. It had been drummed into her at primary school. A warm hand touched her forehead, and she jumped. Her eyes flew open, and she let out a high-pitched, keening sound. "It's okay. You're okay. I'm so sorry. You're safe now, in the hospital." Tori stared at the young doctor dressed in green scrubs and clamped her lips together. 2 nurses appeared behind the doctor. "I thought she was asleep," the doctor said to them apologetically, then turned to Tori. "I'm sorry, I thought you were sleeping. I was just checking your body temperature." Tori tried to move and realized she was under a silver blanket that crackled loudly. She looked like a turkey, wrapped in tin foil, ready for roasting. She could feel the heat soothing her bones. She looked at the doctor and burst into tears. This was real. Her friends were dead, and she hadn't done anything to help them. "There's another woman coming in with severe exposure, jumped into a lake to drag something out," one nurse whispered to the doctor, and Tori's head snapped in their direction. "Scarlett's okay?" The nurse shook her head. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. There is no news about your friends yet. This is a police officer who went into the lake too." The woman stopped talking, and Tori squeezed her eyelids together. She didn't want to know why the woman had gone into the lake, but she had a good idea, and the thought filled the back of her throat with bile. "Your dad is on the way. He said to let you know he's tried to get hold of your mum, but she's not picking up." Tori wasn't surprised one bit. She lived with her dad, as he was her responsible parent, and he was going to be so pissed with her when he found out what she'd been doing. Her mum, on the other hand, was a bit wild, to put it politely. She had taken off when Tori was 6 to travel around America and never come back, sending cards with $20 in for her birthday and a $50 for Christmas, which had been no use to her whatsoever. She had that money in an envelope in her top drawer. One day, when she could afford to fly out to the States, she would use the money to find her mum and tell her what a complete bitch she was and how much she hated her. Her dad had told her she was a dancer when they'd met, and he'd tried his best to change her. But Tori knew the truth. She was an exotic dancer, and always had been. It was good money and the reason her mum could afford to start a new life out there. Tori didn't care about the dancing. She cared that she was selfish and had left her behind when she needed her mum. Her poor dad had grieved as if the woman was dead, which she might as well have been. She had treated the pair of them so bad. She doubted the woman was going to rush all the way from Las Vegas to come see her because of this, and, to be honest, she didn't want her to. What she did want was to know that Dawson and Scarlett were okay, that this had all been some bad dream or hallucinations brought on by how cold and damp it had been up on that fell, and that she wasn't living out her worst nightmare. The reality was that whoever had done this to her friends was still out there. What if they came looking for her? What if they attacked some other teenagers stupid enough to go out there? 6. It was a teenage boy whom Morgan had gone into the lake to retrieve, his body cold and wet. His pale face illuminated in the torchlight, he looked as if he was asleep. Ben had to fight the urge to shake his shoulders to try to wake him up. The lake water had washed most of the blood away from his face, but the gaping wound to the side of his head that showed pieces of white bone fragments from his skull poking through made Ben, who had seen every unimaginable thing possible, feel queasy. As annoyed as he was with Morgan for risking her life to bring the boy in, he was also proud of her. She really was fearless, reckless, and everything he could never be. The fact that she didn't even pause to think of the dire consequences of her going into that icy cold water had humbled him. She was on her way to the hospital to get checked out. He had insisted this time. She hadn't argued, which was a little bit of a worry for him, as normally she'd refuse. But he could tell she was too cold, her lips blue, and chattering teeth had taken away her voice. Kane, who had pleaded with Ben to let him come back to work, arrived with Mark. Ben was worried about Kane on a friendship level, not just as his boss. He knew all too well the grief that he would carry around with him for the rest of his life. Angela hadn't died at her own hands. She had been killed, which didn't make it easier, just a little less to blame yourself for. Because wasn't that what we did when we lost someone we loved? Be doomed to spend the rest of our lives feeling guilty for something we could not control, but that your mind in those darkest hours tried to convince you otherwise. He'd been on a downward spiral after Cindy had died, and if Morgan hadn't come along, he thought that he too could be lying in a cold grave next to Cindy. Snapping himself out of it, he knew he needed to focus on the present. The shock of finding a body when they hadn't expected to wasn't lost on Ben. This left another missing teenager. The fog was lifting, but the far side of the lake wasn't clear yet. They were going to have to get search and rescue out here as soon as it lifted, and a dive team to search for the other body. Ben desperately hoped the girl had managed to run and hide like Tori. He cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled at the top of his voice, "Scarlett, it's the police! Are you out there?" His voice echoed around the side of the fell until it faded away. They had searched the area as best as they could, with the visibility being so poor. Amos had led him to the overturned boat, and then they had gone back to search every nook and cranny of the crumbling building that Tori had been found in. They were limited because of the fog. It was hampering the search, which Ben found frustrating beyond belief. But the scene was secured, and nobody was getting on or off this fell unless they were a part of the investigative team. "Boss." Kane's hand gently clenched his shoulder, making Ben start a little. He turned to face him. "It's cold out here. We've searched for the suspect and secured the scene the best that we can in this fog. Do you want to get inside, get a warm drink, go check on Morgan?" "I don't know." Kane smiled at him. "We need to set up a command center or something because it's far too cold and damp to be standing around in these conditions, Ben." "What about the caretaker? Will he let us use his kitchen or lounge, do you think?" Ben thought about it. "We need to search his house anyway. He could have the girl. I mean, he seemed okay and genuine, but I don't know where else she could be. If she was out here and alive, wouldn't she be screaming for our help?" "I don't know, boss. It's bad out here. Jesus, the poor lad. What happened? Did he fall and hit his head on rocks or something?" Kane was hovering over the body, blue nitrile gloves on his hands, his white crime scene suit rustling with every movement. Ben realized he should be suited up, but this had taken the most unexpected turn. It had gone from a missing persons case to murder. Well, in his opinion, it was murder. The forensic pathologist would be the one to confirm it, but somehow he thought that Declan would agree with him 100%. He had scoured the area around this side of the lake with a torch, looking for bloodied rocks, and found none. No pooling blood, no sign of an accident. The boy hadn't slipped and fallen, that much was clear. The question burning away in Ben's mind was who the hell had been out here at the same time as 3 teenagers on a ghost hunt in the middle of a lonely fell when the visibility was practically zero. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. The mist had cleared a lot compared to when they first arrived, thankfully, making it easier to search. But Ben couldn't shift the feeling of the hairs on the back of his neck, all standing on edge. He felt as if they were being watched. But by who? Amos had gone back to his cottage. Right now he was their star witness, along with Tori. But Ben knew it could change at any point, and he might become their suspect. Which would make him sad, as the guy was sound, and he didn't come across as a raging psychopath. but maybe he'd snapped when he'd heard the kids messing around where they shouldn't be. Things happened. He just hoped he could find Scarlett alive. It would be too devastating for everyone if she was already dead. 7. "It's open." Kane had hammered on the door. He shrugged at Ben. "He's expecting us." Pushing it open, they stepped inside, and the warm air wrapped itself around Ben's shoulders like a warm hug. The cottage walls needed a fresh coat of paint, and there were scuff marks all along where Shep had brushed his muddy flanks against it. There was a thick layer of dust along the small table, too. A lamp with a broken shade that barely lit the hallway enough for them to see was balanced on the edge, and Ben had an urge to push it on, but this wasn't his house. "In the kitchen, straight down." Amos's voice echoed down the passageway. Kane spoke in as hushed a tone as he could manage. "What if he's waiting for us with a ball-peen hammer?" Ben glared at him, but the thought now took up valuable space in his mind. He shook his head to clear it away. "Amos, it's Ben and Kane." "I know. I saw you heading this way and put the kettle on." He popped his head around the doorframe as Shep wandered out to greet them, gave them a sniff and lay down as if to say, "They're good." Ben leaned down to give him a pat on the head. He wasn't as much of a dog person as Morgan was. He wasn't a cat person either, really. But they'd had no choice in that matter after Des had been murdered. Someone had to look after his cat, Kevin, and Morgan had convinced him it was the right thing to do. Plus, cats were easy. They only required food and warmth. They didn't give a shit if you were home or not, as long as they had something to eat. He straightened up and followed Kane into the kitchen. It was much brighter and dust-free in here. Old-fashioned, yes, but homely, much to Ben's relief. Amos was putting mugs of coffee onto a well-worn pine table, along with a plate of custard creams, which made Kane's eyes light up. He was easily bought with a packet of biscuits. All his worries of being taken out by a hammer-wielding maniac banished in an instant. Then smiled at Amos. "Much appreciated, thank you." "Help yourself to milk and sugar. There's more biscuits in the cupboard. Any luck finding the other girl?" "Not yet. The mist is lifting a bit, but still not enough to give us a clear view of the area." "Well, you can take a look around the house when you're ready. The outhouses aren't padlocked. There's 2 stone sheds and a wooden log store." Ben nodded at him, feeling his cheeks get a little warm. "Thank you. It's procedure, that's all. We just have to tick it off our list." "I know. Wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't at least have a search of the nearest buildings." "I'm happy for you to do that. I have nothing to hide, and if you find her in one of them, I'll be as relieved, not to mention as surprised, as the pair of you." Kane pointed to the back door. "I'll take the outbuildings if you want to take the house, Ben." He walked out of the door, grabbing the torch Ben had placed on the table and 2 biscuits, cramming them both into his mouth at the same time, leaving Ben alone with Amos. And for a moment, he realized just how vulnerable he was if Amos wanted to attack him. "I'll wait down here. You can go take a look around. Only thing I'm mighty embarrassed about is the dust. I don't keep house like my old ma would like me to. It's not really something I bother about. I do the necessary and keep the kitchen clean, that's it. Not much point when I'm on my own all day and night." Ben stood up. "I do appreciate your cooperation, Amos. Really, it's very kind of you." The guy nodded. "No bother." Ben made his way upstairs, feeling a little too uncomfortable. But like he said, it had to be done. There were 4 wooden doors, all of them closed. He opened the first one to see a tiny bathroom with an old-fashioned clawfoot tub in the middle. It was clean, no blood, no pile of blood-stained clothes in the washing basket, no hairs or fibres in the sink. He shut the door behind him and opened the next. This one was a spare room, full of boxes and an ancient artificial silver Christmas tree, still adorned with tinsel and gaudy fuchsia and gold baubles stuffed into one corner. It was 70s kitsch at its best, and he would bet that Morgan would love it. He looked in the spaces under the bed and behind the boxes, but the only thing in here, like Amos had said, was the dust, and he sneezed 3 times to confirm it. The next room was so cold it made a chill run down his spine. There was a double bed, a commode next to it, along with a walking frame. It was all very floral, and the smell of disinfectant still lingered in the air. Whoever this room belonged to had been sick, old too, and had most likely died in here, which creeped him out more than he'd like to admit. The last room was clearly Amos's. There was a double bed, stacks of books filling the bookshelves, and in columns on the floor. It was warm in here at least, and cosy with the heat from the small wood-burning stove that was lit under the chimney breast. There was a huge dog bed on the floor next to the bed, and it smelled of dog and wood smoke. Then crossed to the antique triple wardrobe and opened each door, finding nothing inside but clothes and more books that had been shoved into the corners. The relief he hadn't found a girl, either dead or alive, and tied up was palpable, and he felt his shoulders relax. Closing the door softly, he went back downstairs. Amos nodded at him. "Just can't bring myself to clear out my ma's room. It's easier to keep the door closed and ignore it. I also can't bring myself to get rid of the books that are taking over the place. Reading has been my lifesaver since I left the army." Ben smiled at him. He'd struggled to remove Cindy's clothes and belongings after her death. "I know how that feels. It's a hard thing to face. Some people do it immediately after a loved one dies and rid the house of everything, and others, like you and I, well, we'd rather forget it happened. I suppose I thought I was keeping her alive by not clearing her stuff out." Amos was sitting opposite him. He picked up his mug that had yellow daffodils hand-painted around the sides and sipped at his tea. "You lost your ma, too?" Ben nodded. "A long time ago. It's my wife I struggled with the most." "Sorry to hear that. Life's tough at times, isn't it?" It was Ben's turn to nod. He sipped his coffee, which was strong, hot and sweet. "Amos, what do you think happened out there? The girl you found said her friends were attacked. Who would be out there in this weather? Who would want to attack them for no reason? Not just attack them, but in the case of the boy Morgan dragged out of the lake, kill them. Is there anyone around here you know of that is capable of doing something so terrible?" "I've been pondering that same question, Ben. I don't know anyone around here who would do something so heinous. I mean, how did they know those kids were going to be out here in the first place? Especially in this terrible weather. The mist was so bad I couldn't see my hand in front of my face and struggled to locate the girl. And I've been wandering around here day and night since I could walk. Maybe it's someone they know or told what their plans were, because as far as I know, my nearest neighbour is Mrs. Black, and she's a widow in her 70s who lives alone. She didn't do this, and I hope you realise that I didn't do it. I mean, I have no motive or inclination to do something so horrific. Don't get me wrong, I get angry with the kids who come up here causing mischief and giving me grief, but not angry enough to hurt or kill them. Worst I've done is threaten to set Shep loose on them, and to be fair, he has even less of an inclination to bite someone than I have to hurt them. I mean, he's older than me, tired too. The worst I've ever done when I've caught them snooping is to try to scare them away by shouting so they don't come back. All I ever wanted was an easy life, no trouble, no drama, and look where that's got me. Kane burst through the back door and shook his head at Ben. "All clear." Amos nodded. "Good. I was kind of scared you'd find something out there that I had nothing to do with and wouldn't have been able to explain." Kane sat down and picked up the mug of coffee, wrapping his huge hands around it. He took a mouthful, then asked Ben, "So, what next? Wait for Mountain Rescue to do their thing? I'm going to leave my door unlocked. You can help yourself to anything you need. All I ask is that you make sure Shep doesn't get out. I'll take him up with me, but he's nosy and may wander back down. He's too old to be out lost in this weather and roaming around on his own. Back in the day, he'd have been out there searching for the lass that's missing. He'd have found her too, but he's not too good at that anymore. Bit like me." "Thank you, Amos. That's very kind of you. And I promise you we won't let him out if we need to come inside for anything." Ben drained the last of the coffee and stood up, and he and Kane nodded at Amos and left him there, to go see if there was any news from Mountain Rescue. 8. Morgan was wrapped in a foil blanket and felt much warmer than she had when Mads had dragged her out of the lake. That still shocked her, though she was grateful beyond belief that he had, because she had been struggling and would have gone under if he hadn't. A nurse slipped through the curtains, holding a pair of blue scrubs. "Hey, Morgan, these aren't the prettiest, but they're better than nothing." She looked up and smiled to see a young teenage nurse who looked familiar. But surely she couldn't be. Was she even old enough to be working as a nurse? "Macy?" The girl laughed. "Yes," then threw her arms around Morgan, hugging her tightly, and Morgan squeezed her back. "What happened to you? You're all grown up." Macy's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she laughed. "I'm not that grown up. I'm on work experience. My mum got her act together and trained to be a nurse, so when I told her I had to find a 2-week placement, she arranged for me to work here." Macy, whose 11-year-old self had dark hair, was now a warm honey blonde, and her pale skin was a glowing bronze. She looked over her shoulder and whispered, "I hate it. I wanted to ask you if I could do my placement at the station, but my mum had a shit fit and said I wasn't allowed to go anywhere near there because of all the drama and the fact that a cop had been killing women." "Your mum is wise, Macy. It's not been a great place to work, although I would have loved to show you around. Maybe one day we could arrange that. I am so shocked to see you standing there in a pair of scrubs, though, and very proud." Macy's cheeks burned even redder. "Actually, I'm not surprised to see you in here, though. Same old Morgan, always putting everyone else's life before your own. I heard them talking about you before you came in. They said you were on your way and that you dragged a body out of a freezing lake." Morgan smiled at her. "It wasn't my finest moment. I almost drowned, and it was pretty stupid now I think about it, but someone had to do it." Macy squeezed her hand. "I'm so glad that you do. Although I would very much like it if you didn't get yourself killed before you've had time to teach me how to be like you. It's all I've ever wanted since that day I first met you." Morgan laughed. "Macy, please don't join the police. My heart couldn't take it." The girl rolled her eyes at Morgan. Before she could answer, the curtain opened and a nurse stepped through them. She better not. I keep telling her that it's not the job for her, and how wonderful nursing is. Morgan did a double take. Macy's mum looked so different, and she smiled at her. Macy, please go sit with the girl in cubicle 8. She's all on her own until her dad gets here, and you know what it's like to be in that kind of awful situation. The policeman sitting outside looks terrified she might talk to him. Go put him out of his misery. Macy nodded. See you later, Morgan. Thank you, Macy. It's so good to see you, even if I do feel like an old woman now. Macy's mum laughed. How old do you think I feel? Having a teenager is not good for my wrinkles. Morgan smiled at her. She's a good kid, though, right? She always was. The woman nodded. The best. I am so proud of her. She amazes me every day, and thanks to you, I am so grateful that I have her in my life to cause me to need regular Botox. I couldn't even imagine where I would be now if you hadn't found her. Her voice broke, and she coughed into her hand and blinked rapidly. Now, if we could just get her to train to be a nurse, nail tech, hairdresser, or something really useful to me and not dangerous to her, that would be wonderful. Morgan laughed. I hate to break this to you, but I think she might ignore your career's advice. She would make a brilliant detective, but I'm with you. I don't want her putting herself at risk. She really is too precious. Is the girl in cubicle 8 Tori? Macy nodded. Yes, bless her. It's so awful. She hasn't said anything except to ask if it was Scarlett who you dragged out of the water. I told her we didn't know anything yet. Morgan stood up, clutching the blankets around her, and pointed to the scrubs Macy had left on the bed. If it's okay with you, I'll get dressed and go speak to her. Do your thing, Morgan. You might be able to find out what happened out there. It sounds horrific. She left her to get dressed. At least she didn't feel so exposed anymore. Macy did good. They fit her just right, and her boots were on the hard, blue plastic chair. Despite having no socks, she tugged them onto her feet. Cubicle 8 was at the other side of the unit, and she walked past the doctor's station. A woman lifted her head and nodded at her, and Morgan smiled back. Then she was standing in front of Scotty, who was on his phone. He looked up and did a double take. Morgan, I thought you had a twin for a moment. She smiled at him. I look the part? Yep, you can take my blood pressure any day. Thanks. You're good? I'm good. A bit cold, but I'm okay. Have you spoken to Tori? He shook his head. Nope. Well, I said hi and told her I was outside, so she didn't have to worry about anything. But I figured you'd want to get her first account. To be honest, I didn't want to make her relive it twice. It sounds horrific. He was whispering now, thankfully. At one point, Morgan would have thought he was being his usual lazy self. But the more she got to know him, the more she realized that deep down he was a good copper and thoughtful too. Thank you. She opened the curtain and felt her heart ache for the teenage girl sitting in bed. Her eyes wide, skin pale, she looked terrified. Macy was sitting next to her, holding her hand. Hi, Tori. I'm Detective Morgan Brooks. Tori scrunched her eyes up, and her head tilted to the side slightly. Morgan realized it was the scrub she was wearing. Oh, I got wet and had to change. Macy very kindly lent me some dry clothes. Macy stood up. I'll leave you to it. Tori didn't let go of her hand. No, please stay. Macy looked at Morgan, who nodded. It's okay. You can stay. If you're okay with this, Macy. Macy nodded. I'm fine. Morgan knew that she was. She was made of tough stuff, and no matter how much her mum tried to dissuade her from joining the police, Macy would do it, and Morgan felt very proud of her for that. Well, Torry, Macy and I go back quite some time, and nobody understands what you are going through more than she does. Torry nodded. You were kidnapped. I know about that. I remember reading all about it when it happened. You were 11, the same age as I was then. My dad had a fit and wouldn't let me play outside for months. Macy nodded. It was horrible. I had gone to the shop when it was dark, and I wasn't supposed to leave the house. My mum was at work, and I fell over on the way home. All I'd wanted was a bar of chocolate because I was hungry. I never even got to eat the stupid bar of chocolate before I was dragged away by— Macy stopped speaking. The pain in her eyes made Morgan realize how difficult it was for her. Morgan smiled at Macy, trying to convey how she was so proud of her, then turned to Torry. Yes, she went through a very traumatic experience, but she's doing great now. It won't feel like things will ever be okay ever again for you at this moment, but Macy is proof that in time to come you'll be okay. Can you tell me what happened out there? Did your parents know where you were? Morgan perched on the side of her bed. She had no notebook, pen, or her electronic device that she hated using to take notes on, as she wanted to just listen to what Torry had to say, and then they would deal with the paperwork later. Torry shook her head. No, Scarlett said she was sleeping at mine, and I said I was at hers, but we were both at Dawson's. His parents don't mind and pretty much leave us all to do what we want. Someone attacked my friends. They came out of nowhere and hurt them. I ran away because I was scared, and I didn't want them to know what— Torry stopped and began to sob so hard that Morgan didn't have the heart to press her any further. But what didn't she want whoever was chasing her to know? That comment would stay inside of her mind until Torry could answer it. 9. Sandra was way behind this week. She had the tiny converted toilet block that was now a one-bedroom Airbnb at the bottom of her list to go clean. But there were no bookings until next month, so she had skipped it every day this week. It wasn't as if it would take her long to clean, although she was supposed to have checked the last renters had left the day they were due to check out. She hadn't got around to it because her mum had fallen and broken her hip, so she'd had to rush up to the hospital with her. Then, in between hospital visits, picking kids up from school and working her day job cleaning at the police station, everything had slipped. The CID office was empty, which meant she could hoover without disturbing anyone. She hated being in there when the coppers were working. Even though they were lovely and always chatted to her, she didn't want to be a bother to them, as they were always so busy. As she ran the hoover around, she did her utmost best not to glance up at the whiteboard on the wall. It always had the scariest, saddest pictures of murder victims blue-tacked to it, and sometimes they gave her nightmares. She had no idea how the detectives could go home and sleep at night after seeing the stuff they did. It was even scarier to think that one of them had been a serial killer. How did that work? How had he got into the job in the first place? She knew which desk had been his. It was the one that had been cleared of everything and had nothing but a computer sitting on it now. A shudder ran down her spine. He'd seemed so nice. Always said hello to her, had even offered her a coffee once when he was brewing up. Thankfully, she'd said no, preferring to be in and out of there as quickly as possible. How did a monster like that hide away from everyone? She turned around quickly, managing to whack her knee on the corner of a desk, and swore loudly, rubbing it. Flicking the duster around the mountains of paperwork on the desks, she emptied the bins and sprayed some air freshener around to make the place smell a little sweeter. It always smelled of coffee in here, which, depending upon the mood she was in, either made her feel sick or crave a milky latte. Today she really wanted a latte and decided to grab one on the way to go sort out the old toilets down on Rydal Road, in case the woman who owned them decided to do a spot check, and then she'd be in trouble. Although she doubted that would happen, as she lived in Spain, and her only contact with her was by email. Latte in hand, she walked out of the cafe and headed down towards Rydal Road. The council had decided to sell the public toilets, much to all the local residents' complaints. She didn't understand it herself. Why sell off toilets to make a bit of cash? It wasn't as if they had sold for hundreds of thousands of pounds. You would never tell from looking at it now that they had been the place where thousands of tourists had gone to relieve themselves. It was all wooden cladding and slate with big windows, and it was pretty with lots of potted shrubs and a pea gravel path. The blinds were still drawn, which made her wonder if she had fucked up. What if the last guests hadn't left and she'd let them stay here rent-free for almost a whole week? Fishing the key out of her jeans pocket, she hurried up the little path to the front door and let herself in. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Sandra called out as she hovered in the doorway. She looked at the shoes on the floor and coats hanging on the hook, her stomach sinking. She'd never had to throw anyone out before. What was she supposed to do now? "Hey, I'm coming in. It's the cleaner." Her voice fell flat as she walked into the tiny, open-plan living/kitchen area. There was a small table with a laptop, microphone, and notebooks next to it. Her stomach was in knots, and the latte she'd been sipping tasted sour in the back of her throat. The cheeky buggers hadn't left. They were still here, and she was going to be in so much trouble for not coming to check the day they were supposed to have checked out. There was nobody here right now, thankfully. The bedroom door was wide open, the bed covers were messed up, and there were clothes strewn over it. Just to be sure, she knocked on the shower room door before opening it. That was the same. Dirty towels on the floor. The shower was dry, but the glass screen was dirty, covered in soap scum and fingerprints. Sandra felt as if she was going to pass out. What the hell did she do now? If she contacted the owner, she would be in deep shit. She got her phone out and checked the app to see if there had been a last-minute booking. But if there had, wouldn't she be in trouble for leaving the place a mess? Whoever had rented it would have been in touch with Airbnb to complain about the state it was in. Which meant those two women who had booked it for 4 days hadn't left. That was the only explanation that made sense. This was all she needed on top of everything else. She took out her phone to ring the support line, but she knew that, ultimately, she was going to have to call the cops. Because if the guests weren't here, but their stuff was, where the hell were they? 10. Morgan had stayed with Tori until her dad arrived, explaining the situation to him. The poor guy had struggled with what he was hearing. He told her had no idea they had gone out onto the fell last night in such awful weather, because he'd have told her not to, and he'd had to swipe at his eyes several times. He kept looking from Morgan to his daughter, who was still in shock and not really reacting to anything she said. He'd hugged Tori and sat next to her, holding her hand, which Morgan took as a good sign. He wasn't going to lose his shit with her just yet, because the last thing the girl needed right now was someone yelling at her and making her feel even worse than she already did. "I don't understand it, Tori. Why would you go out there so late when it was such poor visibility without telling anyone? That was so dangerous. You're not like this. You're my good girl. Ever since your mum left, you are all that I have, and the thought of something terrible happening to you—" Her dad still had tight hold of his daughter's hand, but it began to tremble, and he was on the verge of tears. Tori sobbed. "It was just a bit of fun, that's all, Dad." A bit of fun that has left your two best friends' parents living the kind of hell that is every parent's worst nightmare. How will they ever get over this? Morgan felt so bad for the pair of them and hugged Tori and Macy before she signed herself out and left the hospital. Kane was waiting outside for her in a plain car. Tugging open the door, she got in and sighed as the aircon blasted warm air onto her face. "Ah, this is so good. You're okay then? I was surprised you agreed to go to the hospital, Morgan. You're as hard as nails." "Thanks. Is that some kind of compliment?" She laughed. "I went so I could speak to Tori before anyone else could." Kane looked at her. "Crafty. Nice one, Brooks. And what did she say?" "Not a lot, to be fair. She said they didn't tell anyone they were going there, and her dad was horrified to hear about it, although she couldn't speak for Scarlett or Dawson. But it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, so I kind of believed her. Unless we find anything out to disprove that. Whoever hurt them must have stumbled across them by accident. I'll give a full update at the briefing. Where's Ben?" "On his way to the station. He's been at the scene for hours." "And you?" "He made me leave to come check on you." Kane's face looked drawn, his eyes haunted by the trauma of losing his partner Angela in such a violent way by a guy they had both worked with, who was on their team, one of them. The betrayal was too much to bear when she really thought about it, so she tried not to think about Stan and his evil, ulterior motives. Morgan reached out and squeezed his shoulder. "How are you, Kane? I'm not sure coming back to work so soon and walking into the scene tonight was the best idea you've ever had." His eyes glistened in the glow of the lights outside of the accident and emergency entrance. "It's hard. I'm not going to lie or say that it isn't. And you're right. I could have done without tonight, but—" His voice broke and he coughed into his hand. "But I can't be at home in that house all day, every day, with nothing to do. I mean, it's Angela from the crystal doorknobs to the pink walls and kitchen cabinets. Even the bath mat is pink, and it hurts deep inside of here." He thumped his hand against his heart several times. "I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know how much longer I can stay there, if I'm honest. I keep asking myself why she didn't feel as if she could tell me about having a son who was taken away from her. It wouldn't have made any difference to how I felt about her. I could have helped her. I would never have let her go meet him on her own like that unless I knew he was okay." Morgan squeezed his hand and kept hold of it. "It's a beautiful home, but yes, it is very Angela and very pink. As for her reasons for not telling you, maybe she was too embarrassed, or waiting to see how he reacted to finding out she was his mum. I don't think for 1 minute she was being devious about it. She wasn't like that. I think she would have been planning to tell you. Unfortunately for her, the son she longed to meet was a cold, calculating bastard." He squeezed her fingers tight. "Could you stay with Amy for a bit? I bet she would love to have some company and help with the baby. That could keep your mind off things for a little while." "I don't want to impose. She might think I'm throwing her out if I turn up with my suitcase." "I don't think she would. If not, you're welcome to stay with me and Ben. He has a spare room. Well, technically he does. Kevin has kind of moved into it, but he's okay." "Kevin?" He arched one eyebrow at her. "Deza's cat." Kane laughed. God, I forgot about him. I thought you'd moved some bloke in called Kevin, which would not surprise me at all. Thanks, Morgan. That's very kind of you. But I don't know if I could live with my boss and his crazy partner either. Crazy? Me? Kane shrugged. I don't mean that in a bad way. You're crazy in a good way. And I appreciate the offer, I really do. But it would be a bit too weird. Well then, even more reason to speak to Amy. I can ask her for you. Or what if you swapped houses for a bit? She could live in Angela's and you go back home where she is now. That would work, maybe. Maybe. But could I expect her to move all her stuff out to do that? It's a lot of messing around with a baby, and she's also grieving too, even though she won't admit it. But I know she loved Jack, and the way it all ended was so horrible for her. Which is why the pair of you should house share for a couple of months until you're ready to decide what you want to do with Angela's house. I mean, the pair of you would be able to help each other. I think she's lonely and a bit down. Every time I talk to her, she looks a little bit lost. Having to look after you would cheer her up. Christ, you make me sound like I'm some gawky kid who needs mothering. Morgan laughed. All men need mothering to some degree, and don't tell me you wouldn't enjoy being around Ava Rose. She would love it. She adores you. It just makes perfect sense, that's all. At least think about it. He nodded. I will. I take it you're going to go home to get changed? Although you look kind of cute in those scrubs. Don't tell Benno I said that. I mean that in a mate's kind of way, not any other. I do. Thank you. She winked at him. I'm no grass, unlike someone I could mention. I don't grass. I just occasionally tell Ben stuff because you scare the shit out of me at times, and I think someone has to reel you in so you don't get yourself killed, although you still go and do stupid stuff regardless. That was reckless, going into that water tonight, Morgan. Brave, but utterly stupid. The visibility was so poor you could have gone under, and nobody would have found you. Mads did. Yeah, lucky for you, he did. He gave everyone a heart attack. I never knew he had it in him. It was a relief, not to mention a surprise, when he unzipped his body armor and kicked off his boots. You really must take better care of yourself, though. I mean that as one of your best friends. I worry about you more than I worry about anyone else. Mainly because I don't know anyone who is as crazy as you. But, you know. She let go of his hand to punch him in the bicep. Ouch! Police brutality. You deserved that. Take me home, Kane, I'm frozen. I want to put at least 5 layers of clothes on. Can you wait for me to get dressed? Then I'll go to the station with you. Of course. Thank you. I appreciate that you care so much. Even if you do insult me more than anyone else, I know. Kane's laughter made her smile, and her heart ached for her friend. She would maybe mention how he was feeling to Amy, and see if Amy could suggest anything to help. He hadn't deserved this. To lose Angela when they were so happy was the cruelest blow that life could have given him, but she was determined to help him through his grief the best that she could. Morgan stared out of the window, her mind replaying what Tori hadn't been able to finish saying before she got too upset. What hadn't she wanted the killer to know? What was she hiding from her? Had the two girls not been as friendly as Tori had made out? Was there some kind of rivalry going on? Morgan knew all too well the complications that teenage friendships could hide underneath the skin. She heard Scotty's voice over the radio, saying that Tori was being released and going home with her dad. Morgan said to Kane, "We should go speak to her now, before she goes to bed." She might talk a little more freely, now she's not in the hospital and has her dad with her. Kane nodded. Whatever you think. Morgan gave him the address and hoped that Tori and her dad got there before they did. 11. Morgan felt awful that she had to go and speak to Tori again so soon, but she needed to know more. Plus, without Tori's dad being present, it hadn't been a proper statement, just a first account. She got out of the car and locked it. The family lived in a bungalow which surprised Morgan. She imagined them living in a trendy new build. As she approached, she heard a dog barking and scrabbling furiously at the front door. It was mainly glass, and she felt relieved to see a small dog and not some huge Rottweiler. She didn't need to knock. The door opened, and Tori's dad was standing there in a pair of red tartan lounge pants and a faded Aerosmith band t-shirt. He had obviously got changed the moment he walked in the door. The dog had been scooped up in one arm and was still barking. "Hi, I'm sorry to disturb you. I knew you'd have to come back at some point. I didn't think it would be so soon, though. There is no getting away with it. Have you found Scarlett yet?" "Shut up, Treacle," he growled at the dog. She shook her head. "Unfortunately not. How is Tori? Is she okay to give me a statement now she's home in a familiar environment, do you think?" "She's in her room. Went straight up there when we got home. I've taken her favourite tomato soup and toasted cheese sandwiches up, but she's barely touched them. It might do her good to talk about it with you, because she told me to get out." Morgan felt bad for him. It must be difficult not knowing what to do or say, and teenage girls could be hard work at the best of times. "You know, it's at times like this I wish her mum was here, instead of living the high life in Las Vegas. But I suppose I should be grateful that she didn't take her with her and leave me alone. That would have killed me. Come inside, it's freezing out here." Morgan walked in and was surprised. The bungalow had been extended and was a huge, open-plan, living dining room and kitchen, all tastefully decorated in muted tones of taupe and cream. "Wow, this is like the TARDIS. It looked tiny from the outside. You have a beautiful home, Mr. Mather." His cheeks flushed pink. "Thanks. I tried to make it as good as I could. I didn't want Tori living somewhere she was embarrassed to bring her friends, always trying to overcompensate for the fact that her mum left her." She felt bad for him and smiled. "Well, you're doing a great job." "Not that great. She thought it was okay to lie to me about where she was sleeping and then go running around in the middle of the night with her friends and not tell me where she was going." Kids, well, teenagers, don't see the world like we do. They have no idea of the evil that stalks it. Being an adult is the opposite. All we see is danger and worry in every mundane thing. I miss the innocence of being 16 and carefree. He smiled at her. "Thanks. You're right. Me too. I never expected my life to turn out the way it did. I was never getting married or having kids. Then before I knew it, I was a single dad with a 16-year-old daughter who listens to no one. Bet you wish you hadn't had me." Tori was standing at an open bedroom door, and Morgan felt bad. How long had she been listening to their conversation? "Hey, how are you doing, Tori?" She shrugged and walked to the sofa, flopping onto it and tucking her legs underneath her. She was a much better colour than she'd been in hospital, and had a pale pink, fluffy dressing gown on. "Have you found Scarlett?" "Not yet, but we will." Tori nodded. "Alive?" "I hope so." Tori rolled her eyes. Just like Scarlett to cause even more drama than there already is. Morgan sat near to Tori, her interest well and truly piqued at that statement. Maybe things weren't as happy between them as she'd initially thought. Does she usually cause drama? Tori shrugged. Sometimes. She was all over Dawson in the car when he was driving. It's her fault that he didn't see the girl that ran across the road. If she hadn't been flirting with him, he wouldn't have almost run her over. Then we wouldn't have gone out searching for her to see if she was hurt, and Dawson wouldn't be— Her voice caught in the back of her throat, and Morgan reached out, gently clasping hold of her fingers, holding her hand. It's nobody's fault. Scarlett didn't know that was going to happen, neither did Dawson. Did you find the girl? Tori shook her head. No sign of her. But it was so misty, we couldn't even see each other properly. It was so stupid being out there like that. Are you sure it was a girl? What makes you think it was? I don't know. I didn't see her. It's just what Dawson shouted out. Did Scarlett see her? I don't think so. Did Dawson say what she looked like? Just that she was really tall, thin, and dressed in grey. Why did you decide to get out of the car if the weather was so awful? I'm sorry to ask you, Tori, but I need to get a clear picture of what happened before Dawson was attacked, so I can try and make sense of it. She shrugged. Because we were idiots, that's why. Could it have been someone running away and trying to escape from the person who killed Dawson, do you think? Could it have been another victim? Tori was shaking her head. If she was, wouldn't she have tried to get into the car and ask for help? I mean, if Dawson almost took her out, she would have been relieved to see us. She could have got into the car, and we could have locked the doors and got the fuck out of there. Tori glanced at her dad, then back at Morgan, then continued. Why would she have carried on running into the fields and towards that lake? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't, although sometimes when people are scared, they can act out of character, and the fear makes their thoughts cloudy. We can do stuff we wouldn't normally dream of. Maybe she didn't know who you were and thought that whoever was chasing her was in the car. Maybe, but... But? Asked Morgan. Well, there was no sign of her, and we called out a couple of times when we got onto the grounds of the summer camp. Surely she'd have known we weren't the person chasing her. It's supposed to be haunted. What if Dawson saw a ghost and not a person? What if all of this happened because some ghost was going about their business and we interrupted them? She was holding Morgan's gaze so intensely that Morgan wanted to look away. She couldn't. She stared back at her and nodded. Maybe it was. You believe in ghosts? Tori scoffed. I believe that there are things out there we can't explain. So yes, why not? Tori's dad was shaking his head. All of this happened because you saw a ghost. Christ, are you for real? Just admit it, Tori. What happened? Did you lose your shit with Scarlett over Dawson finally, and have an argument that resulted in Dawson nearly crashing the car, and then you all got out and stormed off in separate directions? Because that I find easier to believe than the ghost of some long-dead grey woman running across the road. Morgan's mouth was dropping open at this revelation, and she had to snap it shut. For God's sake, Dad, no it wasn't. I mean, I was annoyed with her, but it didn't cause Dawson to slam his brakes on. She almost broke her nose and was pissed off with him after that. He shrugged, and his gaze met Morgan's. You didn't mention this before, Morgan asked, her voice soft. I was frozen almost to death. I heard my friend get his head smashed in, and I ran to save my own life. I feel so bad I left him that I didn't want to think about it. You did what you had to do, Tori. If you'd gone to help Dawson, you would be dead too. Don't beat yourself up at running away. It was the right thing to do. It wasn't your job to stop whoever this was. Was it? Tori was crying silent tears, and there was no mistaking the hurt in her eyes and the look of betrayal on her face. Scarlett is dead. She would have been screaming so loud you'd have heard her from here if she wasn't. And a part of me feels glad that she is, because if it hadn't been for her, me and Dawson would have been a thing. But she was always there, interfering, and I'm a horrible person for feeling that way, so maybe you should lock me up. How do you know I didn't kill them both? Morgan was shocked by Tori's outburst, but not fazed by it. She took hold of her hand and studied it closely. Whoever killed Dawson would have been covered in blood spatter. Their hands would have been bloody, their clothes too. When Amos found you, you were frozen and scared to death. You didn't kill your friends. Tori began to cry. No, but I may as well have. I wished Scarlett would leave us alone forever. She knew how I felt about Dawson, and she would flirt with him on purpose to make me mad. She was flirting with him that night, and I was so upset with her. And now look at what's happened. It's my fault. 12. Ben was mid-briefing when Morgan and Kane walked into the blue room. She looked at the dark purple circles under his eyes. They looked bruised, and she realized that it was exhaustion. Nobody had hit him much, to her relief. She didn't have it in her to have to go and fight someone right now, but she would if she had to. His head inclined slightly in her direction, and she gave him a curt nod to tell him she was fine. Thanks for joining us, Morgan. Kane, appreciate you collecting her from A&E. She felt relieved he didn't ask her if she was supposed to be here, and carried on pointing at the blown-up photograph of the head injuries on the boy she'd pulled out of the water. Morgan's stomach churned at the close-up bloody mess of Dawson's skull. If they'd have found him earlier, would it have made the difference? Could they have saved his life? The pathologist agrees with my theory that the injuries were not accidental. Declan couldn't say anything else about it, except that death could have been by drowning. There was a driving license in his pocket that matches the name Dawson Turner. He has yet to be identified by his parents, which is very sad and not very nice for them. It's not the kind of news you expect to hear, is it, on a mundane Sunday evening? Obviously, we won't know for sure until the post-mortem what the confirmed cause of death was. But whatever his conclusions are, there is no doubt in my mind that this was intentional, and we are treating it as suspicious. Morgan's hand shot up. Ben smiled at her. Did you find Scarlett? No, unfortunately we didn't locate her. The underwater search and rescue team is going to check the lake as soon as the weather permits. I spoke to Tori and got her first account at the hospital, and we've just been to her house and got a full statement from her. You did? Brilliant. What did she say? That all three of them decided on the spur of the moment to go ghost hunting. They never posted anything about it on their social media accounts. They never told another person their plans. Tori said they were in Dawson's house talking about starting a podcast, and he suggested they go up there to get some footage of the area. The girls agreed, thinking it would be fun. Both girls are 16, and Dawson, as you know by his ID, is 17. Both girls told their parents they were sleeping at each other's houses, according to Tori. She said they had no idea how bad the weather was until they got up onto the fell, and then they were surrounded by the mist. We all know too well how the Lake District has its own weather pattern. I mean, we've all been caught out at some point. Ben was nodding. Tori said as they neared the entrance to the camp, Dawson slammed his brakes on and claimed that he almost hit a person crossing the road. The visibility was poor, the mist was so thick they couldn't really see anything, and she'd told him it was a bad idea to be out there in this weather. It was too dangerous, she said. She wanted him to forget it. Ben sighed. Why did they not turn around and go home? None of this would have happened. Mark leaned forward. Did she think it might be the caretaker? I mean, it stands to reason that he's the only other person with a legitimate reason to be out there at that time of night when the weather was bad. Morgan shrugged. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, and we all know too well how the stupidest of ideas when you're a teenager seem like the best. To answer your question, boss, Tori didn't see her, but Dawson thought it was a girl who had run across the road, not some older guy with a limp. So if Tori is being truthful about not telling anyone where they were going, whoever did this must have stumbled across them. It's not premeditated. It was unfortunate for them that the killer was also out there. Why would someone be out on the fells when they couldn't see their hand in front of their face? Why would they kill Dawson? And is this figure in the mist the killer or another victim? This gives me all the Friday the 13th vibes. Have we got our own Jason Voorhees out there, stalking teenagers who go to that abandoned summer camp? Kane's face was serious, and Morgan realized he wasn't being sarcastic. That thought put the fear of God into her. Where was Scarlett? The thought that he might have abducted her and taken her with him made her stomach churn. Oh God, what if he took Scarlett with him and she's still alive? We haven't found a trace of her, only Dawson's body. Then held up his hands, palms facing them. Stop it. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Thanks for that, Kane. Very reassuring to consider that theory. Kane shrugged. Glad to be of service. Morgan looked around the room. Why are we here? We need to get back out there. We are, as soon as possible. We need to just take a moment here, guys, to think about our next steps. The only key witness we have is the caretaker, Amos Watson. He heard Tori scream and went out to search with his dog. Kane, can you check to see if we have any newly released sex offenders in the area, or any that may have moved here? Might as well get that ticked off straight away. There are no neighbours nearby, but someone could have been squatting in the abandoned grounds. Kane nodded. Let's get Watson brought in for a video interview, Ben. If he's all we have, let's do it officially, and to be honest with you, he is my prime suspect at the moment. Mark was pacing up and down, putting everyone on edge, and Morgan was desperate to tell him to sit down. Boss, we will do that. Kane and I searched his house and outbuildings in the early hours. We found nothing of interest. Personally, I don't think he had anything to do with this. But, yes, we'll interview him again, here at the station. Morgan, to answer your question, I am more concerned that Scarlett is in the water. And I think we need to consider that is a huge possibility, or out there somewhere. If she ran and hid like Tori, then she could be. The dog handler is on their way with the search dogs. Mountain Rescue has their search dogs out, but right now we can't do a lot until the weather clears enough for it to be safe to have my team out on the side of that fell. Morgan, you already put yourself at risk. Let's not have a repeat of that. Mark paused. Did the caretaker say if he had CCTV? Because if he's fed up of teenagers trespassing, wouldn't he have cameras? I mean, you can get those trail cams that are ideal for that kind of terrain. He never mentioned there were any. We didn't see any. But to be fair, we didn't see an awful lot because of the mist. Put that down as a priority. His only neighbour is an elderly woman, but again, it's on the list to check. Morgan, do you want to pay her a visit and see if she has anything to say? She might have heard something. Scarlett's screams could have carried down the fell to where she is. Morgan nodded. Yes, I'll go there after this. Has anyone spoken to Scarlett's parents? Mads sent Amber and her student officer to inform them she's missing. Obviously, Kaz is with Dawson's family. They're sending an FLO from Barrow to liaise with Scarlett's family. Kane rolled his eyes at Morgan, and she knew exactly what he meant. Of all the officers, why did it have to be Amber who had the worst people skills out of anyone she had ever met? Before any of you judge that decision, I need you to be aware that I would have preferred Morgan or Kane to go and deal with such a delicate situation, but you were both otherwise engaged. Plus, I think the news is better coming from a uniformed officer. For now, let's concentrate on motive as to why this has happened, and also bringing Scarlett home. I'm going with the theory that she is still alive, possibly injured, hypothermic but breathing. When Cassie gets there with the search dogs, I'll go back out. I guess Task Force can't go out and search until the weather permits. Morgan's skin felt as if it was crawling, and she shivered. She didn't think the girl was in the water. They needed to find her, and fast. Not be here sitting around a table wasting time. 13. Everyone left the blue room except for Morgan. She needed a moment to process everything, and a bit of space if she was honest. The urge to dive headfirst and go straight back out to help search was like a burning torch inside of her chest. But she knew Ben would have said no. That was why he was sending her to speak to the neighbour. It meant she was in the area, though, which was good. As soon as she'd spoken to her, she would be straight back out searching, whether Ben wanted her to or not. She was looking at the area on Google Maps when her phone began to vibrate. She smiled at the picture of her Aunt Etty that filled her screen. "Hey, how are you, Etty?" "Morgan, darling, I'm good. More importantly, how are you?" I woke up and had this awful fizzing sensation in my chest, as if I was underwater. And the only person I know who would get into that situation is me. Morgan laughed, but it was gentle. I got into a bit of bother earlier, searching the grounds of the old summer camp up at Buttermere Fell. I knew it. What kind of bother? Morgan didn't really want to tell her aunt the details. It was too horrific. But she knew stuff anyway, and would find out on the news soon enough. I went into the lake to pull a body out. Dear God, and you almost drowned? Maybe. It's a bit of a blur. A colleague dragged me out before I did, so I'm good. There was a slight pause. Morgan, I love you dearly, but you literally have a walking death wish. You need to deal with it, and maybe start putting yourself first before others. And before you argue with your old aunt, I know you are the most selfless person in the world. But you have people that love you more than anything and would be devastated by the Morgan-shaped hole that would be left behind if one of these days you weren't lucky enough to have a colleague willing to wade into an icy cold lake to help you out. Etty was right, and Morgan knew this. I know, I'm sorry. I promised to try to do better. Try? This time she did laugh. Yes, I will try my best not to do stupid stuff. Well then, I suppose that's as good as I'm going to get. Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, why were you up there? You know it's a bad place, right? It's shrouded in darkness and misery, not to mention haunted. Morgan had been slumped in the chair, and she sat up straight. For real? For real? I wouldn't joke about anything so serious. I don't know why Amos hasn't razed those buildings to the ground and had it blessed. I think the guy likes living in all those shadows of the past. I suppose it keeps people away. You know the caretaker? I have known Amos for years. I went to school with his mum. She was a good woman. She hated the place, but for some reason, the Watson family are tied to it and have been for generations. Talk about generational curses, that land is 100% cursed. There are tales of a tall, thin, grey man who only appears when the fell is covered in thick fog. Whoa, that's a lot. Do some research, Morgan. It will keep you out of trouble for a little while, and inside where I know you're safe. Oh, can't you just tell me, please? I've told you what I know to a certain degree. It's been years since I've thought about it. I can't remember it now. Morgan scrunched her eyebrows together. Her aunt was being coy with her, and more than a little sneaky. But she wasn't mad with her. She cared about Morgan, and she understood her reluctance to tell her what she needed to know, even if it would be better for the investigation and save her time. I suppose if you happened to pay me a long overdue visit, I could maybe remember a little better over tea and cake. Etty! Just saying. Anyway, how did the body get into the water? I suppose the poor soul got lost in the mist and fell in. It's looking like a murder case, but this is between you and me. Murder? Who was out on that fell last night in that weather? Tell me you haven't arrested Amos. I would be genuinely shocked if he did something like that. The guy has his problems, but murder? I can't see him stooping to that. He isn't a suspect at the minute, but he literally is the only person who we are aware of that was in the area when it happened, so time will tell. It depends on the evidence we have. It hit Morgan. What if Scarlett did it? That could explain why she's missing. Tori said Scarlett was with Dawson and she was behind them. She heard Scarlett screaming, so she ran. But what if Scarlett was doing that to cover her tracks and then ran away? Morgan stood up. Gotta go, sorry, Etty. I'll see if I can get to you, hopefully sometime today, if not tomorrow for sure. I love you. I love you more, Morgan. Remember what I said. You're too precious to put yourself in danger. Etty ended the call, and Morgan felt a warm rush of love for her aunt, her sneaky, clever, wonderful aunt, and hurried out of the blue room to go and find Ben. 14. Ben had already left. The office was empty. The lingering smell of lemon furniture polish, combined with Kane's aftershave, were the only things left to suggest anyone had ever been there. Morgan grabbed the last set of keys off the whiteboard and hurried outside to the car park, hoping to catch Ben, but he was long gone. She rang him. Morgan? Where did you go so fast? On our way to the scene. Without me? You could have dropped me off at the neighbour's. Sorry, not thinking straight. I'm tired and my head is a shed. Should I get Kane to turn around and come back for you? It's okay, I'm good. Listen, I had a thought. Kane groaned loudly, and she realised she was on loudspeaker. Go on. What if Scarlett did this? What if she killed Dawson in a fit of rage, or jealousy, or whatever teenage angst there was going on, and ran? There was clearly some rivalry between Tori and Scarlett for Dawson's attention. What if it all came to a head out there, and she lost it? She could hear Ben breathing. Finally he answered. I suppose she could have. Where did she go, though? If they were in Dawson's car, How did she manage to get off that fell in that awful weather? I'm not saying it's a foolproof theory. I'm just saying that we should consider the friends as suspects too. Maybe she did this and ran away. Maybe got herself in a bit of trouble out there, and that's why we can't find her. It's worth thinking about, just in case. It is, thanks. I'll bear it in mind. Are you sure you don't need us to come get you? She hung up. They had no intention of turning back for her. She knew Ben was doing his best to keep her away from the scene. Well, screw him and Kane. She'd go speak to the neighbour, then drive herself there. She thought about Etty, what she had said about the darkness of the land that the summer camp had been built on. Etty lived in the opposite direction, but there was no way an elderly woman who lived at least a mile away from the scene heard or saw anything last night. If she had, she would have rung the police. She made up her mind to visit Etty first, then go speak to the neighbour. Etty could have some valuable information about Amos and the area that they needed to take into account. There was something she had been holding back. The mist had finally cleared as the harsh winter sun had burned through it, and despite how cold it was a beautiful morning. Covilwood car park was empty, except for Etty's small white van that she used to take her teas and potions to the farmers' markets in Kendal and Keswick. Morgan spied Max, Etty's pet raven, perched on a low branch of the tree next to the van, and she smiled. Careful not to slam the car door shut and scare him, she saluted him. "Good morning, Max. How are you?" The bird's shiny black eyes seemed to look her up and down before it gave her a curt nod. Then he took off, leading the way through the forest. Although Morgan knew the shortcut now, it was nice to have him for company. He flew slower than normal, but still faster than she could keep up with, stopping off on various branches to give her chance to catch up. Her cheeks were flushed with the exertion of trying to keep pace with a bird, and she was no longer bone-chillingly cold. It felt good. Not good enough to make her want to take up a new exercise regime, though, because she was too lazy for that. But it was nice to feel the heat radiating through her body again. Before she knew it, Etty's tiny stone cottage was in sight. Her purple front door and gate to her beautiful, carefully curated herb garden, letting everyone know who passed she was a witch. Morgan supposed it was the witchy equivalent of a gay pride flag. Etty was loud and proud about her heritage and way of life, and she couldn't love that more. Max was watching her from atop the purple gate, as if to say, "Finally," and she grinned at him. "Hey, you're better than any personal trainer. Thank you for the company." He began to chatter before taking off once more and soaring high above the trees this time. Etty's front door opened, and Morgan rushed through the gate and up the path to scoop her beautiful aunt into her arms and hug her tight, forgetting about the stresses of the morning, if just for a moment. 15. Last night, Ben hadn't realized just how vast the area was. He could barely see his fingers waving in front of his face. Now the gate was wide open, and the van belonging to the underwater search and rescue team was parked up and blocking it. Hats off to whoever had driven that up the steep, winding road to get this far. He wouldn't have wanted to do that. As a crime scene, the summer camp was a logistical nightmare. They were faced not just with the urgency to find the missing girl, but the expansive area. Everywhere had been trampled in search for Scarlett and for Dawson's killer, so there was little to no chance of forensics even now the fog had lifted. He could make out Wendy and Joe near to the lake where Morgan had dragged out Dawson's body. Poor Wendy would be beside herself at the way everywhere had been contaminated. There were positives. At least they knew who Dawson was. He'd been there when bodies had been pulled out of lakes and bodies of water with no identification on them and not much chance of identifying them because of the decomposition. It could take some time if they had to wait for dental records, because that meant finding the dentist if the victims were even registered with one. The state of the NHS dental waiting lists was awful, and many people went years without seeing a dentist. But he was getting ahead of himself. They had an ID, and as heartbreaking as it was for Dawson's family, who had carried this out with great dignity and strength, at least they knew it was him. They didn't have to wait weeks or months for that tragic news to be confirmed, unlike some families. Kane was chatting to Mac, the dive team sergeant, and Ben was about to join them when, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure hovering near to the decrepit wooden building that both Tori and Morgan had been taken to last night. He headed towards Amos instead. Amos waved one hand in the air. Shep was lying on the front steps of the building. He raised his head, then rested it back on his front paws. "Hey, how are you doing?" "Not too good, Ben. I feel like a spare part. I've walked poor Shep here everywhere, except for by the lake where you're all working, and he hasn't picked up on any scent of the missing girl." "So, you don't think she left the area?" "I can't say for sure, but in my honest opinion, no. I think when your divers get into that lake, they'll find her body, which is a terrible shame." "Amos, I hate to have to do this, but—" Amos held up one hand. "I know you do. You need to take me to the station for an interview. Son, I would be more surprised if you didn't do that. Like I said last night, I have nothing to hide or be worried about, so I'm good whenever you're ready for me. As long as you let me get Shep here fed and settled, he'll be good for a few hours while we're busy." "Thank you, Amos. I appreciate your cooperation. And of course, you go get him sorted out and come back when you're ready. My colleague, Kane, will take you to the station and get your written statement down." Ben stepped through the door of the building that was badly leaning to one side. "Why haven't you pulled this down? It looks as if it's ready to collapse." "Got to give those no-good kids something to look at for their efforts when they make it up here in one piece. It looks scary as shit, and I would kind of feel bad if I razed it to the ground. Don't get me wrong, it's probably going to fall down itself anyway one of these days if there's a bad storm. It's been up over 140 years, give or take. I guess I also kind of feel pretty attached to it. This is my legacy. I know it's a rubbish one with all the hassle, but I don't know how the ghosts would feel if I tore down the last building that tied them to this area. Where would they go? Wander the fells like lost souls. I suppose they're already lost souls, but I feel obliged to keep it there for their sake." This was not the answer Ben had expected, and he wondered if maybe Amos wasn't quite as sane as he'd thought. The guy laughed and tapped the side of his head with one bony finger. "I know, I sound crazy, right? But when you live in this kind of remote place with only a dog and the spirits for company, you would feel the same." He turned and walked away, leaving Ben staring after him. Poor Shep struggled to get to his feet, but he did and hobbled down the steps after Amos. Then wondered what the hell they were dealing with here. 16. Morgan relished the warmth from the teacup she cradled in her hands, combined with the heat from the log-burning stove. It was so wonderful, she didn't know if she would be able to move from this sofa when it was time to leave. Etty's eyes sparkled in the warmth of the candlelight, and Morgan wondered why she had left, if so long, to visit the only woman she had left in her life that was tied to her by blood. "You're busy, I get that, Morgan. I just miss seeing your beautiful face." "How did you know I was thinking that?" "You were staring at me a little bit too intensely, with regret in those green eyes that doesn't belong there. I have never met anyone as selfless as you, and if I'm honest, I've been a little bit busy myself and should have made more of an effort." "You have? What have you been doing, Etty? I love hearing what you've been up to." Her aunt's cheeks flushed a deep red. "Well, I am a bit embarrassed to say this, but his name is Ernest, Ernie for short, although if you ask me, it's just the same length, and Ernest sounds so much nicer." Morgan was grinning so hard her cheeks were aching. "You have a guy? Why did I not know this? Where did you meet him? What are his prospects?" Etty had just taken a delicate sip of her tea, and she coughed, spluttered, and then sent it spraying in Morgan's direction as she snorted loudly and giggled. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so clumsy." She passed Morgan some tissues that she pulled out of the box next to her. Morgan blotted the front of her face and blouse, still grinning. "I'm so happy for you, Etty." "Well, thank you. And between you and me, he has very good prospects, very wealthy. But I am obviously not interested in that side of things. The richest people in the world are usually the meanest. The guy takes me out on dates, romantic walks. He can cook, too." "Sounds perfect. When's the wedding?" Etty reached over and gently slapped Morgan's arm. "Cheeky. I might ask the same of you. Please don't tell me that you and Ben have still not got your act together and agreed to love each other until death us do part." "Actually, Ben's been freaking out about that. Declan was mad at him for not proposing to me in New York, but to be fair to Ben, I didn't expect him to anyway. I was so excited to be going to one of my bucket list destinations. Getting engaged wasn't even on my agenda. I've been thinking about asking him to marry me, though. What do you think?" "I think you would be a fool not to. Ben is understandably worried you'll say no. I think he doesn't want to scare you away either. Would you have said yes if he'd asked?" Morgan nodded. "In a heartbeat. I love him more than I ever knew it was possible to love someone. Well, most of the time. He's been annoying me at work lately." She smiled, and Etty did too. But no relationship is ever 100% perfect. That, my girl, is perfectly normal. I couldn't work with the man I lived with, and the fact that you and Ben still make a great team when you're in each other's hair all the time is a testament to how much you do love each other. You should ask him under a full moon, when she is round and complete in the sky. It will make for a happy marriage, signaling that the two of you are as whole and complete with each other." "Thanks. I'll think about that, Etty." "Oh, you threw me. Are you purposely trying to distract me from the reason I'm here?" "Would I do that to you?" Morgan laughed. "I need to know all about the old summer camp on Buttermere Fell." Etty looked dejected. "Please, it's very important, or at least it could be." "I know. I'm sorry for being so secretive. Do you know the full history of the place?" Morgan shook her head. "I heard the ghost stories when I was a kid at school, but until last night hadn't had cause to pay them much heed." Etty sipped some more of her tea before placing the cup and saucer onto the old pitch pine blanket box that served as her coffee table. How much of this is true and how much is local legend is for you to dig deeper and decide. I'm just telling you what I know about the place. That's all I'm asking of you. Good. Well, let me see. I think it first opened its doors in 1888, the same year that Jack the Ripper was running riot around Whitechapel. Etty nodded. Yes, probably. Amos's great-great-great-grandparents moved here from London looking for a suitable place to open a campsite. It was very revolutionary and forward-thinking of them. From what I gather, it did very well. It was kind of like the original glamping place, way before anyone had heard of it. There was the mess hall, which is the only building still almost intact, although I say that loosely, as it's practically falling down according to Amos. I haven't seen it for myself in a long time. There were clusters of canvas tents in a semicircle, and each one had its own name. Holiday makers would travel from all over to be given a number and told which group they were in. It had only been open for 6 months when they lost their first guest. What happened to them? There was a group of them out walking to a cave that used to be on the far side of the fell, and it had been raining. That heavy rain that we are so prone to get around here, that can wash away the side of a mountain under the right conditions and cause utter chaos. They reached the cave, but there was a terrible storm. They took shelter inside of it and were okay until the rain stopped. As they all crawled out of it, there was a landslide. Mud and rocks came cascading down at some speed, and the last man out was crushed to death underneath it all. Oh my God, that's awful. Etty nodded. This is hearsay. I can't say for sure that it happened, but Amos said that the cave was practically filled in with the landslide. They pulled his mangled body out of the mess, sealed the cave up, and never took anyone there ever again. Morgan shuddered at the thought of being crushed in a dark cave under a landslide. Poor guy. You said that was the first death. Etty nodded. Then there were the 5 Sunday school teachers who drowned on the lake on a summer camping trip. They were out in a boat with no experienced oarsman or woman to guide them. The rain came down again. They panicked, capsized the boat. They didn't stand a chance, really, because their heavy dresses and petticoats dragged them all under the surface of the lake. Every single one of them drowned while onlookers watched, helpless to save them. Jesus, that's horrific. It was. That was in the 1920s, I think. Did the camp close after that? Surprisingly, no. It was ruled a dreadful accident and brought in the rule that all boaters had to wear a life vest out on the lake. It didn't shut down until a couple of years later, when 2 kids, sisters, also drowned in the lake. This time it was a calm summer's day, but the water can be deceiving. It might look calm and weather might be roasting hot, but it can be colder than you could ever imagine. They were 9 or 10. They were racing each other and went too far, trying to swim out to the boulder where the boat capsized. Of course, they probably didn't know that or realize quite how far out it was. The coldness was too much for the younger girl, and she went under, and her sister died trying to find her. Morgan shuddered. She knew exactly how cold that water was. She had almost suffered the same fate, and this sat heavy on her heart. Those poor kids, and the women too, that's beyond horrific. Yes, awful. Imagine watching your children having fun, and in the blink of an eye both of them were drowning, and nobody realized until it was too late, and neither of them could be seen. That was the final nail in the coffin, excuse that awful expression. The camp shut its doors after that. No more campers. Just local kids who love to tell ghost stories and scare the crap out of each other, sneaking in there after dark, searching for the ghosts. This is most likely why your teenagers were there last night. That mist wasn't forecast. It just came out of nowhere, And once more, that land has claimed innocent lives. There is also the legend of the Watcher, a 9-foot-tall, pale man who appears when it's misty and the conditions are right. People have heard footsteps walking behind them, and there have been a couple of sightings of a tall figure in the mist, like really tall. Legend is, if he walks behind you or you cross his path, then your time is up. That's terrifying. Where does this stuff come from? How did it get cursed, Etty? No idea, Morgan, but it clearly is. There is too much tragedy that has happened there for it to be a coincidence. All those deaths were accidental, though, weren't they? Nobody purposely drowned those women on the boat, or the kids who swam out too far. The guy that got crushed to death, nobody did that to him. All tragic accidents due to the weather conditions. And don't all remote places have law attached to them? This tall man could be their own shadows that would look much longer under the right weather conditions. No, but it all happened right there on that fell. It's a bad place, Morgan, and you would do well to steer clear of it. Can you investigate from afar? You said yourself you almost drowned in that lake. You could have died. As for the Watcher, I'm not going to argue with you about him. It's just what I've heard over the years, and for what it's worth, you wouldn't catch me out on that fell when there is low-lying ground mist rising up. A teenage boy died, and his friend is still missing, which is why you were probably saved, as it already had its victims. We need to figure out who cursed the land and how to break that curse. Or, if it's the Watcher, we need to find out what he wants. We do? You're serious, Etty? Deadly. What have all those tragic deaths got to do with last night? How do we break a curse we know nothing about? Or find this Watcher who only comes out in the mist? The land has claimed more victims. Whoever killed that boy and put him in the lake might not have been in full control of himself. He could well be a victim himself if it's used him as a vessel. Have you spoken to Amos today? Does he seem normal? I worry that it could be using him to do its bidding. This time the shudder that racked Morgan's body made her spill her now cold tea all down herself. Either Etty was losing the plot big time, or there was more to this than a straightforward murder. How the hell was she going to get Ben and Mark to listen to her? This would blow their minds big time. 17. Amber and her student officer Brett had left Scarlett's distraught family with the FLO, Jennifer, who had arrived from Barrow. Amber wasn't going to lie, she had been relieved. Scarlett's dad, Johnny, had got straight in his car and told them all to fuck off. He was going up to the summer camp to help look for his daughter. She didn't blame him. If she had kids and one was missing, there was no way she'd be able to sit at home and leave the cops to find them. As they'd got into the van, her number had been called over the airwaves, and she rolled her eyes in Brett's direction. Go ahead. 2022, can you go speak to Sandra Pierce? She's one of the cleaning operatives at the station. She's at an Airbnb on Rydal Road, number 33A, and is reporting the guests as missing. For fuck's sake. Amber was careful not to say this over the radio, then pressed the button and replied to the control room operator. On our way. Brett was smiling at her, which annoyed her even more. Why are you so happy? Do you know how much paperwork this is going to be? Getting info out of Airbnb is going to be a nightmare. It's all bloody data protection. Imagine if you'd said that over the radio, the fuck's sake bit. That's what I was smiling at. She grinned at him. It happens occasionally. Once Scotty called me bitch, and we both got called back to the sergeant's office. We were on a point-to-point, but it dropped out, so our private conversation was suddenly on air for the whole of South Lakes to hear. Brett shook his head. No way. Did you get in trouble? Nah, thankfully, it was Mads who really didn't care. He just said he had to try and sound like he did for the control room inspector. Amber parked the van on the double yellow lines outside of the old public toilets. This used to be a toilet block. It looks amazing, you'd never guess. Yeah, it does look good. Whoever thought of buying it to rent out had their heads screwed on the right way. Come on, let's get this over with. At least you can tick missing people off your PDR module list. Is it normally this busy for people disappearing? Sometimes. Mainly teenagers who didn't go home on time. Occasionally there are genuine mispers, and that's heartbreaking in the families. Poor Scarlett's family is going through it. I can't imagine how hard it is to get a knock at the door to say that your daughter's friend has been murdered and she's now missing. Yeah, poor Dad. I get why he'd go there. I'd want to myself. The oak door opened and Amber recognized Sandra. She smiled. Hey, how are you? Sandra smiled back. I'm sorry to cause a nuisance, but I wasn't sure what else to do. She opened the door to let them inside. What makes you think they're missing and not just taking advantage? Asked Brett. I'm not 100% certain, but it's been 4 days since they should have checked out, and all their expensive stuff, iPad, laptops, etc., are still here. No sign of them, though. We'll look into it. Do you have their names? Just the lead booker. She is Janie Moore. Her home address is in York. I got that off a letter she left next to her laptop. Amber nodded and began to look around. It felt empty, as if nobody had been back here for a few days. The shower was dry, as were the towels that had been discarded on the floor. There was a pan of shriveled-up pasta on the small hob, the sauce all dried and stuck to the sides of it. Brett, can you write down the address? What do I do with their stuff? Asked Sandra. Is anyone else due to check in? Sandra shook her head. Not for a couple of weeks. Right. Can you leave everything as it is for now? Just until I've spoken to my sergeant and see what he thinks we should do. I mean, there's no signs of a struggle or forced entry, is there? No. It looks like they went out but just didn't come back. Amber turned to Brett. You can start calling the nearest hospitals and see if Janie was admitted. She could have been in an accident or hurt herself. That would explain why she didn't come back. Brett was scribbling everything down in his notebook. They all had fancy mobile phones they were supposed to use, but Amber had got him a spare pocket notebook and told him to use it, and then, when he had more time, to transfer everything onto his tablet. He paused and looked up. Do we need to get CSI here? Not right now. We don't know where Janie is. There's nothing to suggest anything sinister has gone down here. Let's go back to the station and run some background checks on her. Speak to family or friends and take it from there. Roger that. Amber rolled her eyes at Sandra, who smiled at her. Thanks, Sandra. Brett is keen, if nothing else. Can you keep people out of here, just in case this takes a turn for the worst? I'll give you the key, then you can come back if you need to. She passed the keys to Amber. Thanks. I'm going to write a note for Janie in case she comes back, asking her to get in touch with me so I can clear this up. Should I clean it? No, best not for the time being, if that's okay. Are you going to let the owner know what's happening? Yes, I'll do that. I'm waiting for the support team to get back to me too, so I can let them know. When they do, can you ask them for any information on Janie that you can pass on to us? Or get me a name and contact details for someone I can speak to directly regarding this, so I don't have to wait days? Yes, no problem. Thank you, Amber. She smiled at her and then Brett. Hopefully there was some kind of emergency that she had to rush home for and forgot to pack her stuff. Fingers crossed she gets in touch soon, but in the meantime, leave it with us." They left the tiny converted cottage, and Amber locked the door after them, pocketing the keys. Sandra began to walk down the path. "Sandra, are you in a car?" Amber called after her. Sandra shook her head. "Jump in the van, we'll drop you off." Sandra looked shocked. "Are you sure? I don't want to put you out." "Positive, and you're not putting us out at all. Well, as long as you don't live in Barrow." Sandra laughed. "No, I don't. I live in the council flats down by Riverside Way." All three of them got into the van, and Amber felt a little bit better than she had when she'd left Scarlett's house. Her brief stint working alongside Kane and the team in CID had made her realize that it was nice to be nice and not a stuck-up bitch all of the time. Well, some of the time. She wasn't perfect. 18. Morgan had found the only neighbor to the summer camp in a 3-mile radius by sheer luck. The small track that led to her cottage had been a few feet away from where she'd stopped the car. She was using Google Maps because she didn't trust the sat-nav to take her out here without making her drive off the end of the fell. It happened, and she had a love-hate relationship with the sat-nav in the div cars. Turning down the narrow, bumpy track, she did wonder if she should have left the car and walked, but it was too cold and she felt so weary. It had been a long night. No idea what time it was. She glanced at the clock on the dashboard and realized she'd missed breakfast, and it was now almost lunchtime. Ettie's tea and biscuits had been good, but she needed something a bit more substantial. The White House came into view, and Morgan sighed. It was so pretty. The sash windows and wooden door were all the warmest sunshine yellow. It made her smile. The garden was a little overgrown, but it hadn't really been gardening weather. The front, as she got nearer, wasn't as fresh as she'd thought. It was peeling in some parts and needed a new coat of paint. Morgan knocked on the door, expecting a dog to bark, but was greeted by silence instead. She waited a couple of minutes before knocking again, a little louder this time. She heard shuffling sounds coming towards her from inside and was glad someone was home. She heard a safety chain sliding across as the door was opened a little, and two of the bluest eyes she'd seen stared at her through the crack. "Hello, I'm Morgan Brooks, a detective with Rydal Falls Police. Can I speak to you for a couple of minutes?" "What about?" "A serious incident in the grounds of the old summer camp." The door closed, and Morgan heard the chain slide off. The woman staring at her had a head of tight, white curls. She was wearing a onesie that had the Stranger Things logo on the front. When she turned to lead the way, Morgan realized it had a hood in the shape of a demogorgon's head, and she had the most irresistible urge to laugh. Not to be rude, but because it was the least item of attire she'd ever expected to see an old woman wearing, especially one who literally lived in the middle of nowhere. "I love Stranger Things," Morgan said to the demogorgon. "Me too. Best thing I've ever watched on Netflix. My grandson bought me this for my birthday. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and instead thought I'd embrace it. I mean, nobody usually comes here, so who was going to see me in it? Well, until you knocked. That was why I took some time to answer the door. I was a little bit embarrassed, but then I peeped out of the curtain and saw you looking anxious and figured my embarrassment was worth it to check what you wanted. You have a cool grandson." "I think so. He's almost 50, though, so, you know." Morgan laughed. "No shame in that. I'm desperate to watch the new series, but I'm also scared because I don't want it to end." "Ah, me too. I started at the beginning again, so that I'm up to speed when I get to it. At my age, my memory isn't as good as it used to be. Would you like a hot drink? You look half frozen. Oh, I would love one. I'm half frozen. It's been a long night. Let me see. I think you drink coffee, milky, no sugar. I do, thank you. Would you like a sandwich? I was just making myself one for lunch. Oh, no, thank you. I couldn't impose like that. What? You couldn't possibly take 2 slices of bread and some cheese, sliced tomatoes off an old woman who isn't really that old and would take her last breaths defending those kids on that TV show in the Upside Down if I had to? Well, if you put it that way. I would die for a cheese and tomato sandwich and appreciate it more than you know. I'm so hungry. The woman nodded. You look hungry, and I don't mean that to be rude, so forgive me. Let's sit in the kitchen, and you can talk to me while I make our lunch. Morgan felt her cheeks burn. She sometimes forgot how kind some people were. The nature of her job meant that she dealt with the cruelest, most horrible people that walked the earth. So when she came across one who was the complete opposite, it took her by surprise. She sat down at the circular table and smiled again as she realized she didn't even know the woman's name. And here she was, waiting for her to make her lunch. I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask your name. Joyce Black. Imagine if it had been Byers. You'd have thought I'd lost the plot. Cool. That you have the same initials, though, and rather fitting for a big fan of the show. The kettle was whistling, and Joyce was spooning coffee into a Stranger Things mug. She held it up and waved it at Morgan. My grandson, again. He is a bit of a buff, so he sends me all sorts of stuff. He makes me smile, though, so I don't complain about it. At least he's thinking of me. I'm blessed more than I ever thought was possible at my age. That's so sweet. Your grandson sounds like my kind of guy. Oh, he's a good one, but I'm afraid he's not a ladies' man, he's a man's man. Morgan grinned. All the best guys are. True. Morgan watched Joyce making the sandwiches and was transported to the last lunch that her mum Sylvia ever made her before she took her own life. Sylvia would have loved Stranger Things. She'd have loved Joyce, too. The bread was thick and slathered in butter, cheese, mayo, and thinly sliced tomatoes that Joyce had lightly salted. Morgan's mouth was watering. She had never felt so hungry in a long time. Joyce put the plate on the table in front of her, and she picked one up, taking a huge bite. She let out a sigh. Joyce, this is heaven. You can't beat simplicity. Joyce sat down opposite her, and they both tucked into their sandwiches. Morgan felt as if she'd known the woman for years, and not just met her 15 minutes ago. When both plates were empty, Joyce scooped them up and put them in the sink before sitting back down. Right then, I suppose you better get down to business and tell me what you need to know. Have you heard anything at all today about what's going on at the old summer camp? It was Joyce's turn to sigh. That place is a nightmare, isn't it? No, I have been in my own little bubble, as you can see. I don't drive anymore. I rely on my Tesco shopping getting delivered, and my grandson, who I love to bits, only visits at Christmas and for my birthday. He sends me stuff all the time, bless him, but I don't see him as much as I'd like to, which makes my heart sad. But he has his own life, and I don't want to ever be a burden to him. What's happened now? Is Amos okay? Amos is fine, well, as fine as he could be after the nightmare time he had last night. He found a teenage girl, half frozen to death, and her friend died. Her other friend is still missing as far as I know. Joyce was shaking her head. Oh, for goodness sakes, that is horrible. I live some distance from Amos, so I'm sorry to say I heard none of this, and this is the first I've heard about it. Those poor kids. When are they going to learn that it's not an adventure playground? It's a dangerous place to be. I suppose they were out ghost hunting or something stupid. I've told Amos the only way to stop it is to clear all the remaining buildings and raze them to the ground. Hell, burning them to the ground isn't a bad idea. They linger on, and with that lingering bring bad luck and misfortune. It's a challenge, isn't it? They do it to scare themselves. I heard the ghost stories when I was at school, but back then none of us had cars, so we didn't ever go there. Kids now, they're a lot more mobile than we ever were. How did they die? Morgan shrugged. We don't know for sure yet, but I pulled his body out of the lake. Joyce plucked a tissue out of a box on the table and dabbed at her eyes. That's so sad. His poor parents and family are going to be beside themselves. This is why you've had such a terrible night, you poor thing. I'm so glad I could make you a sandwich. It's what I do, and I appreciate it more than you know, Joyce. It is terribly sad. Do you know of anyone else who lives out here, or would have cause to be out last night in that awful weather? No, I don't. As far as I know, Morgan, it's literally me and Amos on this side of the fell. We have the only two properties that are habitable. My Aunt Etty told me that she thinks this place, well, more Amos's place. Morgan paused, not wanting to upset Joyce, who had been so lovely to her. Well, she thinks the land is cursed, and mentioned a mystical figure called the Watcher, who only appears when it's misty. Joyce didn't laugh like she expected her to. In fact, she didn't even flinch and nodded her head. I've heard of him, but never paid much attention to it, same as the land being cursed, heard that a lot too. I mean, this Watcher, where is he from? Where does he live? If you ask me, it's a folk tale passed down to scare walkers from trespassing on private property. It's a bit like the Loch Ness Monster, I suppose. Some stories gather traction and interest, but do we actually think there is a prehistoric monster living in a loch in Scotland, of all the places one could be? What I do know is there have been a lot of tragic deaths on the land of the old camp, and that in itself is enough to fuel the ghost stories. Why do you think that is, the high death rate? Oh, well, I don't know about land being cursed, but I do know that no matter where you are, when you have a large volume of people in the same area, there is bound to be some accidents or tragedies. I mean, if you Google every lake in the UK, I bet you'll find tragic deaths that have happened in the water. Accidental drownings, boating accidents, that kind of thing. It's not as uncommon as you'd think. I'm not superstitious at all. What I do know is that there have been sporadic tragedies, those poor sisters and the Sunday school teachers. Well, that is beyond horrific, but it's probably not that rare of an occurrence. Windermere has had its fair share of tragedies over the years. I'm sorry, Morgan. I don't know if I can say if it's cursed or just Amos's bad luck to live on land that has a large lake and lots of tourists back in its heyday. Morgan's phone began to ring. Excuse me. She pulled it out of her pocket. Morgan, where are you? It's been well over an hour. Ben's voice was fraught with worry. I'm with Joyce, the lady who lives nearest to Amos, like you told me to be. For this long? Did you get anything? Nothing to see or hear from Joyce. Ben's sigh was so loud it made her ear tingle. Well, can you get here ASAP? Declan has just phoned. He wants us both at the mortuary for the PM. Yes, boss. She hung up and stood up. Thank you, Joyce. I have to get back to work. Joyce smiled at her. Any time you're cold or hungry, then please come see me. I get a little lonely out here on my own, as my grandson doesn't get to visit as often as I'd like. He's busy with his own life. I will, I promise. Please take care. Morgan smiled at her and wondered why every single person she met ended up telling her to be careful. She would go to tell Ben what Etty and Joyce had told her. It was useful information, but it wasn't going to solve the case any time soon. As far as she knew, they still hadn't found Scarlett or Dawson's killer, and she wasn't going to stop until she did. 19. When Morgan arrived at the old summer camp, it was chaos trying to park, as the huge search and rescue truck was practically blocking the whole of the road, and she had to park a fair bit behind it and walk up. Ben appeared and began striding down the side of the fell towards her. "Are you okay? I was starting to panic about you." Morgan resisted the urge to snap back at him that she was perfectly fine and capable of being on her own for an hour. She knew she had put him through hell since the day they'd met, and it wasn't his fault he worried so much. But it was stifling at times, not to mention really fucking annoying. "And fine, just doing what you told me to do, Ben, and now I'm ready to help search for Scarlett. I spoke to Etty as well." "You did? Is she okay?" His voice was cooler, calmer, gentler. "She's fine. Got herself a new man, but that's not what I was speaking to her about. I wanted to know about his place." She pointed to the gateway. Ben arched one eyebrow at her. "What would she be able to tell you about it that you don't already know?" "She told me that the land is cursed. There is a legend of a 9-foot-tall man called the Watcher, who only appears when it's misty, and nothing but bad stuff happens here." Which was also kind of confirmed by Joyce, the neighbour, who made me the best cheese and tomato sandwich I have ever eaten. Well, since my mum died, that is. She was climbing into the car. Ben was getting into the passenger side. He looked at her. Both his eyebrows were raised, his eyes wide open. "What? Did I just step into an alternative universe or what, Morgan? What's going on with you? Did you just say that some stranger you called on for house to house made you a sandwich and you ate it?" She noticed he never mentioned the weird stuff. Instead, he'd skirted over that. "Yeah, it really was good. I bet she'd have made you one too. You must be hungry as well. I mean, it's been a hell of a night, morning, whatever, up to now." "I'm good. I'll grab something after the post-mortem." "Did you find out anything that is useful?" Morgan glared at him. Okay, she hadn't really taken much notice of Etty's tall tales, but she hadn't discounted them either like Ben just had. His phone began ringing. "Yeah?" He put it on loudspeaker. "Hi Ben, it's Amber. I went to a job before and thought you might be interested in it." Because it was on loudspeaker, Morgan watched his face contort in 10 different ways instead of groaning outwardly so she could hear. "You did?" "Yeah, Sandra, one of the cleaners from the station, reported the 2 guests at the Airbnb she cleans as missing." "That's a shame. But what exactly has it got to do with me?" "Well, probably nothing, but it's a bit odd, isn't it? You have that missing teenager from last night, but there is a good chance these 2 women in their early 20s could be missing too. Brett has phoned around the hospitals, and the lead booker hasn't been admitted by any of them." Ben's knuckles were white. He was clenching his hands so hard. "Anyways, I've put the report on, and I'm going to try and find some family or friends to speak with and see if they've heard from her. But it's just a heads up in case they got into some trouble." It looks as if they were recording a podcast. All their equipment has been left behind in the cottage. It's expensive. You wouldn't drive away and leave that behind, would you? At least, not without good reason. A chill went down Morgan's spine. Was it a podcast about the haunting, like what Tori and her friends had been doing? Okay, Amber, keep me updated. What are their names? Janie Moore. We don't know her friend's name yet. Sandra was waiting on a call back from the support team. She said she'll pass any information on they tell her. Have you run this Janie through the system in case she's got form for overstaying her welcome at other establishments? Not yet. Just about to do all of that. Well, keep me updated. If you find anything, I need to know. I'll speak to you when I get back to the station. He ended the call. He said to Morgan, "Should we be worried about that, do you think?" She shrugged. Bit odd to leave all your stuff behind and not contact anyone to tell them why. Christ, this is all we need. They drove the rest of the way to the mortuary in silence. Morgan was desperate to start researching the local law around the old summer camp, but it would have to wait until after the post-mortem. Ben shoved the entrance doors to the mortuary, expecting them to be open, and was surprised they were locked. Usually, through the day, you could walk in. It wasn't the kind of place that you went into unless you had a good reason. He rang the bell, and they waited for Susie to come open them. A shout echoed over the radio so loud it made the pair of them start. Found a body. Repeat, found a body. Clothing is caught on some rocks. I'm just going to try and loosen it. Morgan squeezed her eyes shut, trying to process those words as her heart broke in two with grief for Scarlett, her parents, and Tori. This was devastating news for everyone, but at least they had found her, as sad as that was. Her family could get closure, lay her to rest, and not spend the next 20 years wondering where their baby girl was. Roger that. Well done, and thank you. I'm on my way to the mortuary now for Dawson Turner's PM. Do you need the pathologist to come out, or are we going to get the body moved here? If someone can make contact with Scarlett's family liaison officer, they can break the news that a body has been found, and we can meet them here for an ID while we're already here. Yeah, we'll sort that out, Ben. No need for the pathologist to come here. She's been in the water far too long, and there is no chance of her being alive. Wendy is still here, and she will bag the hands up and anything else that needs to be done to preserve any forensics. Susie greeted them with a buzz cut of neon orange-coloured hair. She was grinning at them until she realized that they were listening to their radios intently. Morgan reached out and patted her arm, whispering, "Sorry." Ben tucked his radio back in his pocket. Well, bloody hell. I don't know whether I'm relieved or gutted. Bad news? Susie asked. He nodded. Unfortunately, they found a body snagged on some rocks in the same lake that the lad was pulled out of last night. Ah, no way. That's devastating for the family and so sad. I said to Declan before, what on earth were they doing out in that weather last night? I was driving to see my friend and it was terrible here. I can't imagine what it was like out on the middle of a mountain. Fell, Ben muttered. Who fell? Asked Susie. Not a mountain. They were on the side of a fell. Susie rolled her eyes at Morgan. Same thing in my world. Big hill, too steep to walk up, in the middle of nowhere. You're right. Definitely too steep to be walking up in any weather, said Morgan, smiling at her, trying to ease the tension. Ben was taking this bad, much worse than she'd expected. Thankfully, Susie realized he wasn't in the mood, so she didn't tease him by asking what book he was currently reading. then walked off to the men's changing room, leaving them staring after him. It's been a long, awful night. He's tired and stressed. I don't doubt that. I bet you're both tired and stressed. Bless you. Some deaths are harder than others, aren't they? I really struggle when it's a kid that comes in, and thankfully that rarely happens. But when they do, I can barely keep it together. Kids are bad. Well, every unexpected death is bad, but kids are a whole other level. These are still kids, just bigger ones. 3 friends who went out last night for an adventure, and only one made it back alive. It's heartbreaking. And what the hell happened, Morgan? We're still trying to figure that one out, Susie. Susie left Morgan to get gowned up. Morgan wished more than anything that she wasn't having to do this, that Dawson had turned around when Tori had told him to and got the hell out of Camp Buttermere while he had the chance. 20. Kane led Amos through the custody suite to an interview room. Amos was subdued, and although he had talked a little in the car, he was now silent. Can I get you a tea, coffee, or a fruit juice, Amos? A tea would be good, thank you. Am I under arrest, Kane? No, this is a voluntary interview. I need to formally take your witness statement about last night, and it will be recorded, if that's okay. It's just how things work now. I haven't read you your rights, and we have no information to suggest that you are anything other than a witness. You can leave whenever you want, Amos, but we would really appreciate your help with this. You're literally all we have at the moment. Amos moved his head up and down slowly. I suppose we should get this over with then. Thank you, I'll be right back. Kane left him to go grab a couple of hot drinks. If he was being honest with himself, the last place he wanted to be was here, in work. He knew that Stan had been all over this building the same as him, and it made his fingers clench into tight white fists just thinking about him. He'd killed Angela in cold blood, so violently, and that gave him a tight, stabbing pain in the center of his chest. He let her down. She had been so excited and nervous about finally meeting the son she'd never been allowed to care for that she hadn't told him what she was doing. The thought that she might have been afraid that Kane would be angry with her was almost too much. He would never have been angry. He would have been there to hold her hand and do anything he could to make sure she didn't get hurt by the one person who should have understood and loved her. Because none of what had happened in Stan's childhood, except for her accidentally letting him slip in the bath, had been her fault. Angela was as much of a victim as Stan was. God, he hoped he died in prison while waiting for his court case. He hoped that one of the prisoners realized he'd been a copper and took a homemade shank to his guts and gutted him like a fish, so he bled out on the cold tiles. Hey, Kane, what are you doing here? He jumped, unclenched his fingers, and turned to see Jo, one of the custody sergeants, standing there with an empty mug in her hands. Oh, hi, Jo, how are you? Jo shrugged. Same shit, different day, but I have nothing better to do and got bills that need to be paid. He smiled at her. Yeah, me too. Except I can't be at home alone in the house that screams Angela's name, from every skirting board to the bathroom rug. She reached out and stroked his arm. God love you. I'm so sorry, Kane. She was a lovely woman. I met her a couple of times back in the day when she was still working as a social worker, and she really had a heart of gold. Nothing was too much trouble for her. She would go above and beyond to make sure whoever she was helping got everything they needed. She truly cared about people and never judged them for the predicaments they found themselves in. A lump formed in his throat, and he found it hard to speak. He managed to whisper, "Thanks, Joe. She really was." Reaching out, he took the mug off her. "I'm brewing up. We'll bring you one, if you have any biscuits going spare." Joe laughed. "For you, I will raid the secret stash of emergency digestives, but don't tell anyone. I don't want them thinking it's favoritism." He grinned. Nothing wrong with a bit of favoritism. Besides, some of us are worth it. He winked at her, and she shook her head. Turning around, she began rooting around in the cupboard that housed 1,000 plastic food containers with none or mismatched lids that everyone flung in there and left. She brought out the only storage tub with a lid and peeled it off to reveal 3 packets of digestives. "You don't tell anyone I showed you this. It's guarded with secrecy." "Scout's honor." Joe handed him a full packet. "Go on. You deserve it more than anyone I know for being such an idiot and coming back to work when you could be at home." "Thank you." He blew her a kiss, and she left him shaking her head, but still smiling. He made 2 mugs of tea, a coffee for himself, and opened the biscuits, putting some on a plate. The rest of the packet he folded over and shoved into his pocket for later. He took Joe's drink to her. She was on the phone, and this time she blew him a kiss. Then he went back and grabbed the 2 mugs and plate of biscuits. It was time to focus on the here and now. He really liked Amos. He was going to be devastated if he turned out to be a killer. 21. Declan was smiling at Ben when Morgan walked through the doors that led into the mortuary, and Ben was actually smiling back, which was a miracle. He'd been in a terrible mood all morning. She got why that would be, but still she preferred him a little less anxious. Declan turned his attention to her. "Look at you, Morgan. If you don't look like something the cat dragged in." "Thanks, Declan. I almost drowned, so you know I'm not quite feeling my best at the moment." He held up his hands. "Forgive me, my mouth ran away with my observations before I could silence it. I'm sorry. I believe you were very brave, selfless, and very stupid going into that lake. However, I'm sure that Dawson appreciates your bravery, as will his family, who are about to turn up to ID him. So if we get that done before we start, that would be wonderful." "Is this okay with you, Ben?" Ben nodded. "I thought the ID had already taken place." "Unfortunately not. Dawson's parents weren't sure if they could do it, but his mum said she had to know if it was him, which is why he's already in the viewing room waiting for her to arrive. I believe the family liaison officer is bringing her in, if you wanted to have a little chat to her." Morgan didn't want to chat to her. Not because of any reason other than she felt so sad about all of this. And now Scarlett's body was on the way here too, another ID. That was too many for her liking in such a short space of time. Those kids should be in college now, not about to be cut open on a cold steel mortuary table. Susie popped her head in. "They're here." Ben grabbed Morgan's arm. "It's okay, I'll go speak to them." For some reason she felt relieved and so very grateful to him for taking this off her shoulders. She waited behind with Joe and Claire, the 2 CSI who had been sent to evidence the post-mortem because Wendy and Carl, the crime scene manager, were still at the scene. All 3 of them stood around in silence until the doorbell at the rear of the room rang, and Morgan realized it would be the undertaker's with Scarlett's body. There was no one to let them inside. Hurrying over, she opened the door to see 2 women, both dressed in black, standing next to a silver van with the words "Private Ambulance" written on the side in bold black font. There was a police car pulling up behind it. Scotty got out of it and sauntered towards her. "Morgan?" "Scotty, I'm here to book the victim in. No ID on her, but everyone is assuming it's Scarlett because of where she was found. It's so sad." "That's good. Well, I mean, at least they found her. I'm here for the other victims post-mortem." Not sure why, but she felt she needed to explain herself to him. How long was it going to take before she stopped feeling guilty about almost getting his door kicked in and having him arrested on suspicion of murder? Probably forever at this rate. She stepped back to the sound of the metal shutters rolling upwards and saw Susie standing there with the remote for them in her hand. "Thanks, Morgan. Declan and Ben are sorting the viewing out. Blimey, it's all go this afternoon." She nodded and stepped back to let Susie get on with booking the body in. The black body bag looked small, and she felt another stabbing pain inside her chest. The world had gone mad. Scotty was filling out the forms, and she had an uncontrollable urge to ask him if he'd heard of the watcher who appeared on the fell when it was misty and followed walkers who were lost. She didn't, though, because Susie would have had a field day with that snippet of chit-chat. But then she wondered if Susie knew about it, or if it was just a local law, and decided she had nothing to lose. "Do you know any folk tales about the area surrounding that old summer camp?" There, she'd said it, without thinking about the consequences. Susie shook her head, and Scotty did too. What kind of lore? Spooky, wild, urban legend type of lore?" Susie was wheeling the gurney into the mortuary. "I guess so." Susie stopped and looked up. "You guess so? What's that supposed to mean, Morgan? What have you heard? You tell me, and I'll tell you what I know." Scotty and the undertakers were standing near to the metal shutters. Everyone was staring at Morgan, who felt her throat begin to close up. They were all ears. I heard there was the ghost of a girl haunting the summer camp and a guy out there who some people call the Watcher. He walks around behind lost walkers on the fell whenever the weather is foggy or misty." Scotty laughed. "The Watcher? What's he watching in the fog? Is that it? He just walks behind people?" "Well, not just that. Apparently he's 9 foot tall, pale-skinned, and I don't know. It's just what I heard. I'm not saying it's true or that he's out there." "Good, because I'm not sure what the point is." Morgan felt stupid now, wishing she had never opened her mouth. "I heard that when I was a kid," said Susie. Morgan looked at her expression to see if she was teasing her, but her lips were set in a straight line and there was no hint of humour on her face. "Well, my gran used to call him the Grey Man, but I reckon it's the same thing. 9 foot tall, only seen when it's misty, that kind of thing." Morgan nodded. "Did she say if he did anything? Is he a ghost or what?" Susie shrugged. "I can ask her for you. Not sure if she'll remember it now, though. Her dementia is pretty bad most days." "Thanks, that would be great." "You know who you need out on that fell, don't you?" Scotty was grinning. "Who?" "Mulder and Scully off the X-Files. They'll find your Watcher and figure out what he's doing." Morgan laughed. Secretly, she wanted to tell him to shut up, but she did love watching old reruns of the X-Files. "You better not tell the boss you're looking for a grey man, Watcher dude for this." He pointed to the body bag on the table. "He'll have an instant heart attack on the spot." "I think you're right. Mark isn't the most open-minded of people." Declan walked in to find them whispering. They had formed a semicircle around the body bag on the gurney. What in the bejesus is going on in here? Are you trying to summon that poor soul back from the dead?" Scotty guffawed loudly, too loudly, and he cupped a hand over his mouth. "I'll leave this in your capable hand, Morgan." He turned and walked towards the door. The undertakers hovered around. "Can you sign our paperwork, please?" She waved it in Susie's direction, and Susie walked towards her, uncapping a pen. Declan smiled at Morgan. "The family is on their way to ID this victim, who I have been told was pulled out of the same lake the teenage boy was found in. Apparently they heard it on social media that a body had been discovered in the water, and they can't wait. Which, technically, I get. I mean, how awful for them, especially to hear the news over social media first. Ben's just chatting to Caroline, then we'll rock and roll with this identification. Today is not going how I expected it would at all, but it's not a bad thing. Sometimes things happen for a reason. Now, don't tell me what that reason could be, because I can't figure it out. But you know, there could well be one." 22. Dawson's family had left with Caroline. Morgan had been relieved she hadn't had to deal with them. She wasn't going to be as lucky with Scarlett's family, though, as Ben had asked her to be present for the identification, and she could hardly say no a second time. They went to the small viewing room to await their arrival, while Declan and Susie did the preliminary examinations before preparing Scarlett's body to be viewed. A noise signalled the arrival of Scarlett's family as a harried-looking officer led them into the room. There was a man, woman, and 2 teenagers following behind them. Morgan glanced over at Ben, whose face looked as stressed as the officer accompanying the family. The guy who she assumed was Scarlett's dad had burning red cheeks, and his eyes were 2 swirling pools of darkness. He looked to Morgan like he was ready to fight the world. Scarlett's mum, on the other hand, was barely holding herself together. The 2 teenagers looked as if they didn't care less. One of them was staring down at her phone, tapping away on the screen. The boy, who looked the youngest out of them, was staring at his feet, as if he wanted to be anywhere but here. "What are we waiting for? Let's get it over with," said Scarlett's dad. Morgan held out her hand. "I'm Detective Brooks. We're just waiting for the staff to get everything ready." He didn't take her hand, but glared at her. "By everything, you mean our daughter?" Morgan kept her voice calm. "The room, the paperwork. I'm very sorry you're having to go through this." "You're not as sorry as we are." Stupid, selfish girl was grounded for arguing with her sister, and she snuck out to go and get herself killed. It's a good job that lad is already dead, because if he wasn't, I'd have strangled him with my bare hands for taking her out in that weather last night. "Don't, Johnny." The guy looked at his wife and stopped talking. Instead, he took up pacing the small room, making it even more claustrophobic than it already was. After what seemed like forever, Declan walked in. "Mr. and Mrs. Peters, I'm the forensic pathologist dealing with your daughter. I'm sorry for what you're going through. When you're ready, my colleague will open the curtain for you to take a look at the body on the other side. Please take your time, there is no rush." Mr. Peters glared at Declan. "Take my time? How long do you think is appropriate for me to look at my dead daughter's body?" Ben moved in front of Mr. Peters. "I understand how upset and angry you are, but please remember that we're here to help you all, and Scarlett. We're not here to make things worse for you." Mr. Peters growled under his breath. "Do it." His wife was staring through the viewing window, and she fixed her gaze on the gurney bearing the body on the other side. She stepped forward, her nose touching the glass as she stared. Her husband did the same, Then he stepped back and looked at his wife, confusion etched across his face. "Who the fuck is that?" Morgan felt her heart drop. She looked across at Declan. By the worried look on his face, he was trying to gauge the situation. "Can you confirm this is your daughter, Scarlett Peters?" "Are you having a laugh? That is not my daughter." "She's been in the water for quite a few hours. It can cause facial changes and disfiguration." "She'd have to have been in there forever to cause those changes. Our daughter isn't Asian." Whoever assumed it was Scarlett hadn't actually paid much attention to her missing persons report, and Morgan would not be surprised if it had been Mark or Amber. Morgan turned to look closely at the body and realized in horror that he was right. Mrs. Peters sank to her knees and let out a soft wailing sound, while her husband looked at her, then turned to Declan. "You have done this. Do you see what you've done to her? Bringing her, us, all here, thinking our daughter was dead, and then you show us someone who isn't even the same ethnic minority as us. How stupid are you all?" Out of nowhere, he swung back his arm and threw a punch that landed in the middle of Declan's face. Morgan heard the cartilage in his nose crack. Ben launched himself at Mr. Peters, who was now swinging his fists as if he was in the ring with Tyson Fury. Morgan tugged her radio out of her pocket and pressed the red emergency button, at the same time yelling, "Scotty, where are you? We need urgent assistance." Ben had taken a fist to the side of his jaw so hard he'd lost his balance and fell backwards on the floor, landing with a loud thump. Morgan stepped in front of the distraught dad. Not wanting to, but having no choice, she thrust both hands at Mr. Peters's chest, so hard it winded him and knocked him off balance. He stumbled backwards. His two teenagers seemed to be enjoying this. The girl had her phone in her hand, filming the entire debacle. His wife was screaming full force. He ran at Morgan, both fists balled and ready to knock the living shit out of her, when Scotty ran in with his taser drawn. "Stop, or I'm going to have to taser you." Mr. Peters didn't stop, and the words, "Taser, taser, taser," filled the small room as Scotty aimed and discharged the yellow taser gun he was holding with a loud pop, just seconds before Mr. Peters smacked her in the face. The barbs landed dead center in the middle of the guy's back, and he dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes, twitching. Morgan ushered his wife and kids out of the room, snatching the phone off the girl who was recording and pocketing it. "Hey, give me my phone back. You can't take that off me." She turned to her. "I'll give it back in a minute. Recording what is not your dad's finest moments isn't going to help matters. Look after your mum, please." Susie took one look at the carnage inside the viewing room and began ushering the family, minus their dad, into Declan's office. "Susie, the curtains, please." Declan's voice sounded thick, as if he was full of the cold. Susie nodded at him, handing him a wad of tissues from her pocket. He held them to his nose. Sirens stopped outside of the front doors, and officers rushed in, followed by 2 paramedics. Ben, who was rubbing his jaw, looked at the mess and whispered, "What a shit show." Morgan couldn't stop the smile that lifted the corners of her lips, despite the situation. Scotty was standing over Mr. Peters, watching the paramedics check him over before loading him onto a trolley and wheeling him down to the A&E department. "I leave you lot alone for less than 5 minutes. I didn't even get out of the car park," whispered Scotty. "Well, at least I took the daughter's phone off her before she could do any damage." Amber walked into the room in time to catch what Morgan said, and she shook her head. She was on TikTok and live-streamed part of it. My student officer was on it and saw the whole thing kicking off. Ben groaned. Christ. Declan was sitting on one of the very bland, beige sofas, with blood dripping down his scrubs. He began to laugh, and everyone turned to look at him. He shrugged. Are we trending, and now TikTok superstars? Well, I was pondering a nose job, so I guess now I have a good reason to book a consultation. That poor family. Is someone going to get in there and apologize? Because as much as that punch in my nose hurt, I think we just traumatized an entire family for no good reason. That was really unprofessional. I have never, ever had anything so awful happen on my watch. I do not want to press charges against Mr. Peters. We can never make up for the distress we just caused them all. Ben was heading towards the door. But who would think another body would be in that lake when their daughter went missing there? Her friend was already pulled out of it. Who said it was Scarlett? Morgan spoke quietly into her radio. Control, who ID'd the body from the lake? I'm just looking through the log now. After a minute, Helen, the call handler, replied. 2821, student officer. Morgan knew it had to have been something to do with Amber. She had turned up with a student, and she'd let him do it without monitoring the situation closely. The blame fell on Amber's shoulders, not the student's. Okay, thanks. Ben was shaking his head. I mean, you just couldn't make that stuff up. Amber, who didn't look at all remorseful about the mess she'd made with her student, pulled up a photo of the woman that Sandra had reported missing. Morgan looked at it and nodded. That looks an awful lot like the woman in the viewing room who you let your student ID without making sure it was correct. This time Amber's cheeks flared a deep, burning red, and she at least had the decency to look like she was bothered. I don't know how it happened, I'm so sorry. I was so tired and the visibility was really poor. Double fuck. What the hell is going on? Why was she in that lake? Ben's voice was barely audible, he was talking so low. Amber shook her head. Not got the foggiest, but she had a friend, so that other girl might be missing too. Morgan looked at Amber. There are 2 missing girls. Her friend is 22, so not technically a girl, but yeah, it looks that way. We haven't been able to get hold of her, and her family hasn't heard from her for 4 days. Morgan wanted to scream in frustration, but she didn't. Instead, she pulled up Google on her phone and typed in weather 4 days ago near Buttermere. A sinking feeling that it might have been damp and foggy that day too made her stomach churn so much she thought she might puke all over the floor. The watcher might be very real, and he was on a killing spree. She needed to find him and stop it, no matter what the cost. 23. Mark had turned up with Mads to issue formal apologies and try to smooth things over with Scarlett's family. Once Mr. Peters had recovered, he had been taken home by their family liaison officer. Declan had cleaned his nose, refusing to get it checked out at A&E, wanting to show Theo when he got home to finally tell him all about his horrific day. Once they were all assembled and ready, Declan declared he would begin Dawson's examination. Morgan was just glad that Dawson's family had left the building before it had all kicked off. That had been wild, not to mention heartbreaking. And if Scotty hadn't tasered Scarlett's dad, she too would have been sporting a broken nose, because there had been centimetres in it. Mr. Peters hadn't been arrested, thanks to Declan not wanting to press charges, and Ben had said no too. They were under great duress, and nobody wanted to make that any worse. But Morgan worried what would happen if they did find Scarlett's body, and she needed to be identified. She supposed they would cross that bridge when they came to it. She was getting ahead of herself. "Everybody ready?" Declan had asked Alexa to put a Young Blood playlist on because Dawson was wearing a band tee for Bloodfest, and Morgan wasn't sure what she'd do when Zombie started to play because she loved that song and it made her want to cry. Not that she'd ever tell anyone that. Hopefully everyone would be too busy doing their thing to pay her any attention, in the corner feeling sorry for herself. Dawson was just a kid. A good-looking one, too. His black hair was slicked back off his waxy face, and she wished for the 100th time that he had never gone up on that fell. He had his whole life ahead of him. His fingernails were painted black. They were short, and some of them were chipped. A lot like Morgan's had been, until 2 days ago, when she'd treated herself to a manicure. Now, hers were a blood-red cat-eye colour. Dawson was a boy after her own heart. She'd have wanted to be friends with him. Her eyes filled with tears so hot they were burning her eyelids. Lowering her head, she blinked rapidly to try and clear them. She didn't know how she was going to get through this. Ben didn't look much better. He kept rubbing his jaw, that was now sporting a large purplish bruise that seemed to be spreading all along the left side of his face. He looked at Morgan, and she whispered, "Are you okay?" He nodded. "Are you?" he whispered back, and she shrugged, because she wasn't okay. It's rude to whisper. Declan had one hand on his hip, and in his other was a scalpel. "Sorry, it is," Morgan replied. He winked at her. "Susie, give me a hand. Let's remove Dawson's clothes. Have you guys got what you need?" he asked Joe and Claire, who nodded. They worked diligently and in silence, all of them lost in their own worlds of grief and sadness for Dawson. Morgan couldn't watch when, after everything had been measured and photographed, Declan declared, "I'm going to make the Y incision now, just to pre-warn you all." Morgan looked across the room to the wall, where the radio and echo were instead, trying to think of things to take her mind off what was happening, because the last thing she needed was to faint. Declan was studying Dawson's lungs to determine if he died before or after he went into the water. The head injury is too severe to have been caused by him hitting his head on a rock in the water. Before I even examine that, I can tell by the visible bone fragments that it is a blunt force trauma injury sustained before he went into the water. What I'm looking for is to see if he was already dead before he was put into the lake. But I won't know until I remove his lungs and check to see how much lake water is in them. Morgan closed her eyes and thought about New York. She and Ben had strolled Greenwich Village for hours, until they'd come across a tattoo shop called Tiny Zaps. Intrigued, she'd gone inside and chosen a tiny tattoo design off an old Space Invaders machine. In less than 30 minutes, she'd left the shop with an apple with NYC written across it. Happy with her permanent souvenir of the city she'd fallen in love with, she found she could block out the noise of the pruners as they were chopping through Dawson's ribcage. 24. Morgan, Ben, and Declan sat in his office, drinking fresh filter coffee with cream, which reminded Morgan of her favourite little diner in New York, just off West 10th Street in Greenwich Village. The rain softly hit the small window behind them, soothing her soul a little. She loved the rain, when she wasn't working outside in it. They were sharing a packet of jammy Dodgers, the biscuits reminding her of her teenage years. So many memories were surfacing today. Declan's left eye had dark bruising under it that had spread up from his nose, and it looked a mess. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your nose is definitely broken, Morgan told him. I know. I can't wait to show Theo. It's years since I've been in a fight. Well, technically this wasn't a fight, but I was assaulted. Does it make me look more dark and rugged, like the heroes in those books Susie has started to read? Ben's jaw was sporting the same dark, purplish-brown bruising along the left side. He shook his head. Yeah, well, my jaw is killing. It hurts to talk. I'm not quite as excited by my injuries as you are. Man up, said Declan, who then collapsed in a fit of giggles at his joke. Morgan had just taken a sip of coffee and ended up spurting it all in Ben's direction, which made him look even more pissed off as he brushed the front of his shirt with his fingers. You two think this is funny? Christ, it's like working with a group of kids. And what the hell is that supposed to mean, Declan? Man up? Declan was clutching his side, lost to the laughter he was trying hard to contain and failing miserably. Morgan turned away from him because he was making her laugh even more, and it really wasn't funny, but it was. Declan slapped his knee, then coughed. Sorry, my bad. Then he laughed even harder. Morgan thought she had it under control, but lost it as well. For fuck's sake, I'm going to make a phone call. Let me know when playtime is over, and we can discuss the post-mortem of that teenage boy who didn't deserve any of this. Ben stood up and walked out, leaving them staring at each other. Morgan stopped laughing, so did Declan. Shit, he's really mad. Declan stared after him. Morgan nodded. He's tired and hungry. We've been working since we got the call in the early hours, and I don't think he's eaten apart from those 3 biscuits. Poor beggar. I don't know what came over me. It's not you, Declan. Well, it wasn't all you. He seems to have taken this one bad. We all get cases that really get under our skin. He nodded. You too. I saw the tears in your eyes and the pain when I was doing the PM. Kids, teenagers, they're tough to deal with. They are. But you have to remember, we're here to help them on their final transition. We're the only ones who can figure it out and get justice for them. Give them a voice when theirs was taken away so cruelly. That's why I can do it. I mean, I don't particularly enjoy cutting open a young, fit teenager that should still be flirting around, enjoying music, and making their parents' lives a misery. I do it because I'm their last hope of being heard, and it makes me feel as if I've got some purpose in life, and I'm putting my skills to good use. Otherwise, what have we got? This time, Morgan let the tears flow. She swiped at her eyes with the sleeve of her jumper. Why is life so crap for some people and hard? It's cruel. Declan reached out and took hold of her hand, and the warmth of his hand on her icy skin felt good. We do it because we care so much. We are the good guys, and we want to help find the evil bastards who think that they can do stuff like this. Look at you, how much you've been through. You probably get paid just as much to work nights in a supermarket, where the most danger you'd be in is dropping a tin of baked beans on your toes. Yet you keep on putting yourself out there because you care, because you are a good person, Morgan. The world needs more Morgans. It would be a much better place. It also needs more Bens, too, although maybe not ones as grumpy, but the pair of you are amazing at what you do. He stood up. I better go find Ben and apologize. Morgan smiled at him. You missed your way. You could have been a life coach or psychologist. Lord, no thank you. I deal with enough drama in here. I couldn't do that every day. He leaned down and hugged her from behind. She closed her eyes and squeezed his arms the best she could. Then he left her alone to go and find Ben. Morgan turned Declan's laptop towards her and looked at the pictures of Dawson's skull. He had been killed by a fatal blow to the side of his head. There was very little water in his lungs, and no evidence to suggest he'd drowned in the lake. He'd already been dead when his body had been dragged into it. So, either Scarlett and the other missing girl were still in that lake, or whoever did this took them away from the area. But where? Where do you keep a woman and a teenager where nobody can hear or see them? The search team had done a thorough search of the grounds of the summer camp and the surrounding area. Whoever this was, they had to live somewhere with no close neighbors. Or maybe they had a cellar or garage they had put them in. Morgan knew that Ben wouldn't like this, but Amos had the space. All those outbuildings, all the land. He lived alone, and it was on his property that Dawson and the woman's body had been found. Everything pointed at him. They should get search warrants to cover every single building on that land, because although the lake and surrounding area had been checked, Ben and Kane had looked around Amos's property last night when it was dark, and things had taken a turn for the worse. They still needed to go back into every building around there in the daylight to do thorough searches in case they missed something in the dark. She couldn't see how Amos, living out here on his own, who had the perfect opportunity to commit such a heinous crime, wasn't the number one suspect, and she had no qualms about telling Ben this. She had a feeling that hidden somewhere inside one of them, they could find Scarlett and the other missing woman. Time was of the utmost importance. It could be running out for both of them. 25. The shadows down here worked in his favor. He hummed away to himself as he whittled away at the wooden sticks he was sharpening in the glow of the candles he'd lit. It was soothing, comforting. The radio was playing softly in the corner. He loved the old songs. The crooners were what music was all about. Not the modern-day rubbish that you couldn't dance to if your life depended on it. "Help!" Her strained voice echoed around the stone walls. He paused, tilted his head to one side, and wished for the 5th time in the past hour that he'd gagged her. She was too noisy for her own good, the walls amplifying her voice and sound much louder than it was. He ignored her. She would get tired of calling out before he did of listening to her, although it did spoil the ambience greatly, and Ella Fitzgerald deserved better. He carried on sharpening the stick, and when he was happy with the point, he put it on the pile next to him that he'd already carved. "Is anyone there? Help me! Let me out!" He thought about telling her to shut up, but he'd have to speak to her, and he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to make conversations with the girl. Why would he do that? He didn't want her to think that he cared, because, quite frankly, he did not. She was here because he had wanted to do this for a very long time, and the opportunity had presented itself. Twice, in the space of a week. He hadn't really expected to make it work, and now here they were. "Let me out, you bastard!" The words were high-pitched, shrill, and louder than earlier when he'd called in to check on her. Then he heard her cry, and he knew that it should be stirring some emotion of guilt, of concern and worry for her. It did not. He didn't feel a thing. He didn't have an ounce of empathy inside of his body for the girl. He ignored her. The voice niggling inside his head kept asking him in his mother's voice, "What is wrong with you? This is very bad, and you know it is. You are doing a bad thing." He paused, shook his head, then carried on striking the stick with the sharp knife. According to his mother, he had lived his entire life doing bad things, so all he was doing now was proving her right. Such a shame she wasn't around to see him. That would have been fun. A blood-curdling cry made him miss as the blade slipped off the wood and caught his thumb. He threw the knife to the floor and the piece of wood and stood up. He was bleeding profusely, and now he was going to have to shut her up because he could not work in these conditions. His footsteps were heavy on the stone floor as he crossed the darkness to the corner where she was caged. He picked up a long, pointy stick and jabbed it through the wooden bars, lunging for her, not caring if he poked her in the eyeball or in her body. She screamed even louder, and he jabbed the stick again at her. He heard her scrabble away from him, trying to stifle the sobs so he couldn't find her. But she was in a cage that was exactly 6 feet by 6 feet, and there was no place to hide inside of it. And if she wasn't careful, she would tip the bucket over that he'd put in there for her to pee in, and that would really make him mad. He stepped away. Be a good person and be quiet. There was a stifled sob, and she whispered, "Be a good person. You are so. Why don't you be a good person and let me out?" He put the stick down, making sure she couldn't put her sneaky little arms through the gaps between the wood and reach it. It wouldn't do if she got hold of a weapon because he was stupid. He turned to walk away. "Please, I won't tell anyone about this. Just let me go and I'll pretend this didn't happen." Her voice was desperate as she pleaded with him, and he did think about it for 10 seconds, then shook his head. "Nope, I can't do that. You're here now, so you better shut up about it and be quiet, so I can think about what we're going to do." He sat back down on the stool and took up the whittling again. He had to build another cage because he wanted to be ready for the next one that appeared out of nowhere. He was starting to get quite the collection, and he was very proud of it. 26. Ben had gone outside to get some air and was currently leaning against a side wall around the corner from the entrance to the mortuary, doing some deep breathing. In through his nose and out through his mouth. He needed to try and calm his nervous system down a bit. He couldn't cope with Declan's humour when he was so tired, and the inside of his head was aching with the tension of everything that had happened today. "Hey, are you okay?" He turned to see Amber walking towards him and swore under his breath. She was all he needed right at this moment. "Good, thanks. You?" She shrugged. "You don't look good. You look exhausted." "No, sorry, I didn't mean that to sound so bad. You do look good. I mean, you always look good. I just meant you look tired. It's been a rough day." He straightened up, cheeks burning a little. Was she being extra nice to him, or was she after something? "I look and feel like crap." She reached out and touched his jaw with her fingertips, gently stroking the bruise that ran along it. "Ouch, that looks painful. Do you want me to get you some ice or something? It's quite swollen." "No, I'm good." He jerked his face away from her fingers. "What are you still doing here? We've been in the post-mortem for a couple of hours. I thought you would have gone back to the station by now." "Tori has been released now and gone home with her dad. I thought I'd come and update you in case you went looking for her." "She has? That's good. The poor kid. What an awful time she's having." "Yeah, I don't envy her one little bit." Amber's perfume was potent, and it filled his nostrils. He realized she was standing a little too close for his liking, and he wondered if she was flirting with him, or was he being delusional. He wasn't very good at reading signs, but he hoped to God that she wasn't, because he was not interested in her at all. "I was thinking, and forgive me if this is a little bit too forward, but you know you don't get if you don't ask." He stepped away from her, straightening his spine to make him look taller than her, trying to look a little bit off-putting. He was terrified of what was about to come out of her mouth. About what? About how you can't do this on your own. There aren't enough of you to run with 2 murders and 2 missing people. I could help. I helped before, and I think I'd be an asset to the team. Ben almost said, "Thank God," out loud, but managed not to. Oh, I'd have to ask the boss and see what he says. I'll speak to him about it. Thanks for offering. He smiled at her and thought about how he'd rather shit in his hands and clap than have Amber hanging around the office again, especially if she was acting this weird and causing all sorts of friction between him and Morgan. She was smiling at him, and it was really unsettling him. "Oh, yes, I forgot you'd have to run it past Mark. He'll probably say no." She pouted, and he wished he had never come out here on his own. "Can you not just tell him you asked me to help? Then he can't. Please, Ben, I'll do anything to make you happy." Her fingers were gently squeezing his arm, and he felt an icy chill envelop him. "Hey, Ben, I need to talk to you ASAP." Declan appeared, and Amber snatched her hand off Ben's arm, and his skin felt hot, as if he'd been burned by her touch. "I'll let you get on, but please will you think about it and let me know?" She smiled at Declan, then walked away from the pair of them. Declan didn't speak until she was out of view. Think about what? Christ, don't tell Morgan about that. About what? I think she was flirting with me. Declan threw his head back and laughed loudly. "You're having a day, my friend." He clapped Ben on the back. "What would Morgan do?" "Probably kick 7 bells of crap out of her." "You flatter yourself, you know that, right?" Declan was grinning at him. "I do." Declan nodded. "Look, I'm sorry. I wanted to apologize about the humor before. I get a little carried away with myself. Dark humor is my coping mechanism." Ben smiled at him. "I know it is, and you don't need to apologize. It's usually mine, too. I was being a little touchy. I'm so fed up of this level of serious crimes that we have to deal with. And kids, well, you know how hard it is. You don't need me to remind you." "I know, boy do I know. I will go home tonight and sit and brood for hours over it, and poor Theo will be wondering what he's done, and it's never him, it's always me. But enough of that. What are you going to do about her?" "Avoid her like the plague. She wants to help out with the case. I'd tell Mark we don't need her help, but I'd be lying because we are desperately understaffed." "Then tell him you need help, but just not from her. You know it wasn't Morgan's fault before, it was mine. I'm a bad influence on her." Ben smiled. "I know you are. You're a bad influence on me sometimes. But you love me dearly." "Yes, I do love you. You're my best friend." Declan stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Ben, hugging him tightly. Ben hugged him back fiercely. When Declan pulled away, he sighed. "If you weren't straight. Now you're pushing your luck, Declan. Got you. You're not really my type, but alas, I fear you are Amber's, and she is going to cause some problems if you're not careful. My advice to you is to steer well clear, and don't get yourself in a situation where you're alone with her until she realizes what an arsehole you really are." Ben laughed. "Why me?" Declan shrugged. "Why indeed? Come on, let's go and discuss the findings like adults, so you and Morgan know what you're looking for." Ben didn't argue with him, and would be keeping a safe distance from Amber. He didn't need the added stress in his life. He would do everything he could to try and find whoever did this to Dawson, and he wouldn't settle until they were in custody and everyone could breathe again. 27. Ben and Morgan arrived back at the station as the sun was setting over Heron Pike and Nabscar Fells, which framed the small but busy Lake District town of Rydal Falls. She got out of the car and paused, taking in the beauty of the cotton candy-streaked sky. If only the weather had been like this last night, things could have turned out a lot differently for those teenagers. She sighed. Whoever had snuck up on them and attacked them in the mist wouldn't have been able to do that when they could have seen their surroundings. That's not to say they wouldn't have got attacked anyway, but at least they may have had a fighting chance if they saw the killer walking up on them. It had been confirmed there was not one CCTV camera in the area. Tori had been interviewed, Amos too. Nobody dare go speak to Scarlett Peters' family just yet, after the debacle in the mortuary earlier. But the FLO confirmed that they hadn't even known their daughter had gone out of the house, because she was supposed to be grounded. Mr. and Mrs. Peters had been home with their other 2 children. Dawson's mum had been at work. She worked in a care home on the late shift, and his dad had been with his brother at his house, helping him wallpaper until late. Everything pointed back to Amos and the buildings on his land. She was desperate to go back and search them, but it wasn't happening tonight. First thing in the morning, though, it would be their priority. Which made her think of the Watcher. Surely that was some urban myth that wasn't real. She didn't want to mention him to Ben again unless she had some kind of proof that he existed. Or what if someone was pretending to be him? Now that would make perfect sense. The killer wasn't some supernatural being, but a flesh-and-bone man pretending to be whatever this creepy legend was. Ben was already at the door, holding it open for her. "Are you coming inside?" She nodded. "The sky is so pretty. I was just admiring it." Morgan jogged towards him and he whispered, "Not as pretty as you. I'm sorry for being an asshole all day. Are you okay?" "I'm good. Well, I still haven't managed to get warm, but I'm doing better than you. That bruising on your jaw looks painful." "It's okay. Well, maybe not. It's painful. I'm starving and don't know if I can open my mouth very wide to eat." He was trying to smile at her, but it looked more like a grimace. "I'll order you something soft, maybe a chicken chow mein. You can suck the noodles up and not have to chew too much. Or I can feed you some soup." "You're all heart, you know that, don't you? But that sounds good. Come on, let's get upstairs and see who else needs feeding. Do you think Kane's okay? I'm not too happy that he turned up at the scene. I think it's too soon. I've been stressing about him all day, too. I wish I didn't like you lot so much. That would make it so much easier to work with you all, instead of worrying as if you're my kids and not my colleagues." Morgan leaned towards him and kissed his cheek softly. "You're a good man, Ben, and how could you not like us all? I think Kane is okay. He needs to keep himself busy. It can't be easy sitting in Angela's house with nothing to do, surrounded by everything she ever owned." She paused, wondering if that was too much, because that was what Ben must have done after Cindy died. "Come on, get me the noodles, please. I'm fading away. I'll just go find Mark. I need to run some things by him." He left her to go in search of Mark, and she went to the female changing room so she could grab an extra sweater out of her locker. As she walked out of it, she saw Mads, who was shrugging on his civvy jacket. He was finally finishing his shift. He nodded at her. "Thank you." "You're welcome." "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry you had to go into the water after me." "You are? Don't worry about it. I wouldn't have let you go under. I had to do something. I wouldn't have let anyone go under, not even Mark, and he's an even worse ass than me. You know, when I was a kid, Me and my twin brothers would play down at the riverside, even though we weren't allowed. We made this den out of twigs and rocks. It had a roof on it and everything, kind of like a clubhouse that we all used to hide in. It was pretty cool, considering it was built by 2 8-year-olds and a 5-year-old. One day, my brother Eddie, who never could keep his mouth shut, was mouthing off at the local bully. He chased him and Danny down to the riverside. I was already there waiting for them. They'd gone to the shop to get crisps and a bottle of pop to share. Anyway, this lad, Harry, he grabbed hold of Danny and threw him into the river. It was horrible. I couldn't swim. We weren't supposed to be anywhere near there, and I knew we were going to get in big trouble with our dad, who was strict about playing by water. Danny was struggling. He kept taking in mouthfuls of water, and he went under. Eddie jumped in to save him, and I stood there watching, feeling useless. Thankfully, Eddie dragged him out, and the pair of them were lying on the riverbank, soaked to the bone. But it was close. Too close. Danny almost drowned, and I just stood there, unable to help. You were only 5. You couldn't have done anything. I'm so glad your brothers were both okay. That must have been terrifying. He nodded. It was, but not as terrifying as if our dad had found out about it. We had to wait hours for their clothes to dry before we could go home. Good job this was the 80s and nobody ever checked up on their kids or bothered what time it was before they went home. I begged my mam for swimming lessons the next day, and she sent me to the swimming baths on my own, with a note and the money to pay for lessons. I learned to swim, then I learned to be a lifeguard, and I swore I would never stand by and watch anyone else struggle in the water. I can tell you that promise I made to myself when I was a kid has caused me all sorts of grief as a copper, but I stick by it because I remember how scared I was thinking Danny was going to die. Wow, that's an incredible reason for being so brave. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. He waved his hand at her. Any time, although I'd prefer it if you could keep away from lakes and tarns for the foreseeable future. I've been bloody freezing all day. Morgan laughed. Me too. She watched after him as he exited through the rear doors she and Ben had just come in, and she wondered how little she knew about most of the people in this station. She knew Ben's, Amy's, and Kane's stories, but had next to no knowledge about Mark or his background. Wendy she was close to, but again didn't know a lot about her. And it struck her how everyone had their own stories to tell, their own reasons for doing this job, and it made her feel a little humbler about her colleagues. 28. The office smelled good, like a Chinese restaurant, and nothing made Morgan happier. She'd demolished her chicken satay, salt and pepper chips, noodles and prawn crackers, and was stuffed. Ben had shut himself away in his office with some paper towels and his food, and he had closed the blinds so nobody could watch him eating. They all had forms to fill out about the various incidents they'd been involved in, and Ben had also given them a victim each to focus on. Morgan had Scarlett. She was currently cross-referencing Instagram followers with Scarlett and Lizzie Thomas, who had officially been identified as the woman found in the lake. She was looking to see if they knew each other, looking for a link between the missing women from the Airbnb and the group of teens, but up to now it wasn't looking hopeful. She wanted to know why Lizzie and Janie had been out on that fell just days before Scarlett and her friends. She felt there had to be a connection somewhere. And if the two women were both ghost hunting for a podcast, who had even told them about the legend? Where had they heard it from? They were all busy when Mark strode in. He sniffed the air. That smells so good. Anyone got any leftovers? I didn't fancy a Chinese when you asked, but God, I could kill for one now. He patted his washboard stomach as if to confirm his hunger. Kane pushed a tub of chicken curry and egg fried rice towards him. You can have that, I'm full. Mark stared at the plastic containers. They're full. Have you not touched it? Morgan nodded. He's full because he's already eaten chicken in black bean sauce and sweet and sour chicken with chips. Kane patted his stomach. Gotta take care of this physique, can't let it slip. This made Morgan giggle. Mark snatched up the containers before Kane changed his mind. Cheers, appreciate that. I'll buy you one back next time you order. He turned, about to walk out of the door, then stopped in his tracks. Oh, nearly forgot what I was coming in here to say. I think you need some extra help, and Amber has offered, so I said yes. She knows the score, so it makes sense. Morgan silently groaned inwardly, but Kane groaned loudly. What's the matter, Kane? Have you got a problem with that? I do, as a matter of fact. She's the reason I left working response. A much quieter, a much easier ride than working in this office. She's hard work, boss. Full of attitude and, quite frankly, a pain in the arse. Amber walked in and stared at Kane. Who's a pain in the arse? Kane rolled his eyes. Who do you think? You are talking about me. I am no more of a pain than you lot are. Look at the state of you all. Morgan almost drowned earlier, and Ben looks like he's been fighting down on Cornwallis Street on a Saturday night. Wow, that's the thanks I get for offering to work with you lot, who are all liabilities. That's not cool. Mark looked mortified. Stop it now, children. Behave yourselves and work like the great team I know you are. Amber forced a smile at Kane, who nodded. Mark walked out of the door with his food, and Kane whispered, I would never have given him that if he'd mentioned it first. Morgan laughed. He played you. Kane's eyes widened. He did, the sneaky bastard. Ben opened the office door, and Morgan didn't miss the look of misery that filled his face. Amber was shaking her head. You lot are so bloody ungrateful. I just wanted to help, but if you're going to be such dickheads about it, I won't bother. No, we do need some help. Everyone has had a bad day, that's all, please. I'd appreciate it if you could start the background research for the woman pulled out of the lake earlier. Lizzie Thomas was staying at an Airbnb on Rydal Road, I think. I know. I went there and spoke to Sandra, the cleaner, who reported her. I've already started the background checks, and just to cheer you all up even more, when Brett's finished his tea, he's going to be joining me. I think it would be good for him to get to experience this. And tick Mispers off his PDR. Who is Brett? Asked Ben. Brett is my student. He attended the scene the other night. They're letting you train a student? God, we're all screwed, muttered Kane under his breath. Morgan caught it, but Amber was too far away. She turned to him. Huh? What was that? He said how wonderful to have two of you helping out, didn't you, Kane? And is this the student that got the ID wrong of Scarlet Peters? Said Morgan, who thought that at least if Amber had someone to mentor, she wouldn't be driving them all insane. Amber shrugged. Rookie mistake. Hey, did you see the headlines in the paper? They printed a glorious picture of you, Morgan, all wet and bedraggled. Ben said, Right, well, when he turns up, let's have a bit of a briefing, so we at least have an idea what everyone is up to. Morgan, can I see you for a minute? Morgan, who knew he had done this to stop her from snapping at Amber, followed Ben into his office and closed the door. She's hard work. Did you manage to eat something? He pointed to the empty containers on the desk. Yes, I feel better now. Sorry about this, but I suppose we do need the help. And it's kind of like buy one, get one free, so I don't want to argue too much with Mark over it, but I would have appreciated being asked about it first. You don't need to apologize to me. It's Kane who has a problem with her. Ben paused. Oh, yes, it is. Right. Morgan wondered why he was acting all weird, but then there was a commotion in the office and Ben muttered, "What now?" before he threw the door open so they could see what was going on. Kane was holding up some new copper by the scruff of his neck, and Amber was yelling at him to put him down. Ben ran over to the pair of them. "Kane, let go," he said in a low voice. Then he turned to Amber. "Shut up. For Christ's sake, stop shouting." Kane released the guy, who was staring, wide-eyed and open-mouthed at him. Kane was a good foot taller and twice as broad. Ben took hold of Kane's arm and marched him towards his office, pushing him through the open door and kicking it shut with his foot. Morgan looked at Amber and the new guy, who didn't look injured, thankfully. His cheeks red and eyes wide, he just looked shocked by Kane's outburst. "What the hell?" Brett walked in and asked if he could sit at the serial killer's desk, because it wasn't every day you got to work in the same place as one. "How did you put it, Brett? Did you say he was a legend?" said Amber. "Oh, fuck," muttered Morgan, staring at Ben's office. "You're lucky he didn't break your neck." "I was only joking, and I said he'd probably become a legend in the true crime field. What's his problem? Do you guys not have a sense of humor?" Morgan flexed her fingers a couple of times to stop herself from punching him in the neck. The urge was great, though. Kane's fiancée was murdered by that sick creep you called a legend. So no, there is nothing remotely funny about working in the same office that he did. Brett, whose cheeks had been flushed and burning seconds ago, now looked as if he was going to faint. All the colour had drained from them in what Morgan thought could be a new world record. "Oh my God, I had no idea. I swear down I didn't know that. I need to apologize. What an idiot I am." He strode towards Ben's office, and Amber asked with a voice filled with panic, "Should we stop him?" Morgan shook her head. Brett knocked on the door, and after a few moments Ben opened it and he stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Morgan didn't know if he was brave or a complete fool, but either way, what a spectacular introduction he'd made. After a few minutes, the door opened and Kane walked out. Morgan mouthed, "Are you good?" He nodded, then left the office. She turned to Amber, about to ask if she should go after him, and realized she didn't need Amber's advice. Instead, she rushed after him, slipping into the lift just before the doors shut. Kane half smiled at her and whispered, "I lost it." She smiled back. "I'm just glad it wasn't Amber you were trying to strangle." This resulted in the pair of them belly laughing so loud the sound was deafening inside the small lift. When they got out at the ground floor, they tried to contain themselves and straightened up, Kane releasing his grip on Morgan's arm. "Brooks, you are such a bad influence." "I beg to differ, Robson. You're not much better. Where are you going?" "To see Amy. Boss's orders." Morgan thought that was probably the sweetest idea Ben had come up with, until Kane continued talking. "He needs her to look into some stuff for this case, ASAP." "Does he? Won't Amy be busy with Ava, though?" "That's why I'm going there instead of phoning her. I'll cuddle Ava while she does something useful." It hit her that Ben was a genius. By sending Kane to go and see Amy and Ava, He was getting him out of the way with purpose and compassion, and she wanted to tell him how brilliant he was at being their boss. She would, if she remembered. "Do you need a lift there?" He shook his head. "Nah, I better go to the co-op and get her some chocolate and crisps to sweeten her up a little. Thanks, though, Morgan." He bent down and kissed the top of her head, then walked into the changing rooms. She smiled after him, hoping that Ben had also talked Brett into not filing a complaint about Kane, because in all honesty, the guy deserved a lot more than being held up by the scruff of his neck. 29. Scarlett's teeth were chattering so hard she worried she was about to chip her front tooth. Then realized that she probably wasn't getting out of this alive, and it wouldn't matter if she ground her teeth down to little nubs. Her life was over. Who cared if she had teeth or not? Then she realized that she cared, and she wasn't going to die like this, locked in some freak's cage and half frozen to death so he could get his kicks. Dawson's body collapsing to the floor made her gasp as she saw it happen all over again in her mind. The sound as his head had shattered chilled her, and she knew there was no way he could be alive. Wouldn't he be in here with her if he was? Tori had run, and she was part mad and part glad that she had legged it out of there as soon as that tall freak had attacked them. Hey, it's freezing. I'm so cold and hungry." Her voice echoed around the room, and she listened for any sign of the guy who had put her in here and locked her up like some stray dog that had been found roaming the streets. She squeezed her eyes closed, determined not to cry in case he was watching her. She could barely see her fingers in front of her face when she waved them around, so she wouldn't be able to see the creep if he was sitting a little bit away from her in the all-consuming darkness. "Fuck you, dickhead! Let me out! My dad will strangle you when he gets hold of you. He's a bodybuilder. He has muscles you could only dream of, and he's a cage fighter. Just you wait. He's going to kill you with his bare hands. He will beat the living crap out of you, and I'll stand by and watch him." Her voice felt flat, and she was about to scream in frustration and fear when she heard a low groan. Scarlett was sitting bolt upright, her back against a rough wall, and she listened, not daring to breathe, scared to move an inch. It happened again, so quietly she would have thought she was imagining it, but she knew that she wasn't, and she scrabbled towards the sound and whispered, "Dawson, hey, is that you?" Nothing else happened, and she wondered if she was hearing things. "Tori, are you here? Did he hurt you too?" The silence was too loud, and she swallowed down the lump that had formed in the back of her throat. She was hallucinating, hearing things. She was going mad inside of here with nobody to hear her scream, even if she screamed until she lost her voice. Another low moan made her freeze to the spot. "Hey, who are you? Do you need help?" "Where am I? Who are you?" The woman's voice was strained, croaky, and confused. "I wish I knew. Are you okay? I'm Scarlett." "I'm going to—" The sounds of retching filled the air, and Scarlett grimaced. She hated being sick, hated the sound, the smell of puke, and didn't know if she could bear to be locked in here with that smell filling the air. Scarlett scrabbled around and found the plastic water bottle the creep had thrown in earlier. She pushed it through the bars, hoping the woman would be able to grasp it. "Here, I have water. Can you reach out and feel for it?" Scarlett pushed herself against the bars, pressing her entire body against them and leaning out as far as she could, and felt the tiniest movement from the bar she had all her weight on. Icy, slender fingers grabbed at hers. Ah, oh my God, you scared me. I'm sorry. She pushed the bottle towards her. Drink it. You might feel better soon. What Scarlett meant was, please don't puke where I'm going to have to inhale it. The woman took a painfully slow time to uncap the bottle and drink from it. Scarlett pushed against the bar again, and there it was. The slightest movement. She didn't do it again. She needed to know where the creep was and where she was before she tried anything. She'd watched more horror films than she could count. And weren't the killers always hanging around in the background, dancing around wearing a wig and their dead mother's clothes? She had this irrational urge to laugh out loud because that crap that she'd thought was made up clearly wasn't. And now she was stuck in her own horror movie. But she wasn't ready to curl in a ball and die. That much she did know for sure. 30. Ben found Mark in the canteen, eating Kane's chicken curry and scrolling Instagram on his phone. He was the only person in there. Boss? Mark looked up. Look, I know what you're going to say, but we are not exactly overflowing with staff at the moment. I checked with the duty sergeant to see if Scotty was available, but he's got a few days' annual leave in, so there is literally nobody. And at least she's worked with you all before. Ben nodded, trying to hide the misery that had enveloped his entire nervous system at the thought of having to keep the peace between everyone. I understand that, but there's already been a bit of an incident you need to be aware of. Christ, already? The student she's with, Brett, almost got strangled by Kane less than 30 seconds after he'd walked in. He claimed that Stan was a legend and how cool it was to work where a serial killer had worked. Mark began to cough as he choked on the piece of chicken he had just skewered into his mouth. Ben wasn't sure if he needed to pat his back or something and stood up. Mark held up one hand and took a swig from the can of Vimto next to his takeaway. Crap. It's okay, they're okay. And Brett apologized once he found out about Angela. Kane's gone out to do some inquiries, but you know it wasn't the best start. Is this Brett wanting to file a complaint? Ben shook his head. No. Okay, good. Is Kane okay? I think it's too soon. Why is he here? Ben had said the same thing. He shrugged. It's hard to be in the house all the time on his own. He said he needs to keep busy. I understand that, but if he's going to keep attacking everyone, it's going to be hard to manage and keep him out of trouble at the same time. He isn't attacking everyone. Brett deserved it. He might think twice now before opening his mouth. He didn't hurt him. He just scared the living crap out of him. I bet, right. How are we going to manage this? Because I don't want PSD breathing down our necks again. Otherwise, they may as well just set up a working desk in the office. I'm as tired of this as you are, Ben. It's not getting any easier, and I really need a break from all this drama. Ben stared at him and thought, you need a break. Try being in the middle of it day in, day out. He didn't say that out loud. Anyway, we need a briefing after the debacle at the hospital, and the fact that we now have 2 bodies pulled out of that lake in the space of 12 hours. Mark was nodding. Well, good news is the MIT are on their way down because we clearly can't cope with this level of investigation. I didn't want to tell you this until I knew why you looked so pissed off when you walked in. Ben shook his head and groaned. Well, we can, but why should we do it alone again? Is it Claire Williams? Yeah, she offered to come and work down here to help for a while. I offered her my spare bedroom, so at least she's got somewhere to stay. Ben tilted his head slightly. You old dog. Is there something going on there with you two I need to know about? I mean, You never offered PSD your spare room.
To his surprise, Mark laughed.
Not at all. It's strictly on a professional level. Between you and me, though, I like her a lot. We had a couple of drinks a while back, after we'd both been at a meeting up at HQ, and you know, I thought this would be a good way to get to know her a little better. I am tired of being alone in that apartment. I'm tired of being alone, full stop. To go from living with 2 teenagers and my wife was a huge adjustment. At first it was nice to not have to listen to music blaring all hours, girls fighting over who took each other's shoes and MAC makeup, but I miss it, and I never thought I'd say that. Living in the city, there was always stuff to do if you wanted, but here, as beautiful as it is, the entire world shuts down by 6 p.m. Except for the pubs, and they're so far away you have to drive to them because there are hardly any taxis. You can't just order an Uber like I could back home. Well, good for you. I like Claire, she's one of us. And talking about extra staff, what about asking Jilly Mahaffey if she can help out too? Even if she's working on it from Barrow and joins in with Teams meetings. I'll speak to her and see what she's on with. It would be good to have a full team. Will you be finished soon? We need a briefing. Mark nodded. I'll be down in 5. Don't mention the Claire thing to anyone, will you? I don't want to jinx it before it even gets going, or have anyone gossiping about her. I won't. That's your business, boss, and nobody else's. Thanks, appreciate it. Ben left him finishing his salad, wondering if he should try and get hold of Jilly himself. He texted her. Hey, Jilly, how are you? Have you got a lot on at the moment? Then put his phone away. He needed to figure out what was going on. With 2 women out there and time slipping away, it didn't escape him that this killer was 2 steps ahead. 31. Morgan typed the Watcher Lake District into Google and waited for the page to load. The only references it brought up was to a viewing point over Wastwater that was popular with photographers. There was nothing about a creepy urban legend, so how did Etty and Mrs. Black know about it? She sat back and sighed. Did Amos know about this Watcher too? She realized that Kane hadn't updated them about the statement he'd taken from Amos, just as Ben walked in the room followed by Mark. Amber and Brett were sharing a computer. Wendy followed behind Mark. Should we just have our briefing here? Ben asked. Everyone nodded, and Morgan caught the expression on Wendy's face as she'd looked from Amber to Brett, then to Morgan, who gave a small shrug. Wendy sat on the edge of Morgan's desk and whispered, Where's Kane? Thought he was back at work. I'll tell you after, Morgan whispered back. As you know, there was an unexpected turn of events at the mortuary this afternoon. What we foolishly took for granted was the missing teenager, Scarlett Peters, was actually a completely different woman yet to be identified. It is a possibility she is a missing woman reported today by Sandra, our lovely cleaner, for not checking out of her Airbnb with her friend. The door opened and Claire Williams walked in, dragging a small suitcase behind her, a laptop bag under her arm. Sorry, guys, am I interrupting? Not at all, said Mark, who jumped up off his chair to take the case off her, pointing to the empty seat he'd just vacated. Wendy whipped her head around to look at Morgan, arching one eyebrow at her. Ben was just saying about the awful mix-up in the mortuary this afternoon, Mark told Claire. Ah, yes, that was very unfortunate, especially for you, Ben. I believe the dad punched you, and did he break the pathologist's nose? Ben nodded. It was very unfortunate, but from the dad's point of view, I get why he lost it. Did he get arrested? No, we didn't think it was appropriate to put him through that. His stress levels are understandably through the roof. I didn't think bringing him in would help anybody, and Declan agreed. Claire sat down, unzipped her laptop bag, and took out an A4 notebook, and picking up a pen off the desk, she began to write notes. Okay, that's a fair point. So, who you thought was Scarlett Peters, do you have a name for her? Not yet. Well, we do have a possible name. She could be Lizzie Thomas, reported missing along with her friend Janie Moore. I took the report. Well, me and Brett did earlier, Amber piped up. Okay, and have you got bank cards or driving licenses for either woman? No, I'm waiting on the support team from Airbnb to make contact. They should have picture ID for Janie Moore on her profile page and all of her contact details. Claire glared at Amber. I trust you've checked our records, had a dabble on the old internet to see if you can find anyone matching her location, that kind of thing. Amber's eyes narrowed to small slits. Well, of course I have. That was the first thing I did. I'm not an idiot. That's standard investigation skills. I'm not saying you are. I'm just asking because sometimes the basics do get forgotten about. Has anyone checked if they've been reported missing officially? Where are they from? Ben shook his head. Well, if there was a MISPA report, it would have been brought to our attention. He turned to Morgan. Do you want to chase that up for me, please? She nodded. Amber was pouting in the corner like some spoiled child, and Morgan wished that Mark hadn't said she could work with them. Her phone began to vibrate on the desk, and a cute picture of Ava Rose filled her screen. Morgan stood up. Excuse me, got to take this. She walked out of the office, relieved to have an excuse to be out of there. Hey, Amy, how are you? I'm good. Did Kane tell you what happened? He did. That student is lucky he's still breathing. What an arsehole. Morgan sighed. Yeah, and to make it worse, he's got Amber tutoring him, and she has now managed to wing her way back onto our team. Jesus. I know. How's that gorgeous baby? That little madam is currently snuggled in Kane's arms, fast asleep. I think he's dozing off too. I left the pair of them downstairs so I could work in peace at my desk in the spare bedroom. Bless you. I'm so sorry that Ben has asked you to do this. I'm not. I am bored out of my tiny tree. I mean, it's great being at home with Ava, but it's not exactly exciting. Anyway, that's not what I'm ringing for. I sent you an email, but because it's from my own email, it might go into your junk folder. I found the two women that Kane said are missing. They are all over Instagram and Facebook. You did? That's amazing. Morgan didn't mention she'd taken a cursory glance at Lizzie Thomas's Instagram, because Amy was so much better than she was. Well, Kane mentioned they had podcasting equipment left behind in the rental. So I did a bit of searching for various podcasts, etc., and found one that's a true crime mystery podcast, hosted by a Janie Moore, who is Caucasian, and Lizzie Thomas, who may be of Asian ethnicity. I don't know if that's any help. Yes, it is. Did Kane tell you about the mix-up at the mortuary? He mentioned it. The woman we thought was the missing teenager, Scarlett, turned out to be an Asian woman, possibly in her 20s. Bingo. Take a look at the stuff I sent over. You should be able to do a visual ID of her from that. Do you know how she died? Have you found Scarlett yet? No to both of those questions. Hey, you've lived here as long as me. Have you ever heard of an urban legend about the Watcher? Morgan had nothing to lose at this point and hoped Amy was about to say yes. No? What the hell is that? A sigh of disappointment escaped Morgan's lips. Etty said there is a really tall, pale-skinned man or spirit who follows tourists or walkers out on the fell near that old summer camp, but only when it's misty. Amy laughed. Well, if that isn't terrifying, I don't know what is. I know. You think this watcher killed them and has taken the other two that you can't find? What did Ben and Mark have to say about this? I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, because God knows there are things out there that can't be explained. But it's not the kind of thing they'll want to run with, is it? Ben wasn't impressed. Amy's laughter filled her ear, and she had to hold her phone away so she didn't deafen her. Yeah, and there is my predicament. But hear me out. What if it's someone pretending to be this watcher guy? It's all a bit Scooby-Doo, though. This time Morgan laughed. I know, it's nuts. Or maybe he's just a weirdo out there walking when the weather turned, and he got the perfect opportunity to fulfill his sick fantasies. Where are the others, though, Morgan? I think you need to be prioritizing searching for them. My thoughts exactly, and I'm pretty sure they are. Thanks, Amy. No problem. Speak soon, Morgan. Amy ended the call, and Morgan tucked her phone into her pocket. She walked back in and asked, What are we doing about locating the two missing women? Amber and Brett are going to be following up with getting an ID for the woman at the mortuary. Morgan held up her hand. Hang on, give me a moment. Amy found some information that she's sent over. Let me take a look at it. Her computer took forever to log her back in, while every pair of the eyes in the room were fixed on her, and she wished she'd got the email open before she'd spoken up. Eventually her emails loaded, and Amy was right. It had gone straight to her junk mail. As she confirmed it was a safe sender, she opened it and waited for the pictures to load. Staring back at her from the screen was a lively, fun-looking woman called Lizzie Thomas, one half of the podcast duo Mystery and Murder UK. She looked a little different to the dead woman in the mortuary, but Morgan was pretty sure it was the post-mortem changes that made the differences, and she would bet that it was the same woman. She looked at Ben. I think it's her, she said, turning her screen as far around as it would go so everyone else could see. Ben leaned closer and screwed up his eyes. It might be. Can you forward that on to Declan, please? At least we have a possible ID. Excellent work. Thank Amy, she found this. Turning her screen back, she forwarded the email on, marking it as high priority, then texted Declan to be sure that he'd read it before he left work for the day. Now, what's the plan of action for the missing women? Ben pointed to the window, his reflection in it because of how dark it was outside now. Searches have stopped for the night. It's too dangerous. Al has had the drone out. Mountain Rescue have had a team out with dogs too, but nothing has come back yet. Mark, who was smiling at Claire, turned his attention to Ben. Are we not going with the theory that we've already pulled two bodies out of the lake? So unfortunately the other two are likely in there as well. Morgan glared at him. Well, I'm not saying that they aren't, but if there have been divers in there searching all day and they haven't found another body, then maybe we should be considering the possibility that whoever killed Dawson and Lizzie has taken them someplace. Abducted them? Yes. Why kill two and take two? What's the motive? If he wanted to kill, then wouldn't he kill them all? I don't know, but I'm just saying we can't rule it out. Claire nodded at Morgan. I agree with you. We still need to be actively looking for them, so I want full teams out there at first light. What about the guy who found Tori? Have we had him in for questioning? Because he seems to have been in the right place at the right time and had plenty of opportunity to do this. Ben added, Kane brought him in earlier to get his statement. I need to speak to Kane, but Amos hasn't said anything that makes him think he could be a suspect, and I'm assuming he uploaded the statement onto the file before he left. I've talked to Amos a few times, and he seems legit. Claire crossed her arms. So was Ted Bundy on first impressions. I would like him brought in for formal interview. And can we get a search warrant for his house, outbuildings? Sorted out, so we're ready to go first thing. Morgan didn't smile or gloat, as she had mentioned this earlier, and it had been brushed to one side. Ben might be her partner in both her personal life and working one, but that didn't mean he was always right. Not that she was saying Ben wasn't taking Amos seriously, but she was worried his judgment had been a little too clouded because he liked the guy. Kane searched the outbuildings when we first got the call out, Claire nodded. I know, I read that on the file, but he would have been looking for Scarlett hiding out. And maybe he only gave them a cursory search, and it was the middle of the night. I'd like to do a thorough search with a full team. Claire smiled at Ben, who nodded. Morgan couldn't help herself. Can we not do that now? I mean, if he's holding a woman and a teenager hostage, who knows what he's going to do? We could be wasting precious minutes and putting their lives at risk. Isn't it better to get the warrants and a search team together while there's enough of us here and go execute it? I can't go home and wait until the morning knowing that we left them there in God knows what kind of situation. Ben didn't make eye contact with her, and she was glad. She wanted to act now, not in 12 hours' time when it could be far too late to save Scarlett and Janie. 32. The convoy of unmarked police cars, followed by 2 marked vans, made their way up the narrow, winding road to the old Buttermere summer camp. Ben had the warrant clutched in his hand, and Morgan thought that if he'd been pissed off and angry earlier, the waves of fury that were emanating off him now made her feel more than a little uncomfortable. She had never, since the day she met Ben, seen him this way. She wanted to reach out and touch him, tell him it was okay. But he was in the passenger seat, Mark was driving, and she felt out of her depth if she was honest. She had wanted this, wanted Amos's house and outbuildings searched again, so this was partly her fault. What she hadn't wanted was to upset Ben to this degree, and she needed to know why he was so against it. This wasn't like him. He was always nothing but professional, to let his personal feelings cloud his judgment like this. And she wondered if the blow to the face he'd received earlier had maybe done a little more damage than the purple-yellow bruising that covered the left side of his jaw. They drove as far as they could and parked outside of the gates. A dark figure stood watching the cars, not moving, and Morgan felt the hairs on the back of her neck prickle as her skin broke out in goosebumps. Then a dog lumbered around the side of it, and she released the breath she'd sucked in and been holding. It was Amos and Shep. She felt a little foolish and was glad she hadn't gasped out loud. "Wait here," Ben barked at her and Mark. She watched as he got out of the car, tugging his coat around him to keep the wind out. The warrant was clutched firmly in his hand. "What's going on with him?" Mark asked without turning around to look at her. "I wish I knew." "What, he hasn't said anything to you about why he's so against this?" "Nothing." "I don't get it. That guy is good for it, don't you think so? Lives here, in the middle of nowhere with all this land and no neighbours nearby. Has plenty of places to hide bodies, too. Maybe it's his gut instinct telling him no. Yeah, I get that, but you can't rule out the possibility they could be our person of interest because you like someone." Ben was standing, head bent against the wind, talking to Amos. He turned around and beckoned them. "Well, I guess we're on." "I guess we are." They got out of the car, and Morgan shivered at the biting wind that nipped at her face. The search officers slammed the van doors as they got their search kits out. Amos led the way, and they followed behind in a line. She didn't miss that he was limping badly tonight, and poor Shep wasn't walking much better. She wondered how Amos had hurt his leg. The house was lit up. Every window shone warm yellow light onto the wilderness of the fell, which guided them towards it through the bitterly cold night. Morgan turned to look at the dilapidated cabin that Tori had been found hiding inside, and shuddered. This was raw, not to mention terrifying, and as much as she wanted Ben to be right about Amos, she was praying he was wrong, and they would find those two missing women, scared but safe, somewhere on this property. Amos led them into his home, no questions asked, no anger, just a determination to do the right thing, judging by the set of his jaw as he nodded at each and every officer who came inside. "Look, I don't want to get in your way. Use the kitchen as your base. It's got that big old farmhouse table in it. Where do you want me to be while you search?" Ben glanced at Morgan. "Amos, if you could wait here with Morgan while we look around, that would be the best thing." Morgan felt a brief flash of anger. Why should she be babysitting this man who could be a violent killer? She wanted to be out there searching with the others and opened her mouth to disagree, but Mark stepped in. "Actually, I want Morgan out searching. Ben, do you want to wait with Amos?" "Whatever you think, boss." Ben didn't argue. He didn't even make eye contact with Mark or her, and she felt that icy chill settle over her again as she wondered what was going through his mind. Morgan pulled some gloves out of her pocket and tugged them onto her fingers. "Amos, how many outbuildings do you have?" Mark asked. "4, and a crumbling shed. Well, if you don't count the old cabin that the girl was in yesterday. God, it seems like it was ages ago, not just a day. How's she doing?" "She's holding it together, as well as she can be," Morgan answered. She was the only one who had spoken to her. "Do we need keys for any of them?" Amos nodded and took a key ring off a hook next to the back door, passing it to her. "They're a mess, full of dust, spiders, and possibly rats, so be careful out there. I can't be responsible if you hurt yourselves. You are doing this of your own volition that is documented, right? I don't want to get sued if somebody falls or gets in trouble." Ben and Mark nodded. "Yes, this is our doing. Is there anything out there that we should know about, Amos? If you do have anyone out there who shouldn't be, or anything dangerous hidden away, now is the time to talk about it," Ben asked him. "To be honest, I don't know what's out there. Plenty of broken furniture, old rusted-up tools, lawn mowers, the odd chainsaw, that kind of thing. To my knowledge, there is no person out there hiding or being kept hidden." Mark nodded. Morgan looked to Ben, who finally met her gaze and smiled at her, and she smiled back. He looked so angry underneath it, though, and she just didn't get why that was. She followed Mark and the rest of the search team outside, tugging her beanie hat down over her ears and zipping her coat as far as it would go. "Morgan and I will take those 2 buildings. You take the other 2, and somebody go back to the main building we walked past. Check for attics, cellars, trapdoors, anything where a person could be hidden. We might be looking for bodies, though, at this point, so bear in mind forensics. If you think you've found something, stop what you're doing, and don't go trampling all over the scene. Shout me over the radio." They split up. and Morgan followed Mark into the first outbuilding, which was the size of a small barn. As he pushed open the door, they both turned on their torches, the beams of light picking up the thousands of dancing dust particles. Morgan sniffed the air. It smelled damp and fusty, but there was no stench of decomposition lingering in it. They stood still, not moving a muscle, straining to listen for any signs of movement. A slight scratching from somewhere froze Morgan to the spot. Then, tiny scurrying, as claws scrabbled across the wooden floor, and Mark whispered, "Mouse, I hope, because I bloody hate rats. Big, ugly things with sharp teeth. Did you ever read the book, The Rats by James Herbert?" Morgan nodded at him, eyes wide, not quite believing he was about to talk about books right here and now, when he barely talked about anything personal when he had the perfect opportunity. "You did?" "Me too. I read it far too young. Gave me nightmares for weeks, and an irrational fear of them that I still carry with me. Do you know how hard it was working nights in Manchester? All those takeaways, the back streets would be full of them, huge ones, scurrying all over the bins to get to the waste food." He shuddered, and Morgan smiled at him, not sure if he could see her trying to commiserate with him while wanting to tell him to shut the fuck up. This wasn't about him. She turned away from him and began walking in the direction that the scratching came from. Mark hovered behind her, following for 10 steps before stopping again. "I'll cover your back from here." "Well, thanks, boss, that's great. Appreciate that." Her voice dripped with sarcasm that was probably lost on him because he had the worst sense of humor. She shone the torch around, walked right to the back, and checked all the dusty corners. Apart from the mice or rats, there was no place else in this building for anyone to hide. No trapdoors, no steps up to a hayloft, just lots of broken machinery that was all rusted and no use to anyone. "There's nothing back here." "Right, good. Let's check the next one then." Mark moved so fast, she thought that he may have just ran back outside, and she shook her head. What a hero he was! He couldn't get out of here fast enough. Outside, he was waiting in front of the next building for her. Morgan brushed past him and opened the door. Stepping inside, this one smelled a lot worse than the other. Mark followed her inside. "Jesus!" She wrinkled her nose at the smell of manure. "What the hell?" Mark had a hand cupped over his nose. "That's disgusting." "No, that's cow shit." Morgan laughed. "What for?" "Oh, God." Mark began to make a strangled sound in the back of his throat, and Morgan thought to herself that he was as much good as a chocolate fireguard. "It's okay, I'll check it out. You wait out here again." She pulled her polo neck jumper up enough so that it covered her nose and mouth, then stepped inside. Her torchlight picked up a pile of manure so tall it was like a miniature mountain. She made her way around it. If there were bodies in here, it would be the perfect cover for them. You'd never smell them over that. Squeezing herself behind the pile, she had to push herself against the wooden slats of the wall so she didn't touch the pile of cow dung. Her foot stood on something hard, and she felt a crunch underneath it. Shining the torch down, she saw a pink iPhone that now had tiny cracks all over the back of it, thanks to her heavy Doc Martens. "Hey, I found a phone. A pink one." "Really? You better leave it in situ, Morgan, and get forensics to come get it." Morgan looked around for anything else, but there was nothing she could see, so she slowly backed out and made her way outside. Letting her face free, she sucked in deep breaths of the fresh, cool air. "I'll get Wendy here to take a look." With all due respect, sir, if that's Scarlett's phone, we could be wasting precious time. Why can't I go back in, photograph it, and collect it in an evidence bag? Wendy will be at least an hour to get here. It's pointless, and besides, for all we know, it might belong to Amos yet. Go on then, make sure you don't touch it without gloves on. She rolled her eyes at him, not caring if he saw her. Obviously. He didn't try to stop her, and she felt a fizzing in her stomach that signaled to her things were about to take a turn. She didn't know yet if that turn would be for better or worse, but at least they had found something, and she wasn't about to stop now. 33. Scarlett had finally stopped crying. Her eyes were so swollen and sore that she could barely open them. "Let us out, please." Her throat was dry and felt scratchy, her voice hoarse. She'd been shouting for what felt like forever. She was tired. Every part of her body ached. There was a thin mattress on the floor, and she'd resisted sitting on it for ages. But now she was in so much pain, she curled up on it. Scared to think about who else could have lain on top of it. What if someone had died on it? She let out another sob. "Hey, he's not here. He can't be. Wouldn't he have shut us up by now?" The voice in the cell next to her whispered. "Save your energy. You're just wearing yourself out." The woman sounded much better than before, not as groggy and confused. "I'm so scared." "I know. I am too. But we can't let him win, can we? He killed my friend and dragged her into the water. Why didn't he kill me?" Scarlett sat up, tucking her knees up to her chin and wrapping her arms around them. "He did the same to my friend Dawson. My other friend ran away. I don't know if she's alive or dead. God, I hope she got away. What's her name?" "Tori." "I think that Tori got away, and we'll tell them what happened. So they must be out there searching for us, and they're going to find us sooner or later. We need to remember that. Thank God for Tori." Scarlett hadn't thought about that. She hoped that Tori had managed to escape and tell the police. She was right. If she had, they would be out looking for her, and that gave her a tiny bit of hope. "Do you know where we are?" "No. It feels as if we're in some kind of cellar, but I don't know where. It's so cold and echoey in here." Scarlett had her coat on, and she unzipped it, then put it on back to front, not sure if it would make any difference. But she lay down so her back was at least covered by the mattress and drew her knees up again. All there was in this cell, and it was a cell, she didn't know how else to describe it, was a bucket, which she assumed was to pee in, and the bottle of water. She thought about how much damage she could do with the bucket. It was plastic, so not a lot, but maybe if she peed in it and threw it in his face when he opened the door, it might give her enough time to shove him inside and lock him in. That was a lot of mights and what-ifs. She knew that it would probably be pointless, but she had to try, didn't she? Otherwise, she may as well roll over and die now. "Have you got anything you could use as a weapon?" Janey asked. "No. Have you?" They were both whispering now, in case the creep was in here somewhere. "Whatever happens, you have to fight him. If he comes into your space, do your best to attack him. Scream, cry, pull his hair, kick him in the nuts, whatever it takes. But do not let him hurt you without trying to stick up for yourself. I read loads of true crime, watch the documentaries, and most of the time these weirdos are not as brave as you would think. They're only brave when they have the upper hand. Let's make sure we don't give that to him again. The first time, he caught us off guard, and we weren't expecting him to attack us. Next time, we'll be ready." Scarlett nodded. She got that and kind of agreed with Janey. But come on, All she had was a plastic bucket to defend herself with, and she didn't think that was going to do the trick. "I'm sorry about your friend." Scarlett saw Dawson's icy blue eyes, his long black fringe and chipped fingernails. She could smell his aftershave too. He always wore the same one that he got for his birthday and Christmas. She didn't know the name, always too shy to ask him, but she would know the woody amber and vanilla scent anywhere. His parents would be devastated. And what about Tori? Where was she? They had been a bit off with each other before they got out of the car. Tori had been snappy with her because she'd been flirting with Dawson. But she couldn't help it. She had fancied him like mad and had never told him that. She couldn't ever tell him how much he meant to her now, and she felt herself crumble as her whole body shook with the grief and heartbreak at the thought of losing her two best friends. 34. Morgan carried the clear evidence bag with the phone back into the house and into the kitchen, where Amos was sitting on a chair at the table, his huge, weathered hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. Ben was standing, leaning against the worktop, his gaze fixed on the evidence bag. Morgan lifted it to show to Amos. "Is this your phone?" He shook his head, then pushed himself up off the chair. His eyes wide, and he looked terrified. "No, I've never seen it before." Ben looked at the bag she was holding out. "Where did you find that?" "In the shed full of cow shit," muttered Mark. Amos looked at Mark. "It's horse manure, not cow. I keep it for the garden, or I used to. Not that you can see much of a garden now. It's all got a bit overgrown." "Whose phone is that?" "Morgan, can you phone the Peters family liaison officer, like now, and ask them what colour Scarlett's phone is?" She nodded. Placing it on the kitchen table, she went outside and asked Control to give her the number. And then she paused and took out her tablet. It should be on the missing persons report that was originally logged. After skimming through it, she saw that it had been a green iPhone 16, and sighed so hard she wanted to scream. She was so mad, but it didn't mean it wasn't evidence. They had barely any information about Janie Moore or her deceased friend Lizzie Thomas. It could belong to one of them. It most likely did. She walked back into the kitchen and felt the warmth that radiated from the ancient Aga settle over her like a fluffy blanket. She shook her head and glanced in Ben's direction, and he looked relieved. Amos looked terrified. Morgan turned to Mark. He looked pissed. "Can you get onto it?" he asked. "I doubt it. There's no charge, and it will have a passcode." The rest of the search team piled into the house. Al cleared his throat. "Nothing we could find." "Thanks, guys. I appreciate you looking." Ben nodded at him. "We'll get going. We're needed for drugs warrant over in Kendall." They left them standing, staring at each other. Morgan wanted to drag Amos back to the station. How did he have a relatively new iPhone in a shed on his property that didn't belong to him when there were two missing women? Judging by the look on Amos's face, he was panicking. Why was that, if he had no idea where it came from? Ben picked up the bag. "Amos, what kind of phone do you have?" Amos opened a drawer and pulled out an old Nokia, so old it was vintage. "I rarely use it. I prefer the landline. But sometimes you get cut off out here and it's good to have a backup." He handed it to Ben, who smiled. "Wow, this works still?" "Yes, good old Nokia. It has no internet, can't take photos, but I can play a mean game of Tetris on it. I don't know where that phone came from you found or who put it there, but I can tell you that I wouldn't know how to use it, and I have never seen it before." Mark sighed again. Do you think it could belong to the missing women? I wouldn't know. I mean, it might. But what were they doing in that shed? Didn't you have to open it up with a key? It's padlocked. Ben's face was full of remorse as he listened to Amos question his boss and dig himself into a hole. It was Morgan who answered. Yes, we had a key, but the lock wasn't fastened, which means someone was lucky to find it open like that, or they had to have had access to it to put the phone in there. Has anyone else got the keys to that shed? He shook his head. No, just me that I'm aware of, but I don't always snap the lock across. There's never much need to, really. I'm sorry, Amos, but I'm going to place you under arrest now, and we're going back to the station. Morgan didn't care what Ben or Mark thought. She wasn't letting this go because of some misguided feelings towards the guy. He may be nice, but it didn't mean he wasn't hiding something. We don't need to cuff you if you're willing to cooperate, she said, and he nodded. Poor Shep has had a rough time of it the last couple of days. He's never been on his own so much. Can I let him out and feed him? Of course, replied Ben, and Amos smiled at him as he began to sort Shep out again. Do you want to bring him with you? Mark almost choked, and Morgan looked bewildered at Ben's suggestion. Amos smiled sadly. No, it's okay. He wouldn't like it in that fancy police station of yours. It's too bright and noisy. He prefers the peace and quiet. I appreciate the offer, though. That's very kind of you. What will happen if I can't get back to let him out in the morning? If for some reason you can't, then I'll come get him and take him to my house. Would that be okay, Amos? You'd do that. I appreciate it. But you should be back, so don't worry about him too much. This should be sorted out without too many complications. Morgan left to go and sit in the van. What the hell was Ben doing? She was going to drive, and Ben could keep Amos company if he was so bothered about her arresting him. Mark and the other officers were still searching the buildings. Finding Janie and Scarlett was their priority. Today had been crazy, and she didn't think it could get any worse. She didn't know if she believed that Amos was a killer and had kidnapped Scarlett and Janie. But what she did know was that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't interview him about the phone. He had to know something. If nobody else had a key to that barn, then who had put it there in the first place? And why? Unless someone had set him up to look as if he had hidden it there was that possibility. Either way, they wouldn't know unless he was spoken to again, this time after being read his rights. Morgan rubbed her index and middle finger along the bridge of her nose. Her head was pounding, and she wanted to swallow 2 ibuprofen and get an early night. They had been working this investigation since the early hours, and there didn't look as if there was any sign of them being able to call it a day yet. Not unless she could prove the phone didn't belong to either Scarlett or Janie, and the only way to do that tonight would be if she could charge it up and get into it. Mark would never agree to it once they were back at the station, but Ben might if it meant getting Amos off the hook. 35. Etty had been unsettled since Morgan's visit. Then she'd gone into Kendall to M&S to stock up on her favourite biscuits, cakes, and something nice for tea, and seen the headlines blazing from the front of the newspapers. 1 teenager dead, 1 missing, and 1 left alive. Underneath it was a picture of a dripping wet Morgan standing at the edge of a lake, looking frozen and bedraggled. Who on earth had taken that photograph and given it to the newspapers? Surely the press hadn't been there in the early hours when that had happened. It didn't make sense. They wouldn't have known about the tragic incident. She picked up the paper, folding it in half, and tucked it into her shopping trolley. That would mean that one of Morgan's colleagues had snapped it and sold her out. That thought gave Etty a cold shiver that ran the full length of her spine. There was a spy in the ranks, and she didn't like that for Morgan. Hadn't they been through enough, finding out that one of their own was a serial killer? Etty had felt so bad when she'd heard the news about Angela. She had been a good woman, a brilliant social worker, and had suffered terribly at the hands of her estranged son. Etty sighed. What was the world coming to? She was going to have to tell Morgan about this, so she knew there was another snake in their midst. After browsing the food hall, she paid for her stuff and decided to treat herself to a cappuccino in the cafe before driving back home. Ernest was coming for supper, and she'd busied herself in the kitchen, her favourite place of all. Max was as fidgety as a cat on a hot tin roof this evening, and he'd been in and out of the window more times than she could count. Hopping in to watch her and then hopping back out, chattering so loud she wished she could speak fluent Corvid, so she knew what was making him so edgy. Finally, he came back in and just stared at her. Etty flung her hands in the air. "What is the matter with you tonight? Shouldn't you be nesting somewhere, ready for bed? Why are you so antsy? You're putting me on edge." Max bowed his head, his way of saying sorry, and she put down the wooden spoon she was stirring the bechamel sauce with to go and stroke his soft head. Etty never tired of how his soft feathers felt like velvet to her fingertips, and she gently scratched him in his favourite spot. "What's wrong, old friend? You are not yourself. Are you well?" Max looked up and stared into her eyes, then gave a curt nod. "Good, I am glad you are. Then why all this fuss? Is it because Ernest is coming for supper?" Another nod, and Etty smiled at him. "He's a friend, nothing more. He will never take your place, you know that, right?" She bent down and kissed his beak. He let out a gentle caw and rubbed his head against hers. "We're good. You are my priority. I just get a little lonely, Max, and sometimes it's good to speak to another human now and again. Not all the time, mind, because we don't particularly like most of them, do we? But I'm not getting any younger, and it's nice to be wined and dined. You get that, right? You have Esme, don't you, when she's around? Don't think I haven't noticed the pair of you flirting in the branches of that old oak tree, because I have." Max squawked and hopped from one leg to the other. "See, we both need a bit of company, and I'm so happy in my heart for you that you have a mate. Can you be a little happy for me, and a little less overprotective, maybe?" He gave another soft caw and hopped back outside, hopefully to go find Esme, his new mate, whom Etty had named and fallen in love with. She was a little shy and sometimes perched outside the window on the sill or on the fence. She would watch as Max came in and out, but Etty thought that maybe soon she would follow him inside, and that would be wonderful. 3 soft knocks on her front door made her wipe her hands on the apron she was wearing and do a quick fit check in the glass of one of her floral portraits to check her white hair hadn't escaped its bun too much and wasn't looking wild. She opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Ernest." "Good evening, Etty. Something smells wonderful." He held out a small bouquet of wild flowers, and she felt her cheeks tinge with 2 circles of hot pink. "Thank you, they're beautiful. You are such a charmer. Come in and I'll fix you a drink." She led him inside. He had to duck to fit under her doorframe, just like Ben did on the rare occasion he visited her. The cottage had low ceilings, which didn't affect her, as she was only just over 5'2". She pointed to the sofa. "Take a seat. Would you like a glass of wine, a beer, tea, coffee, or a glass of juice?" "So much choice. What are you having?" I think I'd like a glass of wine. I have a bottle of white in the fridge if you'd care to join me. Ernest glanced at the door. I suppose I could have a small one. I have to drive home. I'm far too lazy to walk tonight. It's so cold out there. Etty smiled. Well, my sofa is always free if you ever need to stay overnight. I do have a spare bedroom, but I'm afraid it's full to the brim with books and empty jars. I need to have a clear out, but you know, a woman can never have enough empty jars in her life. Or books. Yes, books maybe more so. Thank you, Etty. I'll see how I feel after a small glass. I appreciate the offer, though. She turned away so he couldn't see the grin on her face. She was being a brazen hussy, and it wasn't like her. But she had decided she really liked the man. And if there was one thing she did know, time wasn't a luxury afforded to many. Look at poor Angela, cut down when she had truly found happiness. It had broken her heart when she heard the awful news of her murder, and she was glad that she'd had fun and found love with Cain. Etty wasn't going to mess around with Ernest. He was sweet and a gentleman too, everything she could ask for. She poured out 2 small glasses of the nicely chilled Chardonnay and passed one to him. He raised his glass, gently clinking it against hers. To new friendships, good company, and even better food. Etty laughed. You have high expectations. Would you think badly of me if I told you most of it was from M&S? Ernest laughed so loud it filled the air inside the cottage and made her grin as he shook his head and gave her a little clap. I love how honest you are, Etty. It's a real breath of fresh air, and let me share a little secret with you. I also do most of my shopping there, and I always buy the yellow stickered stuff, so if you are ever brave enough to come to mine for a meal, there's a pretty decent chance I wouldn't have cooked it from scratch either, and it may or may not give you food poisoning because it's out of date. Etty smiled at him and sighed. He was almost too good to be true. 36. Ben had booked Amos in again to be interviewed formally this time, and Morgan had heard Joe, the duty sergeant's, displeasure with the pair of them loud and clear. Clutching the evidence bag, she had gone upstairs to the CSI office to see if Wendy was around, and had breathed a sigh of relief to see her hunched over her computer, engrossed in whatever she was doing. She didn't even look up. Morgan gave a slight cough, and Wendy jumped off her chair. What the hell? You scared the crap out of me. What are you doing sneaking around, Morgan? Morgan went and sat on the empty chair opposite her. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I wanted your advice. Wendy looked at the evidence bag Morgan was holding and shook her head. I'm going to tell you now that it's a bad idea. Whatever crazy scheme you're thinking about, reel it in and don't give in to those intrusive thoughts. Morgan grinned at her. We found this phone in one of the barns, and it doesn't belong to the guy who lives there, but... But? Well, it could belong to a lost walker or someone. It might not necessarily be evidence. Wendy screwed her eyes up so tight, Morgan couldn't even count the frown lines on her forehead. There were that many. You want to take a look at it and see if you can get into it? Yes. Wendy shook her head. You don't need me to tell you that it's a big no from me, do you? Morgan sighed. I don't. I'm tired. We haven't caught a break all day, and we don't know where those 2 missing girls are. This might have captured something useful on it. It might be our only chance to save them. Emotional blackmail, that's low. I'm not saying take it out of the bag and touch it. No? Then what are you saying? That we put a tiny slit in the evidence bag, stick a charger in the port, and see if we can find anything. No, you're going to have to send it up to HQ and mark it urgent. That's going to take too much time, Wendy. We don't know how long they could have left. They could be out there somewhere, freezing to death, and we're going to let that happen because we're too afraid to look for some clues as to where they could be. Scarlett is 16, Wendy. Janie Moore is 24. They didn't deserve whatever has happened or is happening to them. We owe it to them to at least take a look. And if you find anything significant, we'll send it to HQ. You're really going hard with the emotional blackmail. Pass it to me. Morgan held out the bag, and Wendy took it from her. We might be jeopardizing crucial evidence. We don't know who it belongs to. We might be saving their lives. Have you booked this in? Morgan shook her head, and Wendy looked at the bag. You haven't even documented it and put your reference number down. I know. You were going to look at it anyway, whether I agreed or not to help you, but you thought you'd share the burden and get me involved anyway. I just want to help them. Before either of them could change their mind, Wendy snapped on a pair of gloves, picked up a pair of scissors, and slit the bottom of the bag just enough that she could feed her iPhone charger through it. Pushing it into the charging port through the slit, she placed the phone on the desk, and they both watched it, not daring to breathe and hoping that it was going to charge. An empty battery icon appeared on the screen, and Morgan leaned across and high-fived Wendy. I can't believe that you're going to take me down with you. What will we do after this? I don't have any other skills. I can't believe you're so pessimistic. Nobody is around. Nobody knows, and we might save someone's life. Sometimes you have to rebel against the system to get the results that count. Wendy shook her head. You're a bad influence. I know. I get told that a lot, but it's all for a good cause. I hope so. They both sat in the dark, staring at the phone screen, waiting for it to come back to life. And they were so focused on it, they never even noticed Kane, who crept in and yelled, "Boo!" Both women screamed in unison. Kane slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. You crazy women! What in the hell are you doing? Put a light on. It's not as if you're paying the electricity bill. Morgan, whose heart was thudding so hard inside her chest, had a good mind to stand up and slap him for scaring the shit out of her. We're busy. We didn't have time to put a light on. Kane flopped down in the empty chair next to Morgan and tilted his head at her. I think you're up to no good. Why else would you be sitting in the dark? This is very exciting. What have you blackmailed Wens with to make her your accessory to whatever crime you're committing? You have a suspicious mind. You should be a detective. Kane laughed even harder. Funny you should say that. Come on, spill the beans, Brooks. What are you doing? Whose phone is that? I found it in one of the barns up at the old summer camp. Ooh, interesting. Is it the missing girls? What do you really think we're doing? Morgan's voice was laced with sarcasm. I think you're being naughty and tampering with evidence. Wendy looked up at him, her eyes wide, and Morgan felt bad that she'd put her into this predicament. It was all my idea. Wendy didn't want to. Really? You didn't need to clarify that one, Brooks. Look, I'm not going to go running to the boss and tell tales. In fact, it hurts me deep inside my heart that you might think I would. I want to know as much as you where they are, and if this is going to help, then who am I to judge? While they were deep in discussion, the screen came to life, and a picture of a podcast cover filled it. Kane pointed to it. That's the podcast Janie Moore and her friend Lizzie Thomas host. Amy found it before, and we were listening to it. They are really good, too. This is so awful. It has to belong to one of them. All the guilt Morgan felt was replaced by a tiny spark of hope that flared inside of her chest. Wendy swiped the screen up, and Morgan, who didn't expect it to unlock, held her breath as the screen filled with apps. Wendy turned to stare at her.
Holy crap, it's not got a passcode or anything. Kane shrugged.
Not everyone can be bothered with that kind of stuff, you jammy buggers. Who would have thought that? Morgan stared at the screen, not quite believing what a stroke of luck this was. Can you go onto her photos and see if they took any of the summer camp? Wendy nodded and opened the Photos app, and photos began to load. Wendy shook her head. This is crazy. But brilliant, whispered Morgan. Morgan and Kane both scooted their chairs around to Wendy's side of the desk, as close to her as they could get, and leaned over to look at them. It's all dark, but look, click on that one. Isn't that the cabin we found Tori in? As the photo enlarged and the cabin filled the screen, Wendy grinned at her. What's that video of? Wendy pressed it, and the grounds of the summer camp came into view. It was a bit shaky because whoever was filming was moving pretty quickly. For whoever watches this, if we post it, we might not yet. It depends on if it's good enough quality, and we won't know that until we review the footage. But if you are watching this, is the haunted site of the Old Lakes Summer Camp, which was steeped in tragedy from the day it first opened. There are many tales of tragedies that have happened on this land, and some say that it's cursed. Apparently, there is an urban legend that says, "Be careful of the Watcher." When the fog lies low, the Watcher leaves the safety of his dwelling, and woe betide anyone out wandering around in the fog. He will get you. Ah! A different voice screamed, and the woman with the phone jumped a little before laughing loudly. Fuck off, Lizzie. You scared the shit out of me. Sorry, folks, she has the worst sense of humor. As I was saying, people around these parts believe in this mysterious watcher, but nobody has ever seen him and lived to tell the tale, or so they say. A loud crack somewhere behind them echoed, and both the woman who was filming and her friend Lizzie jumped. Lizzie looked a little panicked and whispered, "What was that?" Janie turned the phone to selfie mode and held it close to her face. That might be the Watcher. He's coming for us because we're out trespassing on his land. Woohoo! Shut up, Janie. Did you hear footsteps? Janie, who was no longer grinning at the camera, let her hand fall to her side, and the picture went all blurry. Relax, it's just an animal. Bloody big animal to make a sound that loud, don't you think? I don't like it. Can we please get out of here? Yeah, in a minute. As you can see, you need a strong constitution to deal with this kind of shit day in, day out, but that's what we do. This is the whole point of the podcast, folks, so stay tuned. And if we don't get murdered by some weirdo out here, let's connect when we're back home safely. You know the drill. You can find us on whatever platform you listen to. A terrified scream filled the air. Run, Lizzie. The phone was still filming, only now it was fast and blurry as Janie was running away from something or someone. She lifted the phone up to try and film whoever was chasing them, and Morgan's heart was beating as if it was a caged animal trying to escape its cage. There, a short distance away from Janie Moore, was a tall, dark figure, far too tall to be Amos, and it was chasing the women. They were fast, too fast for Amos, who had a limp. All dressed in black, it was catching up to them. A loud shout and the sound of someone falling as Lizzie fell over something and hit the ground. Janie's phone captured her on all fours. Before Janie could run to help her friend, the figure was there, standing above Lizzie and swinging a bat. The crunch, as it connected with her skull, was sickening, and all three of them cupped their hands over their mouths. Janie began to whimper, but she took off running. Then she either fell over or was brought down by whoever was chasing her. Her phone on the floor was filming the night sky until a shadowy figure stood over it, leaning down to pick it up. The filming stopped. "Oh my God!" Wendy's voice trembled. Morgan couldn't believe what she had just watched. Kane was shaking his head. "That's sick. The sick fuck. Someone needs to go tell Ben to come up here and watch this. There is no way it's Amos. Did you see how fast they moved? Amos has a significant limp. He struggles walking at a normal pace." Morgan was whispering, and she didn't know why. Kane stood up. "I'll go." As he reached the door, he turned the lights on, and both Wendy and Morgan had to shield their eyes from the fluorescent glow that was blinding. Wendy was shaking her head. "That was awful. The sound of—" She didn't finish her sentence. She didn't need to. The sound of the bat connecting with Lizzie's skull would never leave Morgan's brain. It would be stored there along with all the other horrific memories she had collected over the years. 37. Mark had arrived back in the office moments ago, and Ben rushed into the CSI office where a subdued Wendy was still staring at the phone inside of the evidence bag, as if it was the creep who had attacked the girls. Morgan sucked in a deep breath, ready to defend her actions and take the consequences of what she'd done. Ben didn't look as angry as she'd thought he might. In fact, he looked more relieved. Mark was staring at the evidence bag, arms crossed. He stared Morgan straight in the eye and asked, "So, technically, we did this to what?" Morgan didn't get time to answer. Kane did. "Well, it's pretty clear once you watch the video that this is about trying to save Janie Moore's life. She is in mortal danger, and so is Scarlett Peters. This is about an immediate, real and substantial risk to life and limb, and that's probable cause for viewing the footage." Ben nodded. "Good enough for me. Can you send the video to one of us so we can enlarge it and view it on the computer?" Wendy nodded and pressed the share icon to send it to her work email address. "I think it would be better if I send it to myself, then I can share it with you." "Whatever you think." Ben smiled at her, and Morgan saw Wendy's shoulders relax a little. Poor Wendy. She had put her in a difficult position, but she was glad she had. Now they knew what they were up against. Finally, Wendy's email pinged with the file notification. Her finger hovered above the mouse. "This is awful. I just thought you should know that." Morgan nodded. "We didn't expect this at all, but you need to watch it yourselves." Wendy pressed play, then stood up and walked out of the room, unable to watch it a second time. Morgan didn't blame her. It was the most harrowing thing she had ever watched in her life. But at the same time, it gave her hope that somehow the tech unit might be able to clean this up enough to give them some facial recognition, or at least help to identify the creep. All of them stood silently hunched around Wendy's monitor, watching Lizzie's and Janie's last moments before they were attacked. And somehow it was even worse this time because Morgan already knew what was going to happen, and she was holding her breath without even realizing it. "Jesus, that's horrific," muttered Mark as it ended. Ben was staring at the screen. He scrubbed his hand across his chin, then grimaced as it pressed against his bruised jawline. He looked at Morgan. They were talking about the Watcher. You mentioned that both Etty and the neighbour talked about this Watcher. Is it some kind of urban myth? Because I've never heard of it. Mark had tears in his eyes, and he blinked a couple of times. Those kids. This happened to them too. That's horrific. I can't even think of a word bad enough to describe it. So where are Scarlett and Janie? Because the whole area has been searched. We've searched Amos's buildings twice and didn't find them. Morgan swallowed the lump in the back of her throat and gave a little cough to clear it. I think whoever that is has taken them. So that means he lives nearby or he had transport, because even though Janie and Scarlett are of average build, it would still take a lot of strength to carry them or drag them to wherever he was going or to a vehicle. How did Amos not hear this happening? He heard Tori screaming, but not this. It sounded windy on the footage. Maybe he was asleep or not home, said Ben. We need to show this to Claire. Is she in the office still? Mark shrugged. Probably. I'll go get her. When Mark left, Ben put his hand on top of Morgan's. You did good. I'm going to say I approve of what you did, and under the circumstances, this was the best course of action. I'll defend that all the way. She smiled at him. Thank you, but I don't need you to do that. I'll gladly take whatever consequences come my way, just don't get Wendy involved. I kind of blackmailed her, so it's not her fault. I didn't need you to blackmail me, Morgan. I did what we had to do. Sometimes it's not always possible to follow the rules 100%. I'll take whatever consequences too. Wendy had walked back in, and she smiled at Morgan and shrugged. We could get a mobile coffee van and park up on Bowness Pier near to the ice cream van. I bet we'd make a killing. Kane rolled his eyes. You two are so dramatic. Stop it. Your actions may have helped to solve this case. Nobody is going to fire you for that. The worst you're going to get is a slapped hand, and if we can figure out where the hell he has taken them, then you might also have saved their lives, and you can't put a price on that. You're both bloody heroes. Thank the Lord you don't always play by the rules, Morgan. Time is of the essence, and we're running out of it. Mark walked back in with Claire. She nodded at Morgan. You found crucial evidence, even if it was a little unethical. Well done. I am not, for one, going to reprimand you for using your initiative. Morgan couldn't watch the video a third time, and she smiled at her and walked back to the office. She needed to sit down and think, clear her head, and figure out where the hell Janie and Scarlett were being held captive, because there was no doubt about it in her mind that they were being held somewhere. If they were dead, they would have found their bodies, like they had found Lizzie's and Dawson's, and they hadn't, so that had to be hopeful, didn't it? 38. Everyone filed back into the office, and Morgan glanced at the ancient clock on the wall above Kane's desk. It was almost 9 p.m. The dark circles under Ben's eyes made him look as if he was 10 years older than he was, and she felt as weary as he looked. As much as I want to get out there and search, we really have no idea where to start, and that terrain, as you all know by now, is very dangerous. I've just checked the weather reports, and there is ground fog creeping in, which puts us in a difficult position. Then he's going to be out there again, looking for more victims, if he only comes out when it's misty. Morgan was staring at Ben. What we are going to do is station officers at the entrance to the 2 roads that lead up to the fell, and they will close the roads, take details of any vehicles that try to gain access to it, or leave. Technically, the only people needing to go up there are the local farmer, if there's an emergency, Amos, and the neighbour. What's her name again? Mrs. Black, Morgan replied. Right, she's elderly. Does she have carers or anyone checking in on her that we need to be aware of? Just a grandson, but Joyce said he doesn't visit very often, Christmas and birthdays. So, he has access to her house and the area. Have we searched her house, and did we look into him? A sense of dread overwhelmed Morgan, and she shook her head. No, well, I did have a quick look around and didn't see anything. Joyce said he doesn't live locally. I don't care where he lives. Can we get his details and do a thorough search on the system to see if he's got previous for anything? Yes, I'll do that, and I'll go and search her house. You're not going up there on your own in this weather, Morgan. Kane, can you go with her? Yes, boss. I thought you just said we weren't doing this tonight, though. Not that I mind babysitting Brooks, but it might be dangerous. Claire shook her head. We're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where are those uniformed officers that were here earlier helping? Can't all four of you go up there? Didn't one of them have a taser? Get the details for the grandson, have a look around, and then get the hell out of there. If you find anything, then get urgent assistance and we'll be on standby. Ben was nodding. Did she seem like a threat to you, Morgan? No, she was lovely. She made me a sandwich. No threat at all. I don't need an armed escort. I'm happy to go there on my own. Sorry, you're not going alone. Mark said it before Ben could. You get up there and back down as quickly as possible and take a marked car so it's obvious the pair of you are cops. Is that okay? Then we're going to call it a night and get back here for the crack of dawn. Fine, that's okay. Morgan stood up. Kane followed her out and whispered, Do we really need those two to come with us? Morgan shook her head. Not if we get out of here now. They hurried to the back stairs, where they could get down to the locker room and out of the fire exit before anyone noticed. As Kane drove out of the gates, Morgan clapped her hands. We were like a couple of ninjas then. High five to us. He laughed. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, though. I'm not too keen on the thought of going up on that fell side in the dark when there's a killer out on the loose, Morgan. Maybe we were a little hasty and should have waited for those two. Morgan thought about it for a second. You're right, we were a bit hasty, but there are cops at the bottom of the fell blocking the roads that lead up to it, so technically we're not on our own. No, but that video was terrifying. The crunch of her skull as it shattered. Ugh, that's going to give me even more nightmares than I'm already having every night about how Angela died. So violently, and God, it must have hurt. She was there on her own, bleeding to death in front of her son, who stood and watched without an ounce of compassion towards her. His voice cracked so that those last words came out barely above a whisper. Maybe it's too soon, Kane. It was so awful. The only blessing is it would have been quick, and I know that's no comfort for you. I wish I could say something that was helpful and not just empty words. And this is a lot for me. I can't imagine how hard it is for you. Did you speak to Amy about staying there for a little while? He shook his head, wiped at his eyes with his hand and sniffed. It's too imposing, too much to ask of her. Morgan shrugged. Okay, whatever you think. But for what it's worth, I think she would love to have you there, helping out with Ava Rose. She is so stubborn, she wouldn't ask for help if she needed it. It would do the both of you good. I mean, you're both grieving in your own way. Why not do it together? Do you need a hug? She had taken Kane's favourite line, and he smiled at her. Leaning across towards him, she wrapped her arms around his huge shoulders the best that she could and squeezed hard. He squeezed back, then let her go. Morgan realized it was time to change the subject. She couldn't bear to see Kane crying like this. "I don't see Mrs. Black harboring a killer or 2 kidnapped girls. She was far too lovely." "Oh my God, you and Ben have completely lost it. Do you realize that? I mean, what's got into him being all protective over that Amos guy like he has been, and now you're doing the same thing with some old lady who made you a sandwich? Are you in competition with each other to see who can win the soppiest sod award?" She snorted. "No, I don't know what's going on with Ben. He's been acting weird all day." Kane didn't say anything, and she turned to look at him. "You know something, don't you? What's going on?" "I don't know anything. Don't ask me." "Yes, you do. I can tell by the look on your face." He shook his head. "There's nothing to tell. I just don't think he's comfortable with Amber being in the office again." "Nobody is." "True." They drove the rest of the way in silence. 39. True to Mark's word, there was a van stationed across the narrow road that led up the side of the fell. The 2 officers inside of it waved when they realized it was Kane driving, and reversed enough so he could get the panda car around them. Morgan directed him to the almost hidden entrance up the fell that led to Joyce's house. The mist hadn't arrived, and Morgan had never been so relieved. She knew that this Watcher legend wasn't true. It couldn't be. They were looking for a very real person, not some ghost. But she did think that someone was out there pretending to be the Watcher, and it was so creepy, not to mention downright terrifying. There were lights on inside the cottage, and Morgan was glad that Joyce was home. She didn't want to think of her out there in the dark. Morgan gave the door 3 quick raps in succession with her knuckles, the same knock she'd used earlier, and stepped back, so if Joyce looked out of the upstairs window, she would see her and Kane. When the door opened, she was kind of disappointed that Joyce wasn't still wearing her Demogorgon onesie. Instead, she had a pair of hocus-pocus pajamas on, and Morgan thought that she might be in love with this older woman's nightwear wardrobe. "Morgan?" Joyce's voice was questioning. "Is everything okay?" "Can we come in, Joyce? This is my colleague, Kane. We are looking for 2 missing women, and our boss has asked that we check your house and outbuildings, just in case they turn up or are in some kind of trouble." Joyce stepped back. "Of course, but I would like to think I'd have known if 2 strangers were in my house, hiding someplace." Morgan smiled at her. "I know you would, but it's protocol when we have high-risk missing persons to search the nearest properties and outbuildings. Is that okay?" "Of course. I have nothing and nobody to hide." "Oh dear. I'm so sorry there are 2 missing women. That is dreadful. Such a worry." "It really is. Would you like to show us around, Joyce?" She shook her head. "No, you help yourselves. I'll wait down here for you." Kane, who was nearest to the stairs, had to duck his head to go up them, they were so low. His heavy steps vibrated the wooden treads. Morgan pointed to the rooms with closed doors. "Are you okay if I look in these? How many outbuildings do you have, Joyce?" "Oh, just an old barn that's falling down, and a shed full of my husband's rusted tools that haven't been used in years, well, except for the lawnmower. In the summer, I try and keep the front neat, but I let the sheep come in and graze on the back garden. It's too big to mow at my age." "Does your grandson not help out?" She laughed. "Daly does not do manual work. He's a city boy, works in a fancy office in Carlisle. He would pay for someone to come in, but what's the point? It's not as if I'm going to enter the best garden in the street competition. It's just me and Amos up here, and as far as I know, he lets the sheep do his grazing too. Morgan smiled at her. Where does Daly work? You know, I couldn't tell you. How awful is that? All I know is that he gets paid a lot of money to be some kind of fancy consultant, gets to work his own hours and be his own boss. He's done good for himself. I'm very proud of him. That's nice. Could we get his address and date of birth, just to add to our notes? Joyce nodded. I'll get them for you before you go. I have them written down. She pointed to her temple. My memory isn't as good as it used to be. Forget my head if it was loose. She opened the door to the first room and felt for the light switch. It was a living room with a sofa, TV, and coffee table covered in magazines, and a Stranger Things mug full of cold tea. The other room was a dining room and empty too. She went back to the kitchen, where Joyce was sitting at the small table nursing a mug of tea. Would you like a drink? No, thanks. We've got to get back. Busy? You haven't stopped all day, have you? Morgan shook her head. Is it okay to check your outbuildings, Joyce? Have you been out there lately? No, I don't really know the last time I went out there. I used to keep my wood for the log burner out there, but Daly had a little log store put next to the back door, so I didn't have to traipse around in the dark. Daly is a good lad, Joyce laughed. He really is. So was my son, his dad. I miss him terribly. He drowned in a lake after drunkenly thinking it was a good idea to go swimming after a few too many pints on a night out with his friends. Morgan could see the grief in Joyce's eyes. That's so sad. What about Daly's mum? Is she still around? She moved to Benidorm, and as far as I know, she's okay. She couldn't handle being here in the cold and damp. We sometimes go visit her. She's a good woman. I love her a lot for a daughter-in-law. She loved my son, so I loved her. It's all I ever wanted for him. Morgan smiled at her. That's a lovely way to look at it. Do I need a key for the barn or shed? No, there's nothing in there worth stealing, and if they did, they'd be doing me a favour. Kane thundered back down the stairs. I'll come with you. They went out into the vast darkness, the shape of the barn and shed two silhouettes against the black sky. There were no stars or moon to illuminate the side of the fell, and it was creepy. No wonder Joyce didn't come out here in the dark. It's so dark out here. The lights from the cottage don't shine very far, said Kane. They didn't. Morgan switched on the torch she'd brought along with her. I forgot my torch. She smiled at him. Good job I have one. What about your phone? It's on like 2% battery. We'll manage then. Stay close. Morgan, I'm not exactly going to wander off when I can't see shit in front of my face. She grinned. Like it or not, he was funny, even when he wasn't trying to be. They reached the shed first, and she elbowed Kane in the ribs. Take one for the team. It might be full of spiders. You're such a chancer, Brooks. How do you not know I'm not terrified of them? I could have agoraphobia. Then spiders won't bother you, will they, you idiot? If you were scared of spiders, you'd have arachnophobia. Same thing. No, it's not at all. Agoraphobia is a fear of being in situations you can't escape from. Then it's near enough. I am in fear of being in this situation with you. Kane. He laughed, then knocked on the shed door. Morgan arched her eyebrow at him. What? Just alerting the spiders we're coming in. She shook her head. He lifted the latch and pushed open the door. She shone the torch inside. Hello? Is anyone in here? Morgan called out. Silence greeted them, and she wasn't surprised. In fact, she was kind of relieved. The shed wasn't big, but Kane ducked his head and went inside, waving his arm around to disperse any cobwebs. Morgan stepped inside behind him. Joyce was right. A lawn-mower and other tools, empty plant pots, but no women and nowhere for them to be hiding. I guess we should try the barn. I guess we should, answered Kane. They headed towards the much bigger stone building, and Kane held out his hand in the direction of the door. Your turn. Morgan didn't argue with him. This was a much bigger space than the shed. Hopefully the spiders would be much higher up. She pushed open the door, and it moved a couple of inches before getting stuck. She pushed again, with no luck. Kane pressed both his hands on it, and it let out a long, slow creak before giving way, and opening wide enough for them both to get in. Welcome to my crypt, he whispered, doing an awful Dracula voice. Scarlett, Janie, it's the police. Are you in here? It was so quiet all she could hear was Kane's breathing behind her. She stepped inside and walked around, waving her hands in front of her in case there were giant cobwebs. It smelled much better than Amos's barn, where they'd found Janie's phone. Musty, but nothing bad. She walked around it. There were some broken old chairs next to a table that was on its side. Kane walked the opposite way around to her, and they both met in the middle. Nothing. He shrugged at her. Now what? Morgan closed her eyes briefly, just a couple of seconds, before opening them. We keep looking until we find them. We're not giving up on them. No, we're not. But we're going to have to grab some rest, Morgan. We can't focus on exhaustion. I'm wiped out today, both mentally and physically. I need my bed. He was right. She knew he was. But oh, how she wanted to go outside onto that cold and lonely fell, to scream their names at the top of her lungs and hope that they heard her, and that it gave them hope to cling on to until she found them. Eyes blurry with tears, she rushed past Kane to get outside, and did just that, cupping her hands around her mouth. Scarlett! Janie! I'm looking for you! Her voice loud, so loud that it echoed around the valley below. Kane wrapped his arm around her shoulders and squeezed. I hope they heard that. And can I just say that you made me jump so far out of my skin, I think my soul left my body. You have a big mouth, Brooks. Come on, let's call it a day. We've done everything that we can. So don't feel bad and get yourself all worked up about it. She smiled at him in the darkness and leaned back into his arms. She wanted this to be over, wanted the killer in cuffs and in the safety of a police cell, so nobody else stupid enough to be out here when the weather turned had to pay the ultimate price with their lives. 40. They drove to work in silence. Morgan hadn't expected to sleep, but she had closed her eyes the moment her head hit the pillow. Waking a couple of times from terrible nightmares about someone standing in the shadows watching her. At one point she'd turned on the bedside lamp to check there was nobody in the room, to Ben's groaning, although he'd never opened his eyes. After using the torch on her phone to check each corner was clear, she'd switched off the lamp and fell straight back to sleep, to another nightmare. They were too early to grab coffee. None of the cafes were open, so she was going to have to do with a coffee out of the vending machine that had been fixed since Al had shown her how to defraud it and get free drinks. Ben went into the office, and she went straight to the canteen. When she came back down with 2 lattes, the office was already full. Claire and Mark were sitting down. Amber and Brett had just walked in. Kane pointed to Morgan's cup, and she lifted her head in the direction of the canteen. He walked out of the room without even speaking. But she knew, like her, he needed coffee to get his brain fired up so he could function on so little sleep. She passed a cup to Ben, who took a huge gulp, then grimaced as it burned all the way down his esophagus. "They're hot," she told him. "Too late, but thanks for that." She shrugged, not her fault. His face was a mess, and she had offered to put an ice pack on it for him last night. He'd gone to bed with a bag of frozen peas wrapped in a soft hand towel and fallen asleep with it on his face, not even waking when it had turned into a puddle of mushed peas and cold water. He'd only groaned when she'd put the light on, but she hadn't realized he was still lying on the defrosted bag until they'd got out of bed and she'd seen the bag and the wet patch across his pillow and side of the sheet. Kane came back in with his coffee. Amber had left to brew up and came back with 4 mugs for herself, the boss, Claire, and Brett. Ben was pacing up and down, sipping his drink. "I've expanded the search area. Amos and the neighbours' properties have been thoroughly searched. So I've requested Mountain Rescue, who are currently out trawling the whole fellside. Are there any caves, wells, ancient septic tanks in the area we don't know about that we can send the search team to?" "What about the lake?" asked Kane. "That's been searched a couple of times now." He shook his head. "Not that lake. That's a relatively small one, man-made. I'm thinking more along the lines of Buttermere and/or Crummock Water." Mark's eyes almost popped out of his head. "How big are those?" "Buttermere is a couple of kilometres. Crummock Water a couple of miles. They're big," said Kane. He was smiling, but Morgan didn't think he meant it as a gloating smile. He was just cheering the boss up. Ben shook his head. "There is nothing to suggest they are in those bodies of water. We found Dawson and Lizzie in the same spot. It's a lot busier down by both of those lakes, more chance of being seen. Having to use a vehicle to transport them and get them to the lakeside without being seen is a stretch. Well, not if it was the middle of the night and foggy." Ben glared at Kane. "If all else fails, then yes, we're going to have to search them. But we have nothing evidentially that suggests they were dumped in there. I think we need to concentrate on the immediate area surrounding the old campsite." "Suit yourself, just a thought," Kane muttered. Claire was staring at her laptop. She looked up. "It's a valid point, though. We may have to consider it at some point." Ben was leaning over Morgan's shoulder. "Can you get a map of the area up? Are there any disused buildings nearby, like crumbling shepherd's huts, bothies, shelters, watchtowers?" At the mention of watchtowers, a cold shudder ran down her spine. The Watcher, the watchtower. It was like some kind of horror movie. And nobody seemed to want to listen to her. "We need to consider the idea that whoever this is, they're basing themselves on the urban legend of the Watcher." Both Janie Moore and Lizzie Thomas were actually recording themselves talking about him, when, out of nowhere, the footage on the phone I found catches a brief glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure following them. Amber laughed. "Come on, that's bullcrap. I've never heard of the Watcher." "Pity," mumbled Kane. Amber glared at him. He sipped his coffee and didn't break her stare. Claire nodded. "Okay, let's consider this. I mean, we have nothing else to go on. I'm listening, Morgan. So our guy is pretending to be this Watcher. What does that entail?" My aunt said it's an old myth. He watches the fells and only appears to walkers who are lost in the fog when they're out walking and the weather turns. Preys on the lost and the weak, that kind of thing. Claire shrugged. Well, that definitely fits with what's happening. So, okay, he's not the OG Watcher from the legend, because how long has that story been going around? But there's nothing to say he's not a copycat. Somehow, he knows about the legend and has taken it another level. Maybe they're delusional and think that they are the Watcher. It's not unthinkable. Morgan nodded. Which also means that whoever this is must be local to know about it. Or he has family that are local who know about it. Claire was nodding. Morgan stood up and began scrubbing the knackered old whiteboard clean. She wrote Joyce Black's name, underneath that Amos with a question mark, because had he mentioned it she wasn't sure. Then she wrote Ettie's name. Ben pointed to the word Ettie. I don't think Ettie is the Watcher, Morgan. No, I don't either, but she knows about him because she told me. I'm just trying to list the people who know about it. Then we can ask them if they've talked about it with anyone lately and add their names to the list. Amber, who was picking at the gel polish on one of her nails, looked up. Better write your own name on that list, Morgan, because none of us have ever heard of it until you brought it up. She smiled sarcastically, and this time it was Ben who glared at her. Don't be ridiculous, he said. What? It's not ridiculous. If you're adding names to a list and you have Joyce Black and her poor Aunt Ettie down, it makes sense to put hers down. I've never heard of this Watcher dude. Has anyone else? They shook their heads, so Morgan wrote her name under her aunt's. Ben took the pen from her fingers. You don't need to do that. She smiled at him. Yes, I do. And now I'm going to write all of your names next to mine because I told you all about it. Amber was no longer smiling. Her lips had drawn a thin line, and Kane laughed. Ha ha ha! Amber, you dweeb. You'd be my first suspect if you weren't so short. Amber picked a pen off the desk and launched it in his direction. Mark stood up. Stop it now. You're behaving like a classroom of unruly children. Let's be sensible about this. Someone scour the map for disused buildings. I'm going to call out Mountain Rescue to see if they're able to assist with a full search of the fell, starting from the neighbour's house. They already did Amos's land with no success. Have we tried pinging Scarlett or Janie's phones? Morgan asked. Claire nodded. It was done last night before we finished. I'm waiting for the results to come through. Morgan looked around at everyone. We need to widen the search. Check out any other property, buildings in the area, whether they're on the fell or not. Let's do a search of all the buildings and houses in Buttermere Village. That's the nearest one. We can make a start now. If their bodies are not in the water or nearby, then maybe the killer lives in the village and has some place he has taken them. Ben clapped his hands together. We'll get teams out on a full house-to-house of the village. I'll draft in the PCSOs to help with the door knocking. I want every registered voter spoken to. His phone rang, and he saw Declan's name and put him on loudspeaker. Hey, have you got something good for me? You're on loudspeaker, by the way, and I'm in a briefing. Could be. Those nail clippings from Lizzie Thomas had the faintest trace of DNA on them. It would have been much stronger if she hadn't been in the water, but it's there, and hopefully enough to get an ID. A loud whoop of delight went around the room. That's fantastic, Declan. Thank you. Well, it's better than nothing. Speak soon. Ben was grinning. Until we get something back from the database, let's get going and carry on with the plan. Mark shook his head. No offence, Ben, but the state of your face, you'll terrify whoever opens the door. You stay in the office and coordinate with Mountain Rescue. Maybe see if you can chivvy up the DNA. Ring the lab and ask them to fast-track it. Besides, someone needs to stay behind, so it may as well be you. Me and Claire will head up the team going to the village. Morgan watched Ben carefully to see if he was disappointed. Instead, she saw a look she recognized all too well, one of mild relief, and for once she didn't blame him. This was turning into a carnival with a whole load of clowns. She just hoped that between them they came up with something tangible to help them find the missing women. 41. "Hey, arsehole, are you there?" Janie shouted, a lot louder now she had her voice back, and Scarlett couldn't help smiling at the words that were full of attitude. "I don't think he's here. I've been listening, and there hasn't been any kind of movement. Try loosening that piece of wood that you said is a bit wobbly." "Okay. Have you felt around to see if there are any in yours?" Despite feeling weak because she couldn't remember the last time she had eaten, Scarlett stood up, feeling for the piece of wood that had creaked and moved slightly earlier when she'd pressed against it. She pressed each post until she felt the slightest movement. "Found it." "Good. Push it as hard as you can." Scarlett began to try and rock it with both hands. It gave a little, but no more. She kept pushing and shoving, then turned around and pushed it with her back, pressing against it with all her might. There was a loud crack, and she felt a sharp pain in her side. Ouch! She fell to her knees, the pain was so intense. Feeling sick with pain, she lifted her hands to her body and felt around. "Oh, God, I'm going to be sick, it's sticking in." "Pull it out." "I can't, it hurts." "Scarlett, listen to me. You have to grab it and pull it out. It's just a splinter." "Huge fucking splinter." "I know, but you're at a disadvantage, and you don't want that. We need to be ready to fight if he comes near us, and you can't with that inside you." Scarlett felt the tears pool in the corner of her eyes. This was so unfair. She didn't deserve this, none of them did. Anger giving her some strength, she grabbed the shard of wood sticking through the flesh and pulled it out. "Ah, fuck!" she gasped, and then she started to cry as she slid to the floor, gripping the sharp piece of wood. A metallic, coppery smell filled the air, and she realized the splintered, broken end was slick with her own blood. Then she began to laugh. Loud laughter that echoed around the room. "What's so funny?" "I just got myself a steak. My wound is probably going to get infected, and I'll probably end up paralyzed. But at least I have a weapon. I'm going to use it the minute he enters this cell." Janie clapped her hands together. "Yes, that's more like it. Can you get the rest of the wood out so you can slip through it and open my cell door?" "Well, I don't know. Give me a few minutes and I'll try. It fucking hurts." She felt like she had lost her mind as she laughed, cried, and then curled up on the damp mattress. Her side a burning ball of fire as it pulsated and throbbed. She pushed the piece of wood underneath the mattress, out of sight. When the creep came back, she was going to have to sit or stand in front of the broken piece of wood to hide it. But the minute he tried to hurt her, she was going to have a huge surprise for him. She knew they didn't have much time left, but she wasn't going down without a fight. 42. The woods were eerily quiet. No bird song, no chatter from Max and his new friend. But it was dry, which was a good start to the day, and Etty was determined to make it a fabulous day. She almost got out of the pretty lilac garden gate before she heard the faint trill of her phone and realized it was still on the kitchen counter charging. Ettie's voice was out of breath as she said, "Hello, are you okay, Morgan?" "I'm good. How are you?" "Good. I was just leaving and had to run back inside for my phone." "Where are you going this early?" "Brunch with Ernest." "Oh, that's lovely." She paused. "Is he with you now?" "No, he left an hour ago. I'm meeting him in town." Morgan grinned. Her aunt had just let slip that her new man had spent the night, and she couldn't be happier for her. As far as Morgan knew, or at least since she'd found out she had an aunt, Etty hadn't been romantically involved with anyone. She deserved to have all the happiness in the world. "I'm sorry, Etty, to keep asking you, but have you talked to anyone recently about this Watcher legend?" "No, dear, why?" "No particular reason." Etty paused, and Morgan knew she was trying to figure out what was going on. "How many people do you think know about it? I mean, I couldn't find anything online. Is it a local law type of thing? How did you even know about it in the first place?" "It's not well known. I suppose there will be something written down somewhere, maybe in an old book of Lake District tales or something. I heard about him from my mum, who got it from hers, and it's always been passed down." "I didn't know about it until you told me." "Exactly. To be honest, I hadn't really thought about it for years, Morgan. I mean, it's highly unlikely it's real, and there's the reason you haven't heard about it." "I don't know. Someone is out there killing people when the weather turns misty, so it's been made real." "What about Ernest? Did you talk to him about it?" "No, it's not the sort of topic of conversation we've been having. We're still getting to know each other." Morgan sighed. "That's a heavy sigh, loaded with a lot of blame and guilt." "I don't know what's going on, Morgan, but this is nothing to do with you." "No, but I feel so bad that we haven't found the two missing girls yet." "You will find them." "Do you know of any other hauntings or lore in the area? What about the girl the teenagers first thought they saw? Do you know anything about that?" Morgan knew she was clutching at straws, but hoping for any kind of clue. There is supposed to be the ghosts of the women who drowned on the lake, but I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'm not sure, but possibly they could have saw one of those. Oh, I know. The old caves are supposed to be haunted by the guy that got crushed there. Have you checked the old cave yet? Morgan felt goosebumps break out all over her flesh. What cave? Well, I don't think they're accessible now, and haven't been for many years, but there is a cave on the far side of the fell that is probably overgrown and impossible to find. It's been disused for so long because of an accident there. Nobody goes there because they're unstable, and it's not talked about or on any maps to discourage kids from getting themselves into even more trouble. Oh my God, I forgot all about it. Is that the cave the guy staying at the summer camp died in, back when it first opened? Yes, that's the one. Mountain Rescue may have knowledge of them, but like I said, it's been so long since they've been used, they may not. You're a genius, Etty. Where will I find the cave? I can ask Ernest for you. He was a mountain rescue volunteer before he retired. Yes, please. Can you hang up and ask him right now? Maybe ask him for GPS coordinates too. Oh, I don't know if he'll have those, Morgan, but I'll ask him for you. You're the best. Thank you. Morgan hung up. She remembered about that caving accident all those years ago. But why had she not thought that the caves may still be accessible? She could have kicked herself. She was about to tell Ben, but then she stopped and thought better. Maybe it would be worth finding out if they still existed before getting the whole team out looking for them. Especially if they were dangerous. It might be too risky, or it could be a total waste of everyone's time. Far better for her to investigate this and not lose all that momentum from the house to house in the village and the search of the outbuildings around the camp. 43. Morgan didn't even get down the fire escape before her phone was ringing. It was Etty again. "Morgan, Ernest said it's too hard to describe over the phone. He's offered to take you there and show you." "He will? When?" "As soon as you're ready." "Does he need picking up?" "No, he said to meet him halfway up the fell. There is a stile with a signpost that takes you a circular walk around it. He said to meet him there. He's setting off now." "Thank you, Etty. I'll be there. You're the best. Sorry to ruin your brunch date." She blew her aunt a kiss down the phone and heard her laugh before ending the call. Morgan could see a gaggle of officers all standing around in the report writing room. Mark was standing in front of them, telling them who to contact and what areas of the map they'd completed searching. She slipped out before he noticed she was missing. Despite the fact that Ernest would be with her, she made a quick stop at her locker to take out her radio, cuffs, and CS gas just in case. As the huge gates slid open and she drove through them, she saw Kane standing outside the front of the station, his phone against his ear. He turned to stare at her, and she grinned at him and waved. He mouthed, "Where you going?" She pointed to the mountains in the distance, but carried on driving, his eyebrows scrunched up in total confusion. She felt a bit bad, but if he came with her, then Mark would notice the two of them were missing. She put her foot down and sped off. Glancing in her rear-view mirror, he'd already turned away from her and was still talking on the phone. That was good. He was otherwise occupied, so he might not realize she had gone rogue. She didn't want to get him into any trouble. He was under enough stress as it was. There was no police van blocking the road leading up to the fell, and Morgan was relieved. It wasn't needed now the sun was up. The weather was dry, and it looked as if for a change that the bitter cold snap they'd been having might be warming a little. She drove up the winding road, looking out for the signpost that Etty had mentioned. She saw a small red car in the distance and sped up a little. Leaning on the front of the red Fiat 500 was a tall man, tanned. He was waving at her. She waved back and parked behind his car, half on the grass verge, so she wasn't completely blocking the road if anyone needed to get past. "Morgan?" "Yes, thank you so much for doing this, Ernest." "My pleasure. Call me Ernie, though. Etty prefers Ernest, which is fine by me because she's a classy lady, but I'm more of an Ernie." Morgan smiled at him. She liked him. He had a warm, friendly smile. His face was crinkled and weathered with lines, the kind of look you got from spending a lot of time in the outdoors. But he was still good-looking, with the bluest eyes that complemented his thick head of salt and pepper short hair. "Did she tell you why I need to find the caves so urgently?" "She mentioned it was to look for some missing women. I promised I wouldn't say a word to anyone else. This is between us." "Thank you. I appreciate that. Etty told me you used to volunteer for the mountain rescue team. Do all the volunteers and core team know the location of these caves?" It had occurred to Morgan that this could give her a list of suspects. Someone who knew this area like the back of their hand would be able to find their way around in bad weather without getting lost or disorientated. Even if they didn't find the girls in the caves, these people could still be worth looking into. Maybe a couple of the older guys? They really are hard to find, and the last time we looked at them, the entrance wasn't accessible. At the mountain rescue base, we have a whole filing cabinet drawer full of old ordnance survey maps and even hand-drawn ones of the area with the cave on them, and lots of other places that have been missed off the modern maps, purely because of the safety aspect, I imagine. It's not a place that anyone goes to or knows about, which I suppose is surprising, considering all these would-be explorers that are always getting themselves in trouble to get likes on the internet. Are you ready? He glanced down at her Doc Martens and smiled. They might get muddy. Do you have any walking boots in your car? She shook her head. No, it's okay. They scrub up well. I don't go anywhere without them. How far is it from here? Not too far, maybe a mile. Let's go then. He climbed the stile and she followed him. He walked fast and she had to hurry to keep up with him. But she could do this even though she hated exercise with a passion. He didn't speak much, just walked ahead of her slightly, and she was grateful because there was no way she could make polite conversation and walk at this pace without needing an oxygen tank. Her lungs and thighs were burning after 10 minutes. He slowed down and turned to her. Sorry, I forget not everyone can keep my pace. Are you okay? Should I slow down? Morgan laughed. No, I'm good. He turned away and she sucked in a deep breath of air. She was getting a stitch in her side, but she kept pace with him. They reached a small wooded area. The trees were bare, but so close together that it was hard to see through them. She wanted to ask him about Etty, how he felt about her, almost to the point of what his intentions were towards her aunt. But she was so out of breath she couldn't, which was probably just as well, because the pair of them were old enough to make their own decisions regarding their love life. We have to go through there. It's a bit overgrown. She nodded and followed him as he picked a way through. When they reached the other side, he reached out to grab Morgan's arm, stopping her from walking any further, and she realized there was a steep drop down the side of the fell. Careful, it's a leg breaker for sure if you go off this edge. Thanks, I didn't expect that. It's hidden pretty good. There's a bit of a climb down, but can you see those rocks? They go lower, a little steep, but it's safe. I've climbed it a few times looking for lost dogs, sheep and the odd walker, in all weathers, so follow my lead and try to step where I step. Okay. Ernest lowered himself down, then held out his hand for her, and she took it. He was smiling encouragingly at her, and she didn't want to appear rude by not taking it. As she tried to take the steep step down towards him, it occurred to her that he could easily tug her down and let her fall. She paused, realizing she was putting her life in the hands of a man she didn't know. But she trusted Etty's instincts. Then she was standing next to him and hadn't been thrown to her death. Her heart, that had been racing, slowed down. Well done. That one's the hardest. The rest are a breeze compared to it. Good, because that was scary. I had visions of falling and crushing you on the way down. He laughed. You could never crush me. He patted his stomach. Your lovely Aunt Etty has been feeding me way too good. I'm surprised I managed to get down here without falling. It's been a while since I've done this. I thought my mountain rescue days were over with. Morgan felt a little better hearing that, but all her past experiences with dangerous men and women meant that she knew more than anyone how things could take a sudden turn. Another 8 steps down and scrambling across the last 2 uneven stones to get to the little ledge below made her realize that if Scarlett and Janey had been brought here, then the person carrying them or leading them had to have been strong. She wouldn't risk going down this path in the dark when the rocks were slippery with the damp mist swirling around, and had a sinking feeling she had been completely wrong about this. But at least she'd checked them out and would know one way or the other if they had been here. She might be too reckless and stupid for her own good, but nobody could say she wasn't thorough. 44. The tiny village of Buttermere was a place of picturesque, secluded beauty. It was much more peaceful than Windermere, which was a tourist haven and always packed full of visitors. Kane had jumped in the van with the response officers and a couple of PCSOs instead of the one with Mark, Claire, Amber and Brett. He stared at his view of the village through the window and thought he could live here. There was the lake to swim in on a warm summer's day. There were wild swimmers out there now. He could see their heads bobbing about, even though it was freezing. That was dedication for you. He would only get in the icy water if he was burning to death on the hottest day of the year. They had driven past a pub and parked opposite a cafe, which made his stomach groan loudly, just thinking about a sausage and egg muffin. St. James's Church stood on a little rocky outcrop that looked down onto the village. It was beautiful, if not compact. He'd only been inside it once with Angela when they'd come to walk around the lake on a warm summer's evening last year. His heart ached for her, and he felt tears prick at his eyes. They had gone inside to see the memorial to the author, Alfred Wainwright, who had loved this area so much his ashes had been scattered on nearby haystacks. Angela had announced that she'd like to do the Wainwrights this year, and he'd agreed because he wanted to make her happy, not because he liked walking. Everyone jumped out of the van except for him. He needed a minute to get himself together. They were doing house-to-house enquiries in the village because the teenagers had spent time here hanging around, and they wanted to check if anyone had seen them recently. When he got out and slammed the door, the noise echoed around the valley, and everyone turned to stare at him. He smiled. It looked as if the village had been invaded by a giant swarm of fluorescent bees, with all the cops and PCSOs standing around in a semicircle, waiting to be given their orders from Mark, who was loving it. He was wearing a high-vis jacket over his suit, and Kane wished Morgan was here so he could tell her what a dick Mark looked. He realized that Morgan was supposed to be here and scanned everyone to see if she was. Where had she snuck off to, the sneaky bugger? She hadn't told him she wasn't coming with them, and he took out his phone to ring her, but saw that he had no signal and sighed. Beautiful it might be, but getting a phone or internet signal was no easy task, and he didn't know if he could live without either of those two things in his life, or an actual late-night takeaway either. And just like that, his dream of an idyllic life was burst with a huge bang. He strolled as close as he could tolerate, listening to Mark's voice again. He was loving being in charge, strutting around like a peacock, and he wondered if he was trying to impress Claire. Kane wished Ben had argued a little more about coming here, instead of agreeing to stay in the office. He pulled his phone out and messaged Morgan, hoping that somehow, by the grace of God, it would get through to her. "Hey, you little sneak. Where the hell are you, and why did you not take me with you? I'm stuck listening to the boss drone on in the middle of the village with no signal or you to keep me company. You're selfish, Brooks. Kiss, kiss." He was staring at his phone, waiting for the message to show it had been delivered. "Kane, are you listening or playing Candy Crush?" Mark's voice grated on his last nerve, and he looked up. "Playing Candy Crush, boss." Everyone sniggered, and Mark looked pissed. "Can you go speak to the staff at the cafe and pub, please?" He nodded. "On my own?" "Do you need company for that particular line of inquiries?" "No, I'm saying I'm quite capable of going on my own, as are the rest of you. They're all grown-ups. They can do house to house without holding each other's hands. We're not in the middle of the Bronx, we're in a picturesque village, and the quicker we do this, the quicker we can get back." Kane's gaze met Mark's, and he wished he'd captured his current expression on camera to send to Morgan. to prove how much he'd just annoyed their boss without even trying. Yes, rightly so, answered Claire, who began handing out flyers with photos of Scarlett and Janie on them. Let's split up, and we can, as Kane just suggested, cover the whole area a lot faster. Are we asking if they know about the Watcher? Asked Kane as he took a flyer from Claire. He dared not look at Mark in case he decided to throttle him in public. I don't know. What do you think, Claire? Mark's voice was calm, but Kane knew he was furious with him. He didn't care. I think we could ask if they know of any local legends. Maybe don't ask about him specifically, and see if anyone volunteers that information or reacts oddly. She smiled at Kane, and he shrugged. Before anyone continued speaking, he strolled off in the direction of the inn, clutching his sheet of paper. He knocked on the door. It opened, and he smiled at the woman who had a mop in one hand. We're not open yet. I know. I'm with the police. He pointed towards the vans. Oh, is there a problem? Yes, we're searching for 2 missing women. Is this to do with the awful murder near to the old summer camp and the missing girls? Yes. What do you know about it? Just what I've read and watched on the news and read on the internet. You have internet? The minute he said that, he realized he shouldn't have. It wasn't relevant and made him sound like a dweeb. Sometimes, depending on the weather, or if the internet providers think we deserve to know who Sharon on Facebook has fallen out with this week. He smiled. Have you seen either of the 2 women in the area? He thrust the paper towards her. She shook her head. I thought they were missing. They are, but we're covering all bases. What about the teenagers who went up to the camp? No, I haven't seen either of them. You mean Dawson and those 2 girls? I know his mum. It's so sad. It's really scary that all this has happened so close to here. That old summer camp needs tearing down. It's nothing but bad luck. Is it? Come in and I'll tell you about it. Can I get you a hot drink? Kane silently prayed to the coffee gods. He had struck gold on the first strike and would be forever grateful. That would be great, thank you. He followed her inside the pub, which was cosy inside with lots of wood panelling, the smell of stale beer lingering in the air. She pointed to the bar, and he sat on one of the high stools. Latte? Cappuccino? Americano? Before you ask, we also have a coffee machine. We might be in the middle of nowhere, but we do move with the times. Kane laughed loudly. A cappuccino would be like heaven, thank you. She nodded and busied herself making him his coffee, which he took and savoured with great pleasure when she passed it to him. As he sipped his hot drink, he realised she was much older than he'd first thought. This is incredible. Thank you. She smiled. You're welcome. Don't tell your friends I'm not spending my morning making free drinks. They can go to the cafe and give them their business. I wouldn't dream of it, and yes, they can. So I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Deanna and I didn't tell you it. He liked Deanna. She had just the right amount of attitude. Morgan would like her too. He wondered again where the hell she was. Deanna, what do you know about that old summer camp? Just that it's always had a bad vibe kind of thing. Bad stuff happened there the minute it opened. We don't talk about it much because, it's weird. But we get lots of people asking about it. Some of them want to go visit it. There's like a cult following of YouTubers who are always filming it. I don't know why Amos hasn't torn it down. You know Amos? She nodded. He's a good guy. Too nice, really. That's why he hasn't ever done anything with it. I think he feels some kind of misguided loyalty to his mum who died. It's supposed to be haunted. I mean, so many violent deaths up there. And now that teenage boy. His friend is missing, and another body dragged out of the lake. It's enough to give you nightmares, isn't it? Yeah, it really is. What about the Watcher? Who's that? He was glad Deanna hadn't heard of it. Oh, nobody. I'm getting carried away. Is there anywhere or anyone who lives in the village that's a bit strange? She laughed loudly, then composed herself. There's a lot of strange people who live here, even stranger ones who visit. Can you be more specific than that? He smiled at her and took another sip of his coffee. Let me rephrase that for you. What you're really asking me is if there is anyone who could have done such an awful thing as killing people and kidnapping them. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. The only person I can think of doesn't live here anymore. He moved away a couple of years ago, but he was weird. How so? Well, he was an older guy and would hang around whenever the local lasses were out with their friends. What was he called? Did he ever get arrested? Gerald Grant, and not that I'm aware of. He was odd, but I don't think he was dangerous. He'd run away if anyone challenged him. One of the lads from the farm had a go at him, and he left not long after that, moved away, but I have no idea where to. Kane didn't think a peeping Tom, who was probably on the sex offenders list, was going to be responsible for the brutal murders and kidnapping of 2 women. But he'd check him out all the same, because a lead was a lead. The name wasn't familiar, though, and he'd already reviewed the sex offenders list yesterday after Ben tasked him with it at the briefing. Sometimes they started off with offences like that and moved on to much bigger things. But as far as he knew, these murders weren't sexually motivated. There had been no indication they were, and forensics hadn't confirmed it either. They were downright violent, although what did the killer want with the 2 women that they were searching for? He finished his coffee. You don't think anyone around here is keeping the 2 women hostages? She laughed. Not in this village. You can't even have an argument with your partner without everyone knowing about it, and that's inside the privacy of your own home. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be risky. Maybe somewhere more rural. One of the farms or cottages out on the fells would be more suitable than anywhere in the village. Have you checked the buildings that are still standing on Amos's property? Yes, several times, and Mountain Rescue have been out searching too. She shrugged. Then I can't help you. I'm sorry, and I wish that I could. I wouldn't wish having to go through my daughter missing like that. It's just horrible for the families. The not knowing would kill me. Kane nodded. Me too. We just want to bring them home. He stood up. Thank you for the coffee, Deanna. It was amazing. You're welcome. I like you. You're not like other coppers. He laughed. Ah, well, aren't you glad I knocked on your door? Because my boss, who is out there parading around like a peacock in mating season, would have annoyed the hell out of you. Do me a favor. If he comes here, make sure you charge him for anything he has. Kane took £10 out of his wallet and placed it on the bar. She picked it up and pushed it back into his hand. Your money is no good here, like I said. You're a good guy. You're doing a tough job, and if I manage to make your morning a little better with a cup of coffee, that's the least I can do. How will I know which one is your boss? He's the only guy wearing a suit with a high-vis jacket on and looks like a dick. Deanna snorted with laughter. Got you. Take care, Kane. I really hope you find those women soon. He smiled at her. Me too. Then he walked out into the wintry sunlight and inhaled deeply. The warmth felt good on his face. The air smelled wonderful, and he was ready to put an end to this and find those women.
45.
The entrance to the cave was almost completely blocked by rocks and landfall. Ernie was standing next to Morgan with his hands in his pockets. There was a gap that was big enough to squeeze through, but only if she could contort herself the right way. "What do you think?" he asked her. She shrugged. "I don't know. It looks kind of hard to get through that. How would you drag somebody through if they were unconscious or fighting back? It's not big enough." "I don't know. But do you want to check it out, in case they did manage it, or if they went in there to hide by themselves and got hurt?" She nodded. "Be stupid not to, after coming all this way. Is it safe?" She was thinking about the guy over 100 years ago who had gone in there on a hike and ended up being crushed to death. He shrugged. "I think so. It doesn't look like there's been any landfall for a very long time, and it doesn't look any different from the last time I was here a couple of years ago. I don't think I can get through that gap though, Morgan. If you go in, you're going to have to go in alone. My back is pretty knackered. I just about made it down here without it giving out, and it's the main reason I had to give up volunteering for mountain rescue. If I try and squeeze through that, I'm not going to be able to make the ascent back up to the top. I might not even make it back out of the cave." Morgan stared into the blackness that seeped out of the gap and closed her eyes. Every horror film she'd watched that had a cave in it filled her mind. The descent had been terrifying with those cave-dwelling creatures, and she really didn't want to go in there alone, but she had no choice. She opened her eyes. "I'm okay, I can do it. You wait here, and if I get stuck or anything happens, can you ring 999 and tell them our exact location?" He nodded. "I'm not being funny, Morgan, but you better not get stuck or hurt yourself. I really like your Aunt Etty, and I don't think she'd ever forgive me if that happened. So maybe just take a quick look inside and then straight back out. Don't go exploring in there, because for one thing, you don't have a hard hat, ropes, or the right equipment to do that. You are literally going to squeeze through the gap and shine your torch around, then straight back out." She smiled at him. "You sound like my boss, Ben. That's exactly what he would say." "Good. Then perhaps you might listen to me. I have it on good authority that you struggle to sometimes do what's best for you and always put others first, which is very honorable, but sometimes in situations like this, it's always your own safety first, and then you get the help you need to do the job properly. If you get what I'm saying." "Yes. Squeeze through, have a look, and get the hell out. If those 2 women are in there, I will tell them help is on the way, and then get the help." "I got you, Ernie." "Good, because I don't want to be hexed by Etty. I know you are her most precious thing, and if she knew I was about to let you do this alone, she would hex me for sure. This is between us. Don't tell her I let you go in alone." "I promise I won't get you in trouble, Ernie. I appreciate you bringing me here. Why did you say yes when you're in pain with your back? I could have found someone else eventually." He paused. "Because Etty asked, and I didn't want to let her down. I also didn't want to let you down, or those women. It's the right thing to do. I can go home, take 2 paracetamol and put a heat pad on my back. But those girls may be running out of time, and I wouldn't want to live with that on my conscience. Just be careful for both of our sakes." He winked at her, and she grinned at him. "I promise." She began to climb up the rocks to the gap, and thought how much she liked Ernie. How amazing it would be for Etty to have a loving, warm relationship and good company instead of being alone all the time. She reached the opening, relieved that reaching it hadn't been as hard as it looked, and pulled the torch out of her pocket. It was darker than a black hole inside of that space, and she swallowed the lump of fear that seemed to have lodged itself in the back of her throat. She had thought the killer had to be strong if the girls were hidden here, but now she realized he'd have to fit through these gaps too. What sort of person were they looking for? Switching the torch on, she shouted, "Hello? Is anyone in there?" Her voice echoed back to her as she squeezed through the gap, bending herself at a funny angle to get through it. She felt her back groan as she pushed herself inside, her entire body consumed by the darkness. 46. Scarlett was trying to force the wood to move enough so she could squeeze between the gap to see if she could free Janey as well, but it was hard. She was in so much pain every time she moved or put pressure on her side. It made her wince and grit her teeth. Shh! Panic in Janey's voice made Scarlett's legs turn to jelly, and she turned around. "What?" she whispered urgently. "I heard something. Oh, God, is he coming?" Scarlett hissed, blind panic filling her insides and making her blood turn to icy water with the fear. She didn't have the shard of wood. It was still under her mattress and out of her reach, but she couldn't move because if he had a torch, then he would see the broken post and know what she'd been doing. They both froze in time, breathing as shallow as they could to not make a noise as they listened out for the footsteps that might come their way. Scarlett at least had something to protect herself with. Janey had nothing except the bucket she'd peed in earlier, but it was something, she supposed. It felt as if the world had slowed down. Every second felt like an eternity as she stood against the broken piece of wood. The pain in her side had dulled to a burning throb that made her feel sick, and her skin felt clammy to the touch. It had been a couple of hours since she'd pulled that splinter out of her side, and she knew it was infected, the dirt down here not helping. The floor of the cell she was in was made of dirt, and God knows what other bacteria that was crawling around in it. If he didn't come soon, it might be too late anyway, because if the fever took over and she was semi-conscious, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. There was no more noise. They waited, barely breathing, for what felt like forever for him to come and hurt them. But he never came, and they didn't hear anything else. "Where is he?" Scarlett whispered. "I don't know. He's been gone for hours." "What if he isn't coming back? What then? He might have put us in here with no intention of coming back for us, knowing fine well that we'd die of dehydration or cold." Scarlett was close to tears. She liked the odd true crime documentary, had watched enough on the Discovery Channel to know the world was full of people like him. What she had never expected in a million years was that she would become a victim to one of them. It was so unfair. She could see Dawson standing in front of her, as clear as her own hand. He was making that goofy expression he did to make them laugh. He leaned forward and whispered, "He's not coming back. Get out, Scarlett, while you can." "I'm trying," she whispered. "You're trying what?" asked Janey. "To get out." "Hurry, Scarlett. Please try and kick it out or something." Scarlett wanted to tell her to fuck off. She was in agony, and if she did get out, she wasn't wasting time trying to free her. "You can do this, please, Scarlett." Dawson's voice was soft, but there was no mistaking the urgency in it. She began to kick at the splintered wood as hard as she could, clutching her side, until she felt the wood snap with a loud crack, and there was a gap that if she held her breath, she might just be able to crawl through. Gritting her teeth, and with the tears streaming from her eyes, she bent down, taking hold of the sharp piece of wood in one hand. With the other, she began to make herself as small as possible to squeeze through the gap. Fire raging through her insides, she managed to get her left arm and leg through, then dragged the rest of her body through it. The pain was so intense that she saw stars, almost losing consciousness. She collapsed to the floor in a heap, panting and crying at the same time. "You did it! Well done! Are you okay?" She couldn't answer, the pain was too much, but she grimaced in Janie's direction, then rolled onto all fours and crawled towards her cell. Looking around, Dawson had gone. Had he even been here? She was running a fever and probably hallucinating. Scarlett began to feel for the door to see if she could free Janie so they could get the hell out of here. 47. Morgan stood still just inside the entrance to the cave. She was standing on a narrow ledge. The torchlight had illuminated it, thankfully, because if she'd walked a couple of steps further, it dropped sharply by a couple of feet onto the cave floor, and she'd have hurt herself. Luckily, she hadn't been reckless and gone striding inside without making sure there was something to stand on as she'd dragged her foot through the opening. She shone the torch around. The cave was partially filled with rocks. Though there were little pockets of openings further back, it didn't look as if anyone had been inside of here recently. There was graffiti on one wall, which made her question who went to all this bother to spray paint their name on a cave wall nobody would ever see. "Scarlett, Janie, it's the police!" she shouted, and her voice echoed around from every direction. Morgan stood still, listening for a reply, but none came. She wasn't sure if she was relieved or not. She'd hoped they were in here, but knew by how hard it had been to climb through the gap that they couldn't be. Not unless there was another entrance that led to it further along. Her shoulders sagged and she felt totally deflated. She shone her torch around on the floor one last time. The light picked up on something glinting near to one of the dark open spaces. Looking for the safest way down, she began to climb. She had to jump the last bit and landed on the floor with such a thud it sent shockwaves through her ankle that she'd badly sprained last year. She gritted her teeth and shook it until the pain eased off, cursing under her breath. The floor was dry and her boots crunched on the loose stones underfoot. She kept her beam of light on the thing that had caught her eye and bent down to take a look. It was a silver charm bracelet and way out of place in here. She took out her phone and photographed it, then tugged a pair of gloves out of her pocket and felt around for an evidence bag. She didn't have one, but she did have one last spare glove. She opened it and then picked the bracelet up, dropping it inside. That would have to do. It was better than nothing. She couldn't leave it here. Though she was unsure if either Janie or Scarlett had been wearing one at the time of their disappearance, it didn't matter. She would find out. Knotting the glove, she pushed it deep into her pocket and straightened up. "Janie, Scarlett, are you in there?" She shouted into the blackness, but the only noise she heard was the echo of her own voice. "Morgan." Ernie's voice faintly called to her, and she realized he must be trying to come in. "I'm coming, it's okay," she yelled back, feeling bad that she'd taken longer than he'd probably anticipated and was likely starting to panic. She made her way back to the entrance, climbing up the ledge and squeezed her way through to get to the outside. It was so bright out here, in the glare of the winter sun, she had to squeeze her eyes shut and shield them with her hand. "Thank God you're okay. I was starting to panic. You were in there ages." "I was?" He nodded. and she realized that what had seemed like a couple of minutes to her had most likely felt like an hour to him. "Sorry, I had to double-check." "No, I'm just glad you're okay. Find anything?" She looked at the entrance and realized that for her to have heard Ernie's voice, he must have had to squeeze his way through, but he'd got himself out of there pretty fast for a guy with a bad back. She shook her head. "No, I was just double-checking." "That's a shame." She nodded. "Thanks for showing me, though. I really appreciate it. We better get back. Ben will be beside himself wondering what's taking so long." She didn't tell Ernie that nobody knew she was here alone. Had he lied to her about his back, or had he pushed through that awkward narrow entrance because he thought that she might need his help? Either way, it unsettled her a little bit, and she began to climb back up to get to the top. "Do you need a hand, Ernie? Can you manage okay?" "No, I'm good, thanks." Going up was a lot easier than going down, and she reached the top much faster. Turning around, expecting to see him still near to the bottom, he was directly behind her. She still had an uneasy feeling that maybe he had lied to her about having a bad back. But why would he do that? Unless he was afraid to go into the cave. She didn't know what was going on with him, but she did know that when she got to the safety of her car, she was going to do a little digging around into his background. She owed it to her Aunt Etty to make sure she was safe with the man she was obviously falling for. 48. Amos had spent most of the night awake. Shep had been whining and pacing up and down as best as he could in the kitchen and had refused to move away from the pantry door, which meant that Amos, who hadn't really used the pantry for its original purpose since his mother died, was also on edge and pacing up and down. He sat staring at it, sipping his tea, and trying to cajole Shep into sitting down or eating his breakfast. Shep was having none of it, and he kept staring at him with his big brown eyes. Unable to take it any more, he stood up and hobbled across to where he'd left his false leg last night. "Okay, boy, I'm going to take a look. We should be keeping our nose out of this, you know that, don't you? You have no business being so demanding. It's not your concern." But Shep wouldn't look away from him. Amos strapped on the leg, took hold of a torch from the kitchen drawer, and opened the door that led to the room which had once been stocked with jars of every pickled vegetable you could imagine. When his gran was alive, it had also been full of homemade jams, damson gin, blackberry wine. You name a fruit or vegetable, and his gran would either preserve, pickle, or turn it into alcohol. He had no light in there. The bulb had gone out just before his mother had died, and he'd never replaced it. He had no use for the room. He didn't like pickled anything, and there were still dusty jars on the shelves from over 30 years ago that he just didn't have the heart to throw away. He always had been sentimental and too soft for his dad's liking, which was the reason he'd run away to join the army. Determined to prove himself, he'd done that by going and getting the bottom half of his leg blown off. But he didn't feel sorry for himself. He managed. He had lived when many of the guys he'd known hadn't been that lucky. The old rug hadn't been moved in a long time, and he peeled it back, revealing the trap door underneath it. Shep was watching him, his hackles on edge. Amos turned to him and patted his head. "You wait here, old boy. I'm going to struggle enough myself getting down there. I don't want you following me and getting hurt, okay?" The trap door was a little too easy to lift, which made him wrinkle his forehead. As he lifted it, a blast of Arctic air filled the room, and the fusty smell of damp assaulted his nostrils. He shone the torch down into the black hole and then turned to Shep. Stay! He held up one hand, and Shep finally sat down on the floor. His head resting on his paws, he watched as Amos tried to navigate the old ladder that led down into the tunnel that ran underneath his house and right under the old campsite. Amos wondered if he should have told the cops about it and let them search it. But he knew he hadn't put those missing girls down here, so he'd kept quiet about it. But now he couldn't be sure that somebody else hadn't. To his knowledge, the tunnel hadn't been in use for many years. It was originally built as a way to get from one property to the next should the weather turn and they got snowed in. Amos never saw the point. His dad used to talk about filling it in, but his mother, who had always had the opposite opinions of whatever his dad did, wouldn't allow it. As he reached the bottom of the ladder, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was much slower than he used to be because of the prosthetic leg, which made normal tasks quite a challenge. The cold air made him shudder. He didn't know what was wrong with the dog, but he was letting him know something was wrong down here, and it was his duty to check it out, wasn't it? It occurred to him that if those missing women were down here, they had somehow found another entrance and got stuck. That thought made his stomach churn. He didn't know what he was going to find, but he knew he had to keep going because one way or the other, Shep was never going to let him settle unless he'd checked it out. The tunnel was narrow, and Amos's shoulder scraped against the wall as he dragged himself onwards. It was hard work as it ran downhill. He was beginning to get out of breath, and he had to swipe a hand across his brow to wipe away the cold perspiration that was forming on his forehead. Eventually, the narrow tunnel began to widen as he reached the room that was smack bang in the middle of it. Another tunnel ran from the other side, even further down the side of the fell. He'd never explored it as a kid. He hated dark, confined spaces and had been too scared, so he wasn't sure where it finished. But whoever had built it must have had some purpose in mind. Stepping into the room, he shone his torch around and saw 2 cages had been built against one of the walls. Puzzled, he stepped further in to take a look, when he heard a woman screaming in his direction. He turned to see a figure running straight at him. Shocked, he held up his hands, but she had her head down and ran straight at him, punching him in the gut with something so sharp he sucked in his breath and dropped the torch, looking down to see a large piece of wood sticking out of his stomach. He put his hands around it. They were slick with blood, and then the pain took him from his feet and he slid to the floor. The woman was still screaming at him, but the room was starting to spin. He felt lightheaded and knew he was going to pass out. No idea what she was shouting at him, he tried to say, "I came to help," but the words came out as a hoarse whisper, and then his vision blurred and everything went black. 49. Morgan got to the station and was kind of relieved to see it so empty. She took the stairs 2 at a time to get to the office. She needed to check if either missing woman had been wearing a silver charm bracelet at the time of their disappearance. She ran straight into Ben, who was on his way out of the door. "Hey, where have you been? Kane's been on the phone. He was asking how come you got out of the house to house." "He has." "The grasser." "No, Morgan, he was worried, and I was worried too when he said you hadn't gone to Buttermere with the rest of the crew. Where have you been?" She pulled the glove with the bracelet out of her pocket and thrust it towards him. "What is that?" "I found it in the caves, just lying there discarded." Ben arched an eyebrow. 2 tiny circles of red appeared on his cheeks, and she knew he was getting angry. "Do you want to explain to me why you have been in a cave, and who with, when I specifically asked you to do the house-to-house?" "I spoke to Etty, and she mentioned the abandoned caves. When I did some research into the old camp, the very first death was at those caves. A guest got crushed to death. Oh, right. And you thought it was totally acceptable to go visit these caves on your own without telling anyone where you were? Morgan, that is so stupid. You could have injured yourself. What if you got crushed to death? We'd have never found you when we didn't know where the hell you were. Well, I didn't, and I wasn't on my own. I went with Ernie. Who the fuck is Ernie? Ben's voice was incredulous at this. Etty's new guy. He used to be a mountain rescue volunteer, but he hurt his back. I just want to check him out because I'm not sure if he was lying to me about the bad back. Ben ran a hand across his forehead, rubbing it slowly. Get in the office, now. He gently dragged her inside, waiting for the door to close. You can't just go looking up Etty's new boyfriend. Morgan was clutching her open laptop. I can if I have a reason to. He's very nice, seems legit, but he lied to me about having a bad back, and it set my alarm bells ringing. He knows the area like the back of his hand. He told me about the caves and led me straight to them. Then he lied and said he couldn't get inside the narrow opening, but minutes later was inside shouting me. Then he managed to get back up the steep, rocky side of the fell without stopping or complaining. It's worth checking him out, Ben. We need to see where he lives and if he has previous. Go on then, but Morgan, I am furious that you put yourself in that situation. Again, I might add. For God's sake, Ben, would you say this to Kane or Mark? I bet you wouldn't say it to Amy or Amber either. You have to stop babysitting me 24/7. I am a grown woman doing my best to solve this case. Sometimes using your gut instinct leads you to places you weren't expecting. And while we're at this, what is wrong with you? You have been in a funny mood with me since I went into the lake. Is it because of that, or are you regretting being with me? What? Are you for real? I do not and never will regret being with you. Yes, I was annoyed with you about the lake incident, and now I'm even more angry because you've been caving with a complete stranger and didn't think to tell me. But it's not that. He paused, and a look of sadness filled his eyes. Then what is it? I don't want you to make a big thing out of it, because it means nothing to me whatsoever. Don't go running off and starting a fight, promise me. Morgan narrowed her eyes but nodded. I won't. What are you hiding from me? Yesterday, outside the mortuary, I think Amber tried to come on to me, and I panicked. She arched an eyebrow at him. Amber did what exactly? His cheeks were burning. She was being overly friendly, stroked my arm. I pulled away from her because she's the last person on this earth I'd be interested in. Morgan started to laugh, and he looked confused. What's funny? She snorted and shook her head. Look, that's her problem, not yours. I don't care, really. I'm annoyed she tried it on with you when she knows we're an item, but that's it. She's playing games to get what she wants, and because you ignored her, she went above your head anyway, straight to Mark. It's okay, Ben. Stop feeling guilty about something that wasn't your fault. Ben sighed, took hold of her hand, then leaned down and kissed her cheek. You're okay. Not going to strangle her with your bare hands or anything? I couldn't be bothered. Stop stressing. We're fine, aren't we? Finer than ever. Good. He sat down and stared at her. She shrugged, blew him a kiss and sat down, logging onto her computer. She wasn't sorry that she had gone to the caves, but she was relieved she'd made it back alive and in one piece, though.
Look, I'm sorry too. I get carried away and don't always think straight.
He rolled his eyes at her, and she pointed to the rubber glove with the bracelet inside. Can you make yourself useful and check if either missing woman was wearing a silver-coloured charm bracelet at the time of their disappearance? Please. He logged on to his computer. I sometimes wonder if you should be the boss, Morgan, because you don't take orders from anyone you're supposed to. But we might have a lead, and we wouldn't have had that if I was in Buttermere, would we? He shook his head, a small smile forming on his lips. You drive me insane. She shrugged. Good. I aim to please. The pair of them worked in silence as Ben scrolled through both MISPA files and she searched through the different databases for Ernie's name. Nothing came up. He was as clean as a whistle, which made her feel a whole lot better about the fact that he was dating her aunt. Ben finished reading through the missing women's files. No mention of a bracelet. It could all be a huge coincidence. It could have got forgotten about. Let's ask both Scarlett and Janie's families. I don't know if I'm willing to face Scarlett's dad again. He's an angry guy, and rightly so, but my jaw is still painful after he punched me. Then we'll get the FLO to ask him. Caroline could show them the photograph of the bracelet and see if they recognize it. Take it to Wendy, get her to photograph it and bag it up. Then send it off for forensic testing. I can't do better than that. Grabbing the glove off her desk, she left and went to find Wendy. Something was niggling away at her, and she wasn't sure what it was, except that they were running out of time. That she did know for sure. 50. Kane was bored and wished he'd driven here in his own vehicle. They were wasting time. Too much time, and he still didn't know what Morgan was up to. As he climbed inside the van, his phone began to ring, and he saw her name flash across the screen. Not daring to move an inch, in case he lost the signal again, he answered. About time. Where the hell are you? I can't believe you told Ben I wasn't with you. I was worried. Where did you go dashing off to on your own? I went to check out the abandoned caves, not far from the old summer camp. Who with? Are you crazy? Don't you start. I've already been told off by Ben. I went with a guy who used to volunteer for mountain rescue. It was a dud. The MISPAs aren't there, but I did find a silver charm bracelet inside of them, which definitely didn't belong there. Wendy is sending it off to the lab as we speak. Where are you? Stuck in Buttermere with the team from hell. Remind me never to complain about you lot again. Ha ha ha, good. Look, I think we missed something. It's been playing on my mind all morning. I think either Amos was hiding something, or maybe Joyce was. But they are literally the only people out on that fell. They must know something. I want to go back and speak to them again, but I think Ben is about to ground me. Could you maybe come with me and cover for me if he asks what we're doing? You are going against the boss's orders. What's new? Come get me. I can't. I shared the van here, and they're all still faffing around. Honestly, I've never known anyone take so long to do house-to-house inquiries. It's not like it's a city. They're milking it because it's an easy way to fill the rest of their shift in. How many vans are there? 2, and a car the PCSOs arrived in an hour ago. I bet Tina and Sam will give you the keys if you ask nicely. Kane laughed. I bet they would, and I think you're right. The woman from the pub I spoke to told me to look closer to home. We should go speak with Amos again. And while you're waiting for me to come rescue you from the tower you're locked inside of, can you search for a Gerald Grant on our systems? He was a bit of a weirdo, always hanging around where the wild swimmers were getting changed. He's left the area, apparently, but I don't recognize the name at all. Have you heard of him? No, I can't say I have. I'll check him. You go steal a car. Kane laughed and hung up. Getting out of the van, he headed towards the two PCSOs who were chatting to a couple of local residents. Morning, ladies. How are you both this fine day? Tina rolled her eyes at Sam. What do you need, Kane? What makes you think I need something, T? She crossed her arms and Sam laughed. She's psychic, didn't you know? He shook his head and stared at her. Are you really? Can you speak with dead people? Sam cupped a hand over her mouth. Oh, no, I was joking. I'm sorry, Kane. That was really thoughtless. He grinned at her. So was I. And actually, I was wondering if you'd let me take your car. I need to get back to the station, but I don't want the boss to know that I've gone. Where is he, anyway? Tima pointed to the church. Boring the vicar to death inside of there, but at least he's leaving us alone while he's doing it. She unhooked a set of car keys from her radio antenna and passed them to him. You better leave fast before he catches you. We will plead ignorance until it's time to leave and head back. Then we'll remember we lent you our car. Kane took the keys, leaned forward, and pecked first Tina and then Sam on the cheek. Coffees are on me next time we're on shift together. Thank you. I owe you. They both laughed, and he jogged over to the car before Mark came back out of the church and stopped him from leaving. He had stuff to do, and he wasn't getting anywhere wandering around this village, as beautiful as it was. 51. Morgan found a couple of intel reports for a Gerald Grant, a complaint from the leader of a wild swimming group. Apparently he was always hanging around whenever they were getting changed, but because it was in a public area, with paths leading all around it, with a public right-of-way, there was little the police could do about it. The officer had advised them to ring it in if they caught him loitering at the time, so he could be spoken to. The woman had said there was no lewd behaviour, he was just creeping them out. There was no photograph of him because he'd never been arrested. Next, she went onto Facebook and typed his name in. A few guys' pictures loaded, but none of them were local to the area. He was pretty much a ghost, which either proved his innocence or made him guilty. What was he hiding? Very few people had no social media presence. Although there were more guys who didn't bother with it than girls, she knew that. Ben had a Facebook account that was so out of date she didn't know why he didn't delete it. He wasn't interested in it at all, whereas Kane, on the other hand, spent most of his spare time posting on Facebook and Instagram when he wasn't working, or at least he had until Angela's awful death. Next, she looked him up on the quick address system to see if she could find some addresses for him. She did a double take. There was a Gerald Grant listed as living at the same address as Joyce Black. Morgan sat back and stared at the computer screen. No, surely not. Her heart began to race. Joyce had mentioned a grandson that loved Stranger Things and spoiled her, but she'd said he lived in Carlisle and was called Daly. She closed her eyes and tried to think what it meant. What if he didn't live in Carlisle, but lived with her and she didn't want to get him into any trouble? Or what if this was her husband, brother? But Joyce was lovely, so kind, and there was no mention of him being there when Morgan was there. She thought about the cold mug of tea that had been in the living room. Joyce had been sipping at a cup in the kitchen. Had he run out of the back when she'd knocked on the door? Her heart was racing, and she knew the feeling all too well. She was on to something. She stood up, looking for Ben, but he wasn't in the office. Her phone began to vibrate in her pocket, and she took it out. Kane was outside. He'd messaged her as well. She sprinted down the back stairs, almost wiping Mads out. "Watch it! Is there a fire?" Sorry, no. Then she was running through the locker room to get out of the back door to where Kane was waiting for her with the engine running. She got in the car and slammed the door shut. Drive! Get out of here! What's the rush? I think I know where the killer is, or I should say who he is, and he's not far from the campsite at all. For real? She nodded. I think he lives with Joyce Black. No way. Yes, I searched for Gerald Grant, and the only one that came up locally just happened to be registered at her address. You're having me on. I'm not, I swear. Then we better tell Ben and get an arrest team to go in. She shook her head. That will take ages. We don't have the time. Kane groaned. No, please tell me you're not planning on us going in there and doing it without any kind of backup. Call Amber, she has a taser, and Brett could do with the experience of a high-profile arrest. Morgan, are you on any medication I should know about? No, I'm being serious, Kane. We don't have time to mess around. This is so dangerous, and we're going to get a lot more than grounded when Ben finds out. We'll let him know where we are when we get there, but I don't want him to tell us to stay put and wait for them to get a warrant authorized and an arrest team. That is not something we have the luxury of time for. I have a really bad feeling that time is running out if it hasn't already for Scarlett and Janie. Plus, I'm mad that she lied to me. I liked Joyce, she was so nice. Maybe she has no idea about him. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. I mean, she wouldn't know about him being a weirdo, would she? You know, I have a really bad feeling, too, that time is running out for you and me, Brooks. Morgan smiled at him. Sorry, Kane. You can stop the car and get out. You don't have to do this or be a part of this. I will go on my own. The hell you will. I'm not letting you get yourself killed on my watch. Morgan reached out and squeezed his knee. Kane patted her hand softly. We're in this together. You're crazy, but I trust you. She laughed. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You always have my vote. What's the plan when we get there? I'll knock on the door and ask to go inside and speak to Joyce. Maybe ask about her grandson. And you can go round the back, make sure he's not sneaking out. He has to have them hidden someplace around there. It's the only thing that makes sense. We missed something when we searched. I'm sure we did. He nodded, put his foot down and sped towards Buttermere Fell. 52. Is he dead? I can't look, Scarlett whispered, and Janie, who was nearest to him, shook her head. He's still breathing, but he's losing blood and unconscious. Are you sure about that? Because in every movie they play dead, then grab your ankle and finish you off. Janie reached out one foot and kicked out at the guy's leg. His leg bent at such an awkward angle, she let out a high-pitched screech. Oh my God, I broke his leg! She looked closer and gasped. No, it's a false leg. She kicked it away so he couldn't reach it. Good. He can't follow us then, can he? Grab his torch. Scarlett was leaning against the side of the cell. Janie picked the guy's torch up and shone it around. They were in some kind of cellar, and the two wooden boxes they'd been kept in were quite clearly cages in the light. They looked like animal cages, and she realized that's exactly all they were to the guy who was probably slowly bleeding to death on the floor. We need to get out of here. A loud bark from the tunnel the guy had come down filled the air, and Janie turned around. The beam of light picked out another identical tunnel. She pointed towards it. That way, he has a guard dog. It might be vicious. She led the way. Scarlett was struggling to walk. Each step made the air inside of her lungs burn, as the cold air seemed to be sucked in through the burning hole in her side. "Wait, I need something to wrap my side up with. It hurts too much when I walk." Janey turned to look at her, and for a moment Scarlett thought that she was going to leave her behind. Her eyes were so hard and focused. Then she pulled the sweater she was wearing off and tied it around Scarlett's waist, so tight Scarlett felt the room begin to swim. "Hey, stay focused. I need you to stay with me, Scarlett." She gently slapped her cheek, and Scarlett glared at her, but realized that she no longer felt faint. "I'm okay, thanks." "Follow me. I need you to stay close. We're getting out of here." Scarlett clutched the back of the thin T-shirt that Janey was wearing and shuffled along behind her. The tunnel was going downhill, which was something, because if it had been going upwards, she didn't think she'd make it. At least they'd managed to incapacitate their kidnapper. They were safe now, as long as they could get out of this place. 53. Morgan tried to stay calm as she knocked on Joyce Black's door for the third time in 24 hours. There was a huge difference this time. Her hands were shaking with adrenaline at the thought that they were so close, that she had been so close to the missing women and hadn't even suspected Joyce had anything to do with what happened. That hurt Morgan a lot, and she wondered how much Joyce knew. She hoped she was wrong about Grant. Kane hovered behind her. She'd told him to let her do the speaking, but now she wondered what she was going to say. Her mouth had gone so dry, her tongue felt as if it had tripled in size. Finally, she heard footsteps and the door opened. Joyce was dressed in jogging pants and a hoodie today, both with the Stranger Things logo on. "Hi, Morgan. What a surprise." "Hi, Joyce. Can we come in?" Joyce looked from her to Kane and nodded. "Of course. I was just about to make some coffee." She opened the door wide and ushered them inside. Morgan hovered in the hallway, wondering where Gerald was and where the girls were. "Go down to the kitchen. I'll be along in a minute. Left my glasses upstairs and can't see a thing without them." Morgan smiled at her and went into the kitchen that was warm and smelled of bacon sandwiches. There were 2 mugs on the table, and she pointed to Kane and silently mouthed, "He's here." He nodded, took out his phone and sent a quick message, then shoved his phone back into his pocket. They could hear Joyce moving around upstairs, and Morgan looked around the kitchen. There was a magnetic knife rack above the cooker, with enough knives to stop an army, and she didn't know if she felt comforted by them and the fact that there were weapons to hand, or worried that they could also be used against her and Kane. Joyce walked back in with a shotgun in her hands and aimed it straight at Kane's chest. "I wish that it hadn't come to this, Morgan. I really do. Why are you here this time? You've already searched my house and didn't find anything. Get your hands up, the both of you." Kane glanced at Morgan, as if to say, "What the fuck?" And Morgan felt a crippling pain so bad in her chest that she had dragged him into this. They raised their hands in the air. "I don't understand what's going on, Joyce," Morgan asked her, keeping her voice as calm as she could. "Yes, you do. You came here looking for Gerald. Who told you about him?" "Nobody. I checked the electoral register, and he's still registered as living here." Joyce let out a sigh. "Well then, that just shows you can be the cleverest kid in the class and still as stupid as shit." "Where is he, Joyce? And where are the girls?" "He isn't here. He had to go on a little trip." "Where are Scarlett and Janey? Their families are missing them so much. You can make this better, Joyce. You don't need that gun." Joyce glanced towards the rug on the floor, then looked up, and Morgan realized that there might be a trap door that led down into a cellar under it. Joyce had been sitting on top of it the whole time. "I do, and I can't. They're probably dead by now. You're too late, but at least you can live with yourself because you tried, I'll give you that." Kane was nearest to Joyce, and Morgan knew that if she could distract her well enough, he might be able to knock the gun out of her hands. She was tall and strong for an older woman, but he had the advantage. "You can't let your whole life be ruined because of something your grandson did, Joyce. Now is the time to put things right. Put the gun down. Show me where Janie and Scarlett are, please." Joyce's shoulders slumped, and she lowered the gun slightly. She pointed to the rug. "Down there." "I didn't know. I swear I didn't. At least not until after you left and I figured it out. But he's family, and I couldn't say anything. You protect your family at all costs." Morgan dived towards the rug, and dragging it away, she saw a door cut into the floorboards with a small hole just big enough to get 2 fingers in to lift it up. She did, and was hit by a blast of cold, damp, fusty air. When she shone her torch into the hole, Kane nodded, and she began to climb down into the blackness. Kane stayed watching Joyce, who still hadn't put the gun down. Morgan reached the bottom and called out, "Scarlett! Janie, it's the police!" "Help! We're down here!" a voice called back to her, and she felt her heart skip a beat. She began to jog towards them. The tunnel was narrow and going uphill, but she didn't pause. She kept going until her light picked out the terrified, dirt-streaked face of Janie Moore, who screeched in terror when she saw Morgan. "It's okay. I'm a detective. You're okay now. You're safe. We're going to get you home." Janie nodded. "Scarlett's hurt." "Where is she?" "Behind me." Janie turned around, but there was nobody there. "Scarlett!" she screamed in panic. "She was there! Where is she?" Morgan reached out and gently patted her arm. "It's okay. You go the way I just came. You're almost at the end. I'll go find her. My colleague Kane is waiting for you, okay? Don't be scared. We want to help." She squeezed herself as close to the wall as possible to let Janie get past her. Then she began running up the narrow tunnel. A loud bang echoed throughout the tunnel as the shotgun went off, and she felt her knees go weak. "Kane!" Morgan screamed his name. She took out her phone. It had no signal. She stopped dead in her tracks. Did she find Scarlett or go to Kane? Taking her radio out, the little flashing light that told her she had a signal was red. Green for go, red for nobody is coming to help you. Her knees were wobbling so much she didn't think she could hold herself up. What if Joyce had shot Kane? She didn't think she'd be able to go on if he'd been taken from her. A high-pitched scream pierced the air, and she ran towards it, praying that Kane was okay, that he'd wrestled the gun from Joyce, and it hadn't shot anyone except the floor or ceiling. The tunnel widened into a room with 2 cages in it. She shone the torch around and saw Amos on the floor, clutching his stomach. He was bleeding out, his eyelids flickering. His leg was on the floor. She was shocked to see him lying there. Was he Gerald Grant? Then she saw the girl in the corner, not moving, her eyes wild as they frantically moved from side to side. She realized that there was a hand cupped over her mouth. Scarlett's clothes were covered in blood, and her skin was pale, clammy. Morgan lifted the torch higher and gasped. "Ernie?" He shrugged. "This is a bit of a mess, is it not?" "Let her go. She's hurt." "I didn't hurt her, that I can promise you. She did that to herself." "Amos?" Nothing to do with me either. I got here after the event, which has turned out to be more carnage than I would have done. You're quite a vicious little thing, aren't you? He shook Scarlett a little, and she groaned. Morgan's heart broke even more as she barely whispered, "Etty?" "She is also fine. I haven't seen her since I left her this morning to run around with you." Morgan wasn't sure if he was lying or not, but she prayed that he wasn't. "Let her go. It's over." "That is my problem. You see, I can't just let her walk out of here. Not now. I never meant to pull Joyce into this, but it happened, and now we're both involved." "She's not your gran, is she? She's not old enough." "You're as good as your aunt told me you were. No, she's my mother. Had me at a ridiculously early age. It was a good job she lived up here with my grandparents. Nobody ever knew. Families are complicated, aren't they?" He raised his hand, lifting a small, heavy, wooden rounder's bat, and was about to swing his arm back towards the side of Scarlett's skull, when from out of nowhere came a low growl, and Shep appeared. He ran at Ernie and sank his teeth into the back of his calf, jolting Ernie forward. He yelled and at the same time released both Scarlett and dropped the bat. Morgan rushed forward. Pulling the pepper spray out of her pocket, she pushed Scarlett out of the way and blasted Ernie in the eyes, nose, and mouth until the entire can was emptied into his face. He fell to his knees, howling. Shep let go and limped over to Amos, lying across his master's legs. Morgan didn't waste a second. She kicked the bat away from Ernie and was grabbing his arms, cuffing them the best she could. He tried to push her off, but failed as he was too busy trying to rub at his eyes. "Morgan!" Kane's voice echoed through the tunnel, and she felt such a wave of relief she almost sank to her knees and cried. Scarlett was whimpering, and Morgan gently took hold of her, rocking her and patting her back. "It's okay. You're okay, sweetie." Kane appeared, out of breath, red-faced, took one look at the guy on the floor, howling in pain, and nodded in approval. "You had me worried there. Good job, Brooks. I have bad news, though. Ben has just arrived and is about to come running in here any minute." "How did he know?" "I texted him earlier. I had a feeling things might go a little tits up." "I thought Joyce shot you. I was so scared." "Oh, you were?" "No, I wrestled the gun from her hands and it went off. She's okay, though, currently cuffed to the back of a chair and cursing like a navvy." She smiled at him. "Amos doesn't look too good." "Our paramedics on the way because Scarlett is injured too, but she's okay, aren't you, Scarlett?" Scarlett nodded. "I think so." "Morgan? Kane?" Ben's voice echoed towards them. Kane smiled. "Sorry about this." Ben appeared at the entrance to the room, his face ashen as he took in the carnage. "What on earth?" "Amos needs paramedics. ASAP. So does Scarlett." She was kneeling next to Amos. She gently patted Shep's head. "You are a very good boy. Well done." Shep looked at her, and she felt her heart melt. Dogs were so amazing. "I don't know how safe this tunnel is. All of us down here might be making it dangerous." Ben nodded. Between them, he and Kane dragged Ernie to his feet, Kane in the lead, Ben behind. They pushed him out of the room and down the tunnel. "Are you okay to follow them, Scarlett? Do you need help?" "I'm scared. Can I wait for you?" "If you think you can hang on." "I feel so bad. He came in from the other side and I thought he was the creep who had put us in here and killed my friends. I did that to him and I'm so sorry. Janie kicked his leg off too. Morgan squeezed Scarlett's hands. You weren't to know. You thought he was the killer. You were protecting yourself. Is he going to be okay? Morgan couldn't answer that. Amos looked as if he had lost a lot of blood, and he didn't look very well, but he was still breathing, so that was good. Hopefully. Footsteps running along the tunnel towards them made them both turn to stare and see a paramedic with a huge green bag followed by another. Morgan sighed. She squeezed Amos's hand. You're going to be okay, Amos. Hang on. Shep needs you, but don't worry about him. We'll take care of him until you're better. She gently coaxed Shep away from his owner so the paramedics could work on him. He was reluctant to leave, but he knew that these two men were here to help, so he let Morgan lead him by the collar along the tunnel. Scarlett was in front, clutching her side, and Morgan could see the blood soaking through the dirty cream sweater that was tied around her waist. Keep going, Scarlett, you're almost there. As light from the trapdoor filled the tunnel, Scarlett fell to her knees. Kane! Ben! Morgan shouted, and they both appeared. Kane came down into the tunnel and scooped the girl up into his arms, then over his shoulder in a clumsy fireman's lift. He climbed the ladder to where Ben was waiting to help him up. They lay her onto the floor. She was semi-conscious but breathing. Two more paramedics arrived and began working on her, making Morgan feel much better. She looked around to see Joyce still handcuffed to the chair. Janie Moore was glaring at the woman. Morgan finally made eye contact with Ben, expecting him to lose his shit with her. Instead, he hugged her fiercely and whispered, I love you. Then let her go, back to being the boss, just as Mark and Claire arrived. Morgan walked outside. Amber and Brett were marching Ernie down to their van. He would have to go to hospital for the pepper spray and the dog bite, but she hoped it got infected. Then it hit her. How was she going to tell Etty? The guy who had been whining and dining her was a cold-blooded killer. A loud caw from above the cottage made her look up, and she could swear Max was perched on the roof, along with another raven, both of them watching what was happening. Max, Morgan called out, and he took off into the air, soaring towards her. He landed on the windowsill nearest to her, and she knew it was him. Who is going to tell Etty? I wish you could speak, bird. He let out a loud caw and took off again, his new mate following behind, back to her aunt's. Who knew? Maybe he would be able to tell her what a creep Ernie really was, and how lucky she'd been to have escaped him. Morgan called Etty to be sure she was okay and that Ernie hadn't hurt her, holding her breath until she heard Etty's voice. Oh, Etty. Morgan, what's going on? Where is Ernest? Is he okay? He's okay, but he's not a good man, Etty. He's been arrested. The sound of Etty's soft tears as she ended the call would haunt Morgan. But she knew that her aunt would be okay in time, which was more than could be said for Dawson and Lizzie. Epilogue. Morgan had left Ben to go visit Amos, who was out of hospital. Ben was taking Shep back to his master, and he had been pretty down about it. To her surprise, he had loved fussing over the elderly dog and taking him on walks. She was glad Amos had recovered enough to go home. Everyone's life was getting back on track, and now there was one final thing to do. Morgan walked her Aunt Etty through the gates of HMP Manchester with a heaviness inside of her chest that wouldn't ease. She had been here before, too many times. She had met her now dead biological father, Gary, here, and her murderous brother, Taylor, who was currently incarcerated here. How fitting that now she could add Etty's friend, Gerald Grant, to the list. Etty had been devastated to learn of the double life he had lived, the innocent lives he had taken, but she had kept her chin up, determined not to be brought down by his actions, and that had made Morgan so proud of her. None of this was Etty's fault, and she could quite easily have given up and wallowed in self-pity, believing that it was. They had arrived 30 minutes early to go through the security process before they were finally shown to the visitors' cafe. It was empty. Because Morgan was a copper, their visit had been arranged at a time when there were no other prisoners around. It was too dangerous for her and Etty if the prisoners found out who she was. She reached out and squeezed Etty's fingers, just before she heard the shuffling of feet as Gerald Grant was led into the room, flanked by 2 prison guards, his feet and hands in cuffs. He sat down opposite them and smiled at Etty, ignoring Morgan. "Good to see you, Etty. You look well." Etty swallowed, then nodded. "I can't say that it's good to see you, Ernest. Or is it Gerald now?" Morgan watched his every move. He looked a little thinner in the face, but his eyes still sparkled, and she wondered how many years of being inside a jail cell it would take to dim them. He laughed. "Always Ernest to you. It's better to remember me that way, don't you think?" Etty's entire body was stiff. "Why?" "Why not? There is no point in talking about what I did with you because you wouldn't understand, and I don't want you to." She nodded. "I really like you, Etty. You were kind to me, much kinder than I deserved, and that was the reason I never hurt Morgan." He still didn't look at Morgan, his gaze fixed on Etty. "I think you should know that I thought about it at the caves. She is just as good as you had told me, and I knew that she would figure everything out eventually. But I knew that you would be upset if she went missing, and I couldn't do that to you. I didn't want you hexing me." He winked at Etty. Morgan's instinct had been right. When they descended back up to the top of the fell, she had doubted him and his lies about having a bad back, but she had pushed it to one side, choosing to believe he was innocent and helping her. "Am I supposed to thank you for that?" Etty's voice was so low it was barely above a whisper. "No, I'm just letting you know that because of how much I like you, I didn't hurt her, when really there was so many chances to. I'm not all bad. Maybe we could keep in touch. I'd like that. You could come visit me, maybe write now and again." Etty stared at him. "No, you had your good points, and I was falling in love with the nice part of you. It's such a shame that was all pretend. Are you going to ask how those girls are? The ones you kept locked in cages as if they were wild animals?" "No, I don't care about them." "What about your own mother, that you dragged into your sordid mess? Do you care about her?" "Not really. I believe she's been in hospital. Too unwell to be in prison, which is lucky for her." Morgan bit her tongue. There was so much she wanted to say to him, but it wasn't her place. Etty stood up. "That's what I wanted to know. Whether you had any heart left inside of you. It seems I was right. You haven't, and you really are a cold-blooded monster." She pulled a tissue out of her sleeve and unwrapped it. Inside of it was a powder so black, Morgan wondered what it was. Before the guards could stop her, Etty leaned over and blew it into Ernest's face. He shouted and fell backwards, toppling his chair over as he scrabbled around on the floor. Her voice was steady. "Gerald Grant, you have done much wrong and know it well. Your secret is out, so here's my spell. I curse you to spend eternity, your soul in torture. So mote it be. Morgan took hold of Etty's arm and began to lead her away, but not before Etty whispered to the guards, "Black pepper, nothing more. I take it if I feel faint," and he was making me feel quite ill. The guards, who were torn between watching Ernest, who had started sobbing on the floor, and being in awe of Etty, nodded at her, and one of them winked at her. "Don't worry, love, just a silly accident. We'll get the nurse to give him an eye bath. You get on your way." Morgan didn't hang around. She dragged Etty out and towards the entrance they had come in. Once they were outside, she turned to her and laughed. "You are so bad. What was that, really?" "You said he was fearful of me hexing him, so I gave him what he deserved. A simple dose of black pepper and a curse on his soul. Nothing too serious." Etty started laughing, and Morgan shook her head, bundling her into the car. The pair of them sat there giggling. "You are badass." Etty shrugged. "He deserves a whole lot more, but I don't really agree with using magic like that. Let him think what he will. I did that for Dawson, Lizzie, Scarlett, and Janey. I hope it torments his soul. Now, while we're in Manchester, how about a spot of shopping? I quite like Primark, and I want to take you for lunch somewhere nice. I booked a table at Cut and Craft. It's very you, very gothic, and after that awful experience, I think we deserve a little celebration." Morgan hugged her aunt and couldn't help thinking that now she knew exactly where her own badass attitude came from, and she couldn't be any prouder. The end.